British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1301 Lee-Men's approval. The United States has never had friendly forces to rely on. If you have to say, Britain, after its complete decline, always sent troops to support the US military in the war. It has to start from the Gulf War. Throughout the Cold War period, the most useful vassal army supported by the United States is the South Korean army. Even Russia, which has been sanctioned for so long in the 21st century, has Chechens from Kalu Mountain fighting in the steel mill. After thinking for a long time, Alan Wilson couldn't figure out where the support of the United States was. Since South Korea is now poor and destitute, most Koreans want to go to the north from time to time, so it is better to come out and exchange their lives for money. As for the millions of workers to build the Middle East, forget it. Britain has not withdrawn from the Middle East, and the construction of those oil-rich countries with small populations does not need the Koreans to worry about it. This wave of startup funds is destined to be impossible for Koreans to get from the Middle East. He would rather transfer labor from Goa to Saudi Arabia. Anyway, since the demise of Hyderabad, there has been a trend of peace education flowing into Goa, which has led to Goa turning green. Since everyone speaks English, they are the most like-minded people on this broken ball. Rayburn answered without hiding anything. Sir Wilson, we do have this idea. The Park Chung-hee government did mention it. Do you think it's a good idea? Sure enough. Alan Wilson nodded solemnly. Of course. In fact, a big fight in Vietnam will inevitably lead to the withdrawal of US troops from other directions. The British Ministry of Defense believes that Washington must consider the issue of optimization and integration. The withdrawal of South Korean troops into Vietnam and the adoption of mixed organization can reduce the casualties of American soldiers. After all, American soldiers all need pensions. Although South Korea also needs pensions, it cannot be compared with American soldiers. This is also an important means to test whether South Korea is trustworthy. Director Rayburn, isn't that the case? If South Korea is trustworthy and expresses loyalty, then they can get a certain degree of support. But no matter what, the free world does not need a burden. South Korea in this era is really poor, especially compared with North Korea. A certain major country has also seen a wave of returning to North Korea, and South Korean defectors are not uncommon. After the North Korean soldiers who attacked the Blue House in North Korea were captured, they saw the poor children and porters selling newspapers in Seoul with their own eyes. There were many beggars carrying canned food, sleeping casually on the roadside. Looking at them, he felt sympathy. At that time, he regretted surrendering to South Korea. Moreover, when he crossed the Imjin River at night and prepared to invade South Korea, he saw South Korean women coming in and out of the US military outpost next door, and he felt extremely angry. The Han River miracle started in the 1970s. South Korea is still suffering from hunger and cold in this era. This is the Five Eyes Alliance intelligence exchange meeting. Alan Wilson can understand the current situation in South Korea from the cold data. The fact that the Middle East labor export is occupied will definitely lead to South Korea's inability to find a channel to earn foreign exchange. Maybe there will be more Korean smuggling to Japan. He is a gentleman of the British Empire. He can't sit idly by and watch all this happen. So he has a compassionate heart and finds a clear way for South Korea and the United States. I don't have much to help you with. If you don't mind, there are some textile industries in Lower Burma that can help Koreans solve some employment problems. Alan Wilson offered to help. We can only do this much. You know, North Vietnam has only 30 million people, and Indonesia's population is almost over 100 million. I heard that the total population of Indonesia now exceeds 5 million, which has put great pressure on us and Australia's containment. We really can't do more. What is the special relationship between Britain and the United States? That is the current Cabinet Secretary General. He said that Koreans should go abroad to fight more in exchange for the recognition of the United States. At the same time, he is willing to help South Korea solve some employment problems within the traditional influence of Britain. Going to Southeast Asia, the Japanese did it. Why can't South Korea, which takes Japan as an example, do it? If you want to beat the last Korean, you can't do it without bleeding. Since Koreans have this need, how can Alan Wilson turn a blind eye to it? He even offered to help the United States to support South Korea. Of course, his so-called support is to give Koreans a place to work. The money earned is also in pounds, not dollars. This surprised Rayburn. Britain could actually do this. Although it was not Malaya, Myanmar was also a former colony of Britain. Since Britain returned to Myanmar through economic and trade, at least life in Myanmar in Southeast Asia was still okay. This was compared with South Korea. After all, if they all relied on their own development, the two brothers in distress, Japan and South Korea, could starve themselves to death, while Southeast Asian countries at least would not starve to death. Thinking of this, Rayburn's attitude changed. Sir Wilson, we all know that you are the banner of friendship between the British and the United States. Even if you are, please don't say it. I'm a patriot. Alan Wilson said indifferently, with a face that wanted to avoid suspicion. In addition to the large-scale use of incendiary offensives, napalm bombs to bomb North Vietnam and Agent Orange, the intelligence chiefs of the 5 countries also discussed the African issue, which extended to the ambiguity between France and the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson also spent a lot of energy on this section, and expressed the hard work of Britain in supporting the European system from the facts. He did not lie. France did have a good relationship with the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson compared it to the Franco-Russian alliance before World War I, and even asked Rayburn to find a way to hit France hard. This scared Rayburn, and he quickly said that it was not necessary. Like his previous CIA director does, he said that France was not easy to deal with and should be considered in the long run. It's strategic determination again, right? Although he knew that this result would be a long time ago, Alan Wilson still took out the words and deeds of many actresses and was indignant that his opinions were not accepted. As for mediating the India-Pakistan war and containing Indonesia, it also received the attention of the other 4 countries. Rayburn took the initiative to raise the issue of decolonization, and Alan Wilson said that in 5 to 10 years, Britain would have no colonies. This answer satisfied Rayburn, and Alan Wilson thought to himself, 10 years later, you, the United States, have been defeated, and you still want to talk to Britain about colonial issues? Even if decolonization was to make all colonies except Rhodesia independent, excluding Malaya, the British military forces in the Middle East would not be withdrawn. Rayburn found time the next day to go to the White House to report to Lyndon Johnson on several issues raised by the British side in their response to decolonization. Others naturally could not do this, but Rayburn could. He relied on nepotism to get to the top. Other CIA directors maintained a sense of mystery. At least they would not actively seek exposure and would go directly to the CIA headquarters to take office. He was different. He was appointed at the White House on the day he took office, under the flashlights of hundreds of reporters. Sir Wilson, there are still some remnants of the previous era. If we really want to bomb Hanoi on the scale of bombing Tokyo, it won't work. Rayburn first put forward his own opinion, and then changed the subject. The emergence of the South Korean army can be used to convince domestic citizens that we have rescued the last country facing the threat of radicalism, and we are so grateful. The most important thing is that it can greatly alleviate the problem of insufficient manpower for the US military. The South Korean economy is struggling, and it also needs to express its yearning for the free world. We are just going with the flow. Lin, I have to admit that these self-satisfied Greeks sometimes have a perspective that is worthy of recognition. The use of Korean lives to exchange for American losses has already begun. Of course, the scale is not large. Alan Wilson said that except for the fact that Britain could not get away due to the Indonesian issue, it could provide some conveniences and even use Koreans to build Myanmar. This reassured Lyndon Johnson. For a moment, Lyndon Johnson also understood Britain's difficulties. This cabinet secretary was still a good man. You have to know that British Prime Minister Eden almost turned a blind eye to the Vietnam War, and was obviously not as good as this walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. In fact, the aid the Koreans want is very small compared to the direction of this war. Maybe we should ask Park Chung-hee what he needs. The US president must have misunderstood. Alan Wilson just wanted to turn America's own defeat into the defeat of both the United States and South Korea. In the communication with the Pentagon, Alan Wilson brought up his father-in-law, Field Marshal Mountbatten. Although the Marshal had just retired, he was also well known. The friends he met during World War II were all senior officials of the current US military. Regarding the question of why they fought, Alan Wilson said that his father-in-law said that he had never said it at all. North Vietnam and the supporters behind North Vietnam must know that there is no benefit in being with the Soviet Union. It will only bring poverty, and let them reflect on why they are always beaten. Only in this way can they be shaken. I believe that anyone in East Asia who goes to Japan now knows who they should stand with. If they don't understand, napalm will make them understand. Admiral Curtis Emerson LeMay, who is also about to retire and is the leader of the bombing of Tokyo, said that what he said was right, and the son-in-law of an old friend made sense, and art is explosion. The Marshal also misses his old friends. If there is a chance, I'm very willing to facilitate the reunion of comrades. Alan Wilson expressed his admiration for General LeMay with a fiery look, as if he saw a war hero. I miss the Marshal too. Thinking back to the time we worked together, it's really nostalgic. General LeMay said, I'm about to retire, so I'll definitely have a chance to meet. Of course, I'm convinced of this. I'm also convinced of the victory of this war. Alan Wilson spoke like a good son-in-law. He knew what LeMay was pursuing. The means were not important, but the result was the most important. With the tone set by the Chief of Staff of the US Air Force, it is believed that napalm and incendiary bombs are not a dream. Sure enough, General LeMay was quite interested in the proposal to use chemical agents to kill the densely forested environment. Indeed, those monkeys should know what modern industry is. Chapter 1302, America will definitely win. He's already retired, but he's still so concerned about military matters. Earl Wheeler, the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, laughed. Earl Wheeler had served in the Southeast Asia Allied Command when he was young, and Field Marshal Mountbatten was also an old acquaintance. Seeing Mountbatten's son-in-law joined the discussion, but to be honest, we really can't withdraw more troops. The South Vietnamese army is not very useful in a short period of time, so it's good to let the South Korean army join the war. The South Korean army was also trained by the United States during the Korean War. Earl Wheeler also knew Ridgway. At least Ridgway recognized the combat effectiveness of the South Korean army. So Earl Wheeler instinctively did not reject the participation of the South Korean army in the war, because the US military did have a shortage of troops. Once a soldier was killed, the pension issue would be a headache. Alan Wilson understood the twists and turns. Although the pensions issued could not escape the tax, the remaining part would fall into the hands of the families of the fallen soldiers. There was no room for hand-holding in this process, and weapons orders were completely different. Arms are a highly profitable business. How much is the profit? The Spike macro missile and launcher system also uses a large number of modern commercial off-the-shelf parts. Each missile costs only about $5,000, making it one of the cheapest missiles in the world. In comparison, the US military's shoulder-fired Javelin anti-tank missile costs $70,000 per set, and the shoulder-fired Stinger anti-aircraft missile costs $120,000 per set. This is the factory cost, not the military purchase price. The US military's $800 billion in military expenditure will not produce many finished products, which is reasonable. If you really want to make money, you must start with weapons, not manpower. The US military's demanding death standards have reached the limit, and there is no room for effort. As long as the combat effectiveness of the South Korean army is not a problem and the gap in manpower is made up, I believe the United States will win. Alan Wilson said with a smile, such a big victory will definitely prevent the adventures of the Soviet bloc countries, and I believe all allies will also have a greater confidence because of this. Earl Wheeler and LeMay both nodded, and they immediately liked this British man who spoke in a pleasant way. It seemed that Mountbatten's son-in-law was also very capable in coordination like him. At least the news from Seoul shows that the South Korean army is still very confident. Earl Wheeler was very relaxed. The Koreans took the initiative to stand up, so he might as well make good use of them. Yes. Alan Wilson agreed with a fake smile. When has one of the 5 permanent members of the YouTube channel not been full of confidence? Indians are so confident in the army that they dare not call themselves the best in the world. The ones who really want to take the lead are Ukraine and South Korea, one of which claims to be the world's second most powerful military country, and the other believes that its army has no rivals in Eurasia. Even the United States did not say that its army is the best in the world, and it also left some face for a certain big country. South Korea claims that it has no rivals in Eurasia. If it is not the best in the world, what is it? This involves what is called a strong army. A false strong army is typically the Indian army. There are more tanks than armored vehicles, and more armored vehicles than self-propelled artillery. This kind of army can only fight a wave. Because tanks are guaranteed to be the lower limit of army equipment, for a very ordinary country, equipping hundreds of tanks can indeed greatly improve combat effectiveness. But this kind of army is finished after the inventory is used up. But it is the army of countries with only this kind of ability that often calls itself a strong army. This is considered a strong army. There are too many strong army countries in the world, from Poland to Turkey, Syria, Pakistan, India, and South Korea. They can all be called strong army countries. During the 5th Middle East War, the T-72s in the hands of the Syrian army beat the Israeli Merkavas to death when they sniped at the middle gate, but the entire war was one-sided. Although the Israeli army in the 21st century has also completed the transformation from being unable to defeat Hezbollah to having difficulty even dealing with Hamas, no one denies that Israel was indeed quite capable during the Cold War. Simply stacking tanks is not a strong army. The strong combat effectiveness of the army is established through some details. Although China, the United States and Russia have all carried out some operations of converting divisions into brigades, a certain country is completely different from the United States and Russia. The serious combat force of a certain country is based on the army. The division to brigades operation is just a discussion among the spectators. A certain country is completely for the decentralization of technical weapons, and the higher level army level combat units have been retained. There is no transformation like the United States Security War and Russia's battalion-level storm assault group. The army system of a certain country has not been dismantled. Once it moves, it is like the Soviet Red Army during the Cold War, and it is definitely not comparable to a wave of army. At this time, in the Indian-Pakistani battlefield, 2 armies were engaged in a collective sniping battle around Chuanda. The Pakistani tank troops suffered a great loss in their first contact. 2 Pakistani brigades were ambushed by the Indian army and lost 97 tanks including 65 M47/48s. A division commander and a brigade commander were killed, and 6 regimental commanders were killed or captured. The price paid by the Indian army was only the loss of 12 tanks. After the initial victory, India wanted to continue to expand its victory and concentrated 400 tanks of various types to attack Chuanda. Pakistani tanks also went out in full force. Pakistan had the advantage of American fighters, while the Indian army had the advantage of scale. The fighting continued until dark. When they broke contact, the battle site had become a tank graveyard, with destroyed British and American tanks everywhere. At this point, both India and Pakistan suffered huge losses. Britain, which had been waiting for both sides to lose their energy, finally found an opportunity. The foreign minister immediately expressed his willingness to mediate the India-Pakistan war. Later, Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko also expressed the same idea. After consultation between the 2 countries, it was decided to mediate the India-Pakistan war in the neutral location of Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. General Lemaire liked Alan Wilson's views on bombing very much. Because he was also retiring this year, he met with Alan Wilson when he was free and asked about Marshal Mountbatten's retired life. Hearing that Britain and the Soviet Union were going to mediate the India-Pakistan war in Stockholm, he couldn't help but ask. The British government seems to be very courteous to the Soviet Union. General Lemaire. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and said in embarrassment, the Soviet Union is in Europe. Europe feels completely different when facing the Soviet ground forces, and talking about the Soviet ground forces here in Washington. It can be said that every European country is full of courtesy to the Soviet Union. Washington should understand this behavior. Even if you are anti-Soviet, you can't show it. This is completely different from the 21st century. No fool would think that the Soviet Union is the same as Russia. The two are completely different. The biggest difference is that Russia can't beat the Soviet Union after 50 years. At least the Soviet weapons are freshly produced, and Russia has only second-hand goods. Oh, I understand. Maintaining peace in Europe is important, and we have no intention of exacerbating the situation in Europe. Lee Mary nodded and added in her heart, especially now, if something really happens in Europe, the United States will be even more stretched. It's still the old rules. He expressed Mountbatten's thoughts for his American friends, maintained traditional friendship, and talked about the Vietnam War. Lee Mary also told the news he got, the South Korean government has responded to our needs positively, and is open to the scale of troop dispatch. And they also think this is an opportunity to accumulate practical experience. That's great. The entire free world is looking forward to the United States' resolute response to the expansion of radical forces. Although Europe is reluctant to talk more, I know that governments of various countries are very concerned and hope that the United States will show strong leadership. Alan Wilson's face was full of confidence in the US military. This kind of confidence is definitely not a good thing. Anyone who knows a little about history knows that the United States lost the war and the whole country fell into chaos in the 1970s. But this moment is just like that moment. In the 21st century, after the United States performed aerial trapeze in Afghanistan, it quickly ignited Ukraine and covered up its own embarrassing behavior. Even if the ignition is successful, the United States is not ready to leave. The undefeated golden body has been broken. If it doesn't take advantage of the end, the situation of the United States will be even uglier. It can't be said that the United States is smart in the next few decades. It can only be said that the United States can't find a place to ignite after searching around. It's too dangerous. European countries will not let the United States ignite in Europe. Ignite Iran, and the Soviet Union will cut off the Eurasian continent from the middle. Ignite East Asia. Japan and South Korea are not strong enough, and a certain major country will not listen to the United States. I don't know if Afghanistan is considered a successful ignition, but it seems that the Soviet Union took the initiative to jump in. For a country at the top of the world, defeat will bring a series of consequences. Now Britain only needs to wait for this consequence to appear and cheer for the United States. By the way, Monroe couldn't know this kind of thing. What she should know was that Britain was trying to stop the expansion of the India-Pakistan war and saved many ordinary people who suffered from the war. Is it like this when you are with Vivian? The naked Monroe hummed and felt the palms on her body. Wherever the mischievous palms passed, it was like an electric shock, and even the questioning became intermittent. Of course it is like this. What else would happen? Alan Wilson, who was hugging Monroe's delicate body, showed his honest side. If there is any difference, that is, my physical strength was much better than now. Vivian didn't want to leave my arms at that time. I see that your physical strength is also very good now. Monroe rolled her eyes at the man and took the initiative to kiss him. I met a few friends recently, and they all asked me why I went to Europe to develop. What did you say? He said with a smirk. Didn't you say that you got the nourishment of love and now you don't want to go back to the United States? I met a bad guy. Of course I have to keep it secret, and I can't let my friends appear in the sight of the bad guy. Monroe turned around and pushed the bad guy in her eyes. It's time to let this bad guy know how powerful he is. When the weather-beaten looking cabinet secretary returned to London, Karachi and New Delhi had already responded positively and were willing to accept the mediation of Britain and the Soviet Union. The relevant negotiation delegation was being formed. Chapter 1303 Defensive Counterattack Strategy. Secretary General, you are back. The Prime Minister is waiting for you. As soon as Alan Wilson showed up, the Prime Minister's Chief Private Secretary showed up in Brest. The Prime Minister is also concerned about this intelligence exchange. The Americans must have said something about the Vietnam War. I'll go right away. With panda eyes, Alan Wilson didn't dare to delay and went directly to 10 Downing Street. After the meeting, Eden inevitably cared about the health of the Cabinet Secretary General. He found that every time the Secretary General went abroad, he seemed to be physically hollowed out after returning. Alan Wilson naturally explained that he was tired from traveling, not acclimatized, and busy with work, and told him about the itinerary of the Pentagon and the CIA. It had absolutely nothing to do with manned spaceflight. When asked how the United States should fight the Vietnam War and what suggestions he gave, Alan Wilson opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. "The problem is that I still don't understand why the United States is fighting. Whether it is the CIA or the Pentagon, their ideas are very cautious. There are many contradictions. I can feel the hesitation. Is that so?" Although Eden had already made up his mind to ignore the Vietnam War, he still felt nervous when he heard this description. "Tell me how you feel." The specific feeling is that Americans seem to be afraid of the strong army. Alan Wilson thought for a long time, compared the process of the United States' previous wars in his mind, and expressed his own views. Although my Great Britain was lying flat and ridiculed decades later when it was competing for world hegemony, it fought Spain, France, Imperial Russia, Germany, and the Far East and my Great Qing dynasty. It also fought the United States twice. My Great Britain's army is also a tough guy, but the navy is stronger. Look at the United States again. In terms of relative strength, it is Japan that faced the strongest enemy and won. Japan is not a strong army at all. In Europe, it is probably at the level of Czechoslovakia. After winning the Second World War, if the US military had landed in Japan and crushed Japan's resistance head-on, it might have helped the United States build confidence on land. But the fact is that only a few years after the end of the Second World War, the United States was hit hard in the Korean War, when it felt the best about itself, and the confidence of the army was not established. To be honest, even if the United States took the opportunity to attack India once, the confidence of the army would be much better. When formulating strategies, it would not consider the problem that the army could not win, and it fought a defensive counterattack in South Vietnam for more than 10 years. Every time something happens, the United States thinks about selling out its vassal countries. In this regard, the United States is not as good as Japan. Japan really dared to fight a full-scale war with the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union. This kind of lack of confidence in the country's army also pitted the United States and later generations. Bush's Middle East roadmap was taken out when the United States was the most lonely and invincible. Afghanistan to the east of Iran and Iraq to the west had been taken. As long as Iran was killed, there would be no thorns in the world's energy center. As a result, after so many years of delay, the United States did not take action, and finally withdrew its troops from Afghanistan, and the Middle East roadmap failed. The consequences of the failure of this strategy are comparable to Churchill's 2 warships destroying the Russian Empire. Alan, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Eden grinned after hearing the last part and asked, "You said the same thing in the Pentagon." The Marshal told me not to expose the shortcomings of the Allies. I said in the Pentagon that the US military would win. But in reality, Alan Wilson said with some difficulty, strategically, it is only 17 degrees north latitude. Nearly 200,000 US troops are staying in South Vietnam waiting for the North Vietnamese to attack. Isn't this a strategy of not trusting the combat effectiveness of the army? I feel that Moscow will sooner or later understand that this strategy cannot win when it sees that the US military has not been attacking for a long time. Throughout the Vietnam War, even decades later, no one could understand what the US strategy was. They could only understand that the Vietnam War really happened and the United States spent hundreds of billions. After saying his thoughts, Alan Wilson had not forgotten that this was Mountbatten's opinion and privately hoped that Prime Minister Eden would not tell anyone. He was not shifting the blame to his father-in-law. Mountbatten did reveal that the US's arrangement, which was almost like a turtle shrinking its head, could not win at all. The question is, even a British naval marshal can see that the war cannot be won. Why did the United States fight the war like this? Did the Pentagon aim to make money from the beginning? What a pessimistic view. If you say this in the Pentagon, it may ruin the good relationship between the Marshal and the American military. Eden couldn't help but smile bitterly. So we still have to support the United States in public opinion and shape the extremely passive strategy of the United States into a positive image that has no ambition and is only protecting the freedom and rights of South Vietnam. By the way, pray that the United States must win the war. Otherwise, if it loses, the more positive the image is, the more crimes during the war will be exposed. This is certain. Before Alan Wilson came back, LeMay once said that the Pentagon and Dow Chemical were in talks. If he remembered correctly, Dow Chemical had two well-known incidents. One was the production of Agent Orange in the Vietnam War, and the other was the Bhopal incident in India. The former caused millions of deformed people, and the latter caused Bhopal to lose hundreds of thousands of laborers overnight. Chemical weapons are so terrifying that it is no wonder they are called the atomic bomb of poor countries. Eden nodded in understanding. This was the only way to do it. He hoped that the United States would not face the worst outcome, such as defeat. At the same time, Britain could not get involved and should show a flexible position. Eden told Alan Wilson that the current diplomatic work was to mediate the India-Pakistan war with the Soviets in Stockholm. According to the communication with the Soviets at the diplomatic level, the two countries agreed to take back India's losses on the battlefield at the negotiation table. In fact, India did not lose anything, but it did lose 500 square kilometers of land on paper. Such a large piece of land is a drop in the bucket for India and Pakistan, but both Britain and the Soviet Union believe that this piece of land should be returned to India. From this perspective, India must have suffered a loss. This time, India suffered a great loss in the Air Force. It was completely relying on the advantage of the country's size to stabilize the front line and prevent Pakistan from fighting. Pakistan was still a reserve NATO country in the eyes of the United States at this time, so it provided support in many aspects, including radar technology. Pakistan has multiple early warning radars, and these radars are guarded by anti-aircraft guns. The Indian Air Force cannot get close to these radars, but it was discovered 200 kilometers away and had no chance to attack Pakistan's military bases. Of course, in order to stop the war between India and Pakistan, the United States announced an embargo on Pakistan after the tank war stage, and Britain and the Soviet Union also announced an embargo on India. Yes, it should be the other way around in normal times, but during the war, Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union wanted to stop the war between the two countries, so they chose to implement an embargo policy on the countries they supported. India and Pakistan nominally listened to the call of the United Nations, but in fact they were sending people to Stockholm to seek support for deciding the ownership of the 500 square kilometers. Because the United States was busy with the Vietnam War, Britain and the Soviet Union had decided to take sides and let India take back the occupied land. Eden had promised Shastri to help get back the occupied land. Alan Wilson expressed his approval of the Prime Minister's foresight. Under the embargo, India can mobilize far more troops than Pakistan. Don't think that Pakistan has taken advantage now. Once India completes the mobilization, Pakistan will not be able to hold on to the little land it has occupied. If Pakistan does not agree to hand over the land, India can still achieve its goal if the war is reopened. This is the advantage of having a large land and a large population under the same technical level. Even if India suffers temporarily, Pakistan will suffer in the end. However, in terms of public opinion, now that India has lost land, we should portray India as a loser to reflect Britain's role in upholding justice for India. I wonder what the Soviets think. After listening to Alan Wilson's words, Eden also felt that portraying India as a loser was more in line with India's interests and would help establish Britain's leadership at the next Stockholm conference. Alan Wilson listened to Eden's optimistic mood and thought that the UK's loss of India was just a countdown. India would lean more towards the Soviet Union because Brezhnev had come to power. Britain could not afford to follow the Soviet Union's benefits. Britain could not do such a thing. However, Britain would find opportunities to establish influence. What was scary about the United States was not that it could make the whole world rich. In fact, the most scary ability of the United States was that it could also make trouble. However, the United States generally did not do so because the United States was the biggest beneficiary of the world order. Britain could also make trouble. For example, in the Third India-Pakistan War that led to the independence of Bangladesh, Britain could completely sublimate it to the extreme and send troops to protect Bangladesh's human rights, so that India would leave as soon as it defeated it and rescue Bangladesh from the occupation of the Indian army. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Now let's deal with this India-Pakistan war first. Eden finally told Alan Wilson a good news. Regarding the plan of the test ship with a large battleship as the carrier, that is, the Mountbatten missile battleship, the cabinet agreed in principle and would make drastic efforts to put all the latest equipment into operation. In a subsequent report, the Undersecretary of Defense, Maggins, stated that the two Eagle-class aircraft carriers had returned to the mainland for upgrading and installation of steam catapults. Just as the Stockholm Conference was about to be held, the Battle of the Drang Valley began. This was the first large-scale ground battle after the US military arrived in South Vietnam. Chapter 1304. America tries to make up for its mistakes. You don't seem to care about the war at all. Maggins finished telling the intelligence about the Battle of Drang Valley, and when he saw that the Supreme Authority did not respond, he couldn't help but sigh. I just returned home, sir. It's not that I don't care about the war, but I really don't care about the Vietnam War. Alan Wilson answered slowly. What's there to care about in the Vietnam War? A superpower crossed the Pacific Ocean to Southeast Asia, just to fight a defensive counterattack. Like the Iraq War, it can be said that the United States has some ambition, but the problem is that the Vietnam War was a complete failure. South Vietnam existed before the US military arrived, but it disappeared after they arrived. For more than 10 years, as long as the North Vietnamese troops did not go south, the US military would never go north. What is there to care about? Even the biggest hotspots will eventually pass. Alan Wilson is now numb to the Vietnam War and wishes he could fast forward to the Saigon Iron Fist. The Vietnam War has nothing to do with us. We just need to cheer for the United States, when we should applaud. Now it is clear that Europe is more important. Well, it seems that I paid attention to the wrong point. Maggins expressed the wrong feelings and quickly put the intelligence in Southeast Asia behind him and replaced it with the issues that Alan Wilson was interested in. The source of funds for the missile battleship program was donated by British immigrants in Western Australia, at least in name. The missile battleship, which was started after the war, based on the drawings of the Vanguard, has a strong experimental nature, which has also been recognized by the Cabinet, Whitehall and the Ministry of Defense. Alan Wilson understands this consensus and piles up the latest technical equipment. There are also warships with similar functions in later generations. For example, the Zumwalt-class destroyer is equipped with a considerable number of Zenith technologies at the time, but the reliability is lacking. Of course, the Zumwalt class is also a pit. The biggest role for the US Navy is a sci-fi appearance, and that's all. Considering that the United States is trying to build an all-nuclear fleet, it seems that missile battleships are a wrong path. However, Alan Wilson is very clear that the all-nuclear fleet is also a pit. All the nuclear-powered cruisers in the United States have retired early and given way to conventional power. As long as the US Navy can really be satisfied, the Virginia-class nuclear-powered cruiser will not be retired early. Early retirement means that this thing does not meet the standards at all. In the previous discussion, this level of experimental missile battleships abandoned the idea of nuclear power, although the tonnage of the Vanguard class is enough for nuclear power. Since it is an experiment, many novel design concepts can be tried. At most, the final result will be the same as the fate of the Zumwalt-class destroyer. Anti-ship, air defense, and Galileo connection systems should all be considered. Phased array radar is not a new technology. As for the layout of the Aegis radar, Alan Wilson has seen the strange layout of the Indian Kokata class. It is not a problem for him, who can only copy the shell. As for how to overcome the difficulties inside, that is the scientist's business. The electronic systems of the two Hawk-class ships also need to be replaced, and the steam catapults need to be modified, which is also a considerable expense. Mackins flipped through the documents and found another place to spend money. But this is the arrangement before Marshal Mountbatten left office, and it should not be disturbed. If the modification of the heavy aircraft carrier is disturbed, our country will really be doomed. It must be preserved. Maybe there will be a good place. Alan Wilson didn't know what he remembered, and suddenly expressed his revolutionary optimism. If he remembered correctly, a certain big country had been interested in aircraft carriers for a long time. He also bought the Melbourne aircraft carrier with the steam catapults not removed. Of course, this is not all. After the defeat in the Vietnam War, the United States once wanted to express its sincerity very sincerely and benefit a certain big country. It was even prepared to sell an aircraft carrier in service in World War II to a certain big country. Of course, due to the price, the final transaction was not completed. The benefit in the eyes of the United States is not the same as the benefit in the Soviet Union. In the eyes of the United States, the benefit is to sell you weapons normally, such as the $50 million labor fee, to provide nuclear power technology support for the Dreadnought nuclear submarine. If the United States has this idea at that time, Alan Wilson can sell the Eagle class to a certain big country at the same price as the United States sold World War II aircraft carriers, and bring an extra set of steam catapults. Isn't it more conscientious than Americans in doing business? There is no problem with the replacement of heavy equipment of the Royal Navy now, such as aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. The world's naval framework is stable, but the situation on destroyers and frigates is not optimistic. Once the construction of the Mountbatten missile battleship is completed, the experimental weapons on it will also be used in escort forces. After all, aircraft carriers cannot go to sea by themselves. A new generation of destroyers should also be planned, otherwise it is not appropriate for the new aircraft carriers after the war to carry a bunch of daddy-class destroyers and frigates. Talk to the representatives of the shipbuilding industry. I need to take a few days off. You will go on my behalf. Alan Wilson has just returned, and now just wants to get the comfort of the richest woman. Pamela Mountbatten will return to Perth soon. He now has to fulfill the obligations of a good husband and spend more time with his wife during this period. In fact, your support for the shipbuilding industry is somewhat inconsistent with the original intention of free trade. Pamela Mountbatten was puzzled by her husband's efforts and why he had a special liking for a large navy. Did he have the same dream of the navy as his father? I will support any industry that makes money, and we will talk about it later, whether it succeeds or not. Most countries in the world think that free trade is a good thing, but the United States is not included. The United States is against free trade, but the means are different from those of the Soviet Union. If you don't believe it, look at how many years Boeing banned the Comet airliner from entering the United States, until Boeing came up with a usable model. Alan Wilson's face was full of contempt, and he didn't mention that Boeing crashed several passenger planes in the future. If it were any other airline, this would be an inevitable outcome, such as the Comet airliner in history. But the United States directly used $60 billion to support Boeing. What is too big to fail? This is it. Many high-end American companies do not crush their opponents with their technological content, but the national treasure companies of other countries will be gone if they make a mistake. However, American companies have been surviving with the support of the government. As time goes by, the technical barriers of these surviving companies will become stronger. European companies will not be their opponents. It is precisely because the United States does this that the United States hates countries with the Soviet system, because socialism is more skilled in this system. Not to mention the Soviet system countries. Even Britain during the Labour Party's rule was very skilled in industry investment and integration, but the Soviet system was not very good at industrial upgrading. Consolidating existing advantages is very useful. While the United States was fighting on the ground in Southeast Asia for the first time, Donald, the US ambassador to the United Kingdom who had not been seen for a long time, came again. This time, even Alan Wilson did not expect the purpose. He came to discuss arms sales, which almost scared the supreme authority, and he quickly asked what he wanted to buy. Tiger attack helicopter. Donald pointed out what he wanted as soon as he opened his mouth. The battle on the battlefield in Vietnam was in full swing, and the United States soon discovered that attack helicopters were suitable for local combat. This discovery coincided with France's original discovery, but then the US military discovered that the attack helicopters they were using now were not as good as the Tiger attack helicopters that had already blossomed in various European countries. This is of course, the Tiger attack helicopter is the Apache, and the Americans certainly think it is easy to use. After learning the other party's purpose, Alan Wilson said with difficulty, "My friend, this is one of the few fine weapons that Britain has produced in recent years. It is very popular for export, and has been exported to European countries in the Middle East. The Vietnam War was called the Helicopter War because of the local environment. Before the Vietnam War, the United States did not pay much attention to helicopters because it had a strong air advantage. Once there was a problem, it could just call the Air Force to solve it. Although the US Army was equipped with a large number of helicopters, they were mostly used to transport troops. Although helicopters were also equipped with weapons, they were not specifically used for combat. As soon as the battle began, helicopters were constantly shot down by Soviet-style individual missiles. It must be said that when it comes to casualties, the US military has always reacted quickly. The environment in Vietnam and the damage caused by helicopters during troop transport made the US military quickly realize the shortcomings of the United States in the field of helicopters. Looking back now, it seems that, because of the limited size and advantages of the British Air Force, dealing with the armed helicopters of the Soviet ground forces in Europe was not a second best solution due to lack of ability, but very useful, quite useful, especially the weapons needed by the US military now. The H-21 helicopters that the US military still uses are search and rescue helicopters from 1945, and the CH-47 transport helicopters are equipped with weapons, but are not very useful. The I-1 helicopter is the most widely used helicopter by the US military, but it is not a special armed helicopter. The Americans have just discovered that the UK is the leader in the field of armed helicopters. Is that so? Alan Wilson thought to himself that the Apache is of course good. It is an evergreen comparable to the B-52, and the United States has been using it from service until the 21st century, which shows its reliability. Sir Wilson, everyone in Washington knows that you are the foreign friend with the best relationship with the United States and even the US military. Donald emphasized the solidity of the special relationship between Britain and the United States is unquestionable. But I can't let my wife's product become a burden on this special relationship. The Tiger attack helicopter has good sales. It is equipped in more than 20 countries and has sold more than 1,000. Alan Wilson looked straight at Donald. This kind of star product? Mr. Ambassador, you know that with your American scientific research strength, as long as you want, competitors will appear immediately. The supreme authority does not mean to refuse. It is useless to ban the export of such weapons. The United States is fully capable of producing similar products, but it just didn't realize it before. He said this just to tell the other party bluntly that this is the flagship product of the Mountbatten Group's military industry. It is of extraordinary significance, and it has to pay more. Chapter 1305, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. The Tiger attack helicopter should be one of the few bright weapon platforms in Britain after the war. Considering the unique and lame aesthetics of Britain on weapon platforms, it is hard to imagine that a country that manufactures helicopters without tail fins can directly come up with such a successful weapon platform. From this point, we can see how suitable Alan Wilson, who can only copy the shell, is for Britain. It is simply a perfect match. To date, it has been mainly exported to European countries and the Middle East. Indians still prefer tanks and do not think that attack helicopters will be very useful. I hope that this will change after the India-Pakistan war. The export of nearly 1,000 Tiger attack helicopters has proved its reliability. Alan Wilson guessed correctly that the United States is indeed studying an attack helicopter, but it has just been tested. It is the Cobra attack helicopter that the United States equipped in large quantities during the Vietnam War. As for the prototype of the Tiger attack helicopter, the Apache, in fact, it did not catch up with the Vietnam War. When it first flew, it was already the Iron Fist of Sagan. Alan Wilson speculated that the Americans came to the door just to temporarily order the Tiger attack helicopter to solve the urgent problem and improve the recent embarrassment of the United States without reliable attack helicopters. Once the Cobra attack helicopter begins mass production, the United States will no longer need Britain. It is impossible to expect the United States to drive the development of British weapons platforms during the Vietnam War. It overestimates the morality of the United States. But even though he knew in his heart that there was no such thing as a large arms sales order, Alan Wilson still acted as if he hoped the order would be successful, giving Donald a reassurance. What is the special relationship between Britain and the United States? Alan Wilson is implementing the special relationship between Britain and the United States with practical actions. Military and technological exchanges between Britain and the United States must continue, and the tricks here must be carefully planned. Donald left with a smile, and after he left, Alan Wilson fell into thinking. He didn't care about the price. Arms sales are huge profits, but they have to be divided to whom? Take the prototype of the Tiger Apache, for example. When the first batch of Apaches were in service in the 1980s, the average cost of each aircraft was $19 million. The price of foreign arms sales must be different according to different countries. Simply put, the poorer your country, the higher the price. Selling to South Korea is $50 million per aircraft, and selling to the Philippines is amazing. $250 million per aircraft, which is more expensive than the F-35. The UK also follows this rule in selling Tiger attack helicopters. The prices to Germany, France, Italy and pro-British countries in the Middle East are different. The former are all industrial countries, and the prices are too high to sell to them, so they make them themselves after calculating. The Middle Eastern countries do not have this ability, so they sell them at a higher price. After returning home, Alan Wilson informed his wife of the news and expressed his thoughts. My suggestion is to sell it. It's good to make a name for it. And the price cannot be higher than that sold to Europe. The Royal Navy is facing a problem now. In terms of destroyers and frigates, the Royal Navy still has a large number of World War II warships in service. We have dealt with the bulk of aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, and the escort force should also be taken seriously. The cabinet certainly does not want to hear such good news about spending money. If we can get help from the United States and save some costs, orderly replacement will be much easier. Spend little money to do big things, right? Exchange the Tiger for the United States destroyer electronic equipment technology. Pamela Mountbatten has been sleeping with the supreme authority for so many years. As long as this man opens his mouth, she knows what will happen next. My product lost money, but the British Empire made money. Is that what you mean? A strong military force cannot solve all problems, but it can solve most of them. Alan Wilson pulled his wife's body over, hugging her with a look of enjoyment on his face. I'm also going to seek support from the United States for the construction of the Mountbatten missile battleship. Do you know why? Why? Pamela Mountbatten could not help but follow her husband's established track and began to abandon her IQ high ground. The whole process was very smooth, as if it should be so. With our configuration and that of the US Navy, it is impossible to find a new way on this arsenal ship. This is undoubtedly self-defeating. Do we still want our aircraft carrier battle group? Alan Wilson said in a persuasive way. Once this route is changed, it will bring heavy pressure to the country. We can't afford it at all. Considering the tonnage of the Royal Navy and the US Navy now, if you are the US Navy, do you want us to work hard on the arsenal ship? The US Navy also takes the aircraft carrier battle group as the core of the Navy. The Pentagon must know how much financial pressure this attempt will increase. The aircraft carrier battle group has been tested in war. The arsenal ship only looks beautiful, but it is definitely a thankless attempt now. In fact, the Soviet Red Navy is the most suitable for building a missile fleet. The Red Navy has no sunk costs, and there is no such thing as riding a Tiger and being difficult to get off. Well, the Americans will definitely agree. Their country is larger than the UK. They can watch us make mistakes and then decide whether to follow. If I were an American, I would simply instigate the UK. Pamela Mountbatten is the daughter of the Admiral of the Navy. The United States will definitely want to abolish the Royal Navy and take away all the sea power in the world. Once the Royal Navy goes astray, the Americans will definitely be very happy. Alan Wilson said with a smile. We ask the United States to provide technical support on missile battleships in exchange for lowering the selling price of the Tiger. In this way, the United States is a win-win situation. Well, the Americans won twice, taking away the rare British fist weapons to fill the gap in wartime, and they may also think of taking us on the wrong path. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. Now she understood what her husband wanted to do, exchanging armed helicopters for electronic upgrades of British destroyers and frigates, to prepare for the next generation of destroyers and frigates to serve. It is not too much to think about the United States from the bottom line. Not to mention anything else, the United States is still drawing a PPT of supersonic passenger aircraft. There is a wind blowing from Washington. Supersonic passenger aircraft is the trend of the future. The Boeing 2707 supersonic passenger aircraft will replace the existing passenger aircraft of various countries. This is the first and only civil aircraft research and development project in the history of the United States that is directly led and funded by the US government. It looks like this. Alan Wilson remembers that the Boeing 2707 supersonic passenger aircraft is basically aimed at the British Star Wars plan. The then US President Kennedy formally established the National Supersonic Passenger Plan and promised that the US government would subsidize 75% of the supersonic passenger aircraft development funds. The design requirements of supersonic aircraft were sent to major aircraft manufacturers in the United States one after another, with the fuselage and engine bidding separately. Competing manufacturers for the fuselage include Boeing, Lockheed, and North American Aviation, while the engines include Curtiss-Wright, Pratt & Whitney, and General Electric. As a result, because of the collapse of the Comet airliner, Britain, with the ambition to make a comeback, joined forces with France to build the Concorde supersonic airliner first, but the United States terminated the supersonic airliner plan and said I was kidding. Now the Comet airliner is running well, and they are doing this again. Alan Wilson is really ready to argue with the French, using PPT to see who can act more like it. Of course, first of all, the most credible person is Pamela Mountbatten, who slept with him. Now this time, she has to hone her acting skills. Pamela Mountbatten also agreed to see what her husband can get in return for the Tiger. Alan Wilson left the American ambassador alone for a few days and then seriously discussed the long-term development of the Arsenal ship with the Ministry of Defense. When Donald took the initiative to come again, he said that Pamela Mountbatten was an entrepreneur and she wanted to make money. This was not the World War II period. The cost of a tank was more expensive than a bomber. Now the cost of a Tiger attack helicopter was more than 3 times that of a Chieftain tank. If the United States needed more, it would be fine. If it just bought dozens of emergency helicopters, it would be too disrespectful to the richest woman in Britain. But if the United States can provide some technical support on missile battleships, such as electronic equipment, I'm still willing to facilitate this arms sale, or give each other a discount when we sell arms to each other. I wonder what the ambassador thinks. Britain was not verifying it. In fact, it had already started construction. It started building the only battleship started after the war. Facts have proved that Britain has really started to think about the application of arsenal ships. Donald just needs to tell the Americans about this accurately. The Pentagon, the symbol of power of the US military. David Lamar McDonald, the #1 figure in the US Navy, was listening to Earl Wheeler's explanation of the Vietnam War and finally heard something that interested him. The British do not prohibit the export of Tiger attack helicopters. Our Cobra attack helicopters have just been tested, and we really need the British to help fill the gap. But the British don't want to suffer losses. They hope that we can provide some help in the missile battleship project, especially in electronic equipment. I heard that construction has already started. This is a good thing. The British seem to want to make an effort to regain the First Navy. But our Navy Department has demonstrated that this is a wrong route, and the British will eventually regret it. MacDonald's eyes were full of stars when he heard this. The Soviets are clamoring every day to solve the problem with missiles. The Soviet Union is so close to Britain, and the British seem very worried. MacDonald, do you think this is a technology exchange that is beneficial to both of us? Earl Wheeler asked seriously whether the Navy Department has fully demonstrated another naval route. Chairman, of course we have argued that the British armed helicopters are also very helpful to the Army's operations in South Vietnam. MacDonald looked at the Army Chief of Staff Harold Keith Johnson. Harold, what do you think? Will we suffer a loss in this exchange? For specific projects, the Cobra armed helicopter still needs production time, so of course we will not suffer a loss. In general, if there is a real exchange of technology, then we will not suffer a loss. After listening to the words of the Navy Chief of Staff and the Army Chief of Staff, Earl Wheeler nodded in understanding, then sent someone to have a good talk with the British. It is a win-win arms sales project for us. Chapter 1306. 10 billion subsidy. Win-win means that the United States wins twice. Otherwise, great minds think alike. Alan Wilson also thinks so, but it means that Britain wins twice. Considering that the semiconductor industry is the strongest in the United States now, and the strong industrial capacity of the United States in this era, even if Britain was once a radar power, it should maintain technical communication with the United States, if it has a choice. But it is not something that Alan Wilson can do to lick the big face and beg for help. He also notes that the United States still has a grudge against Britain. If the threat of the Soviet Union and the Cuban Missile Crisis was not too obvious, the United States would still want to secretly weaken Britain. Even now, the United States wants to use some tricks to lead the British military route astray. This can't be blamed on Alan Wilson. In short, when the news of technical support for missile battleships came, Alan Wilson was simply overjoyed. Pamela Mountbatten was the first to feel it. Are you so happy to get help from the United States? I'm happy that the United States doesn't make trouble. Alan Wilson corrected his wife's statement. Just like many countries really think that the United States can make their own countries rich, what they are afraid of is that the United States will smash their rice bowls, and the ability to smash the pot is a source of fear. It's like a certain big country is ruining the pot in Vietnam, but the United States thinks it has the ability to fix it. Let alone other things. Russia will ruin the pot in a few decades. The United States is unwilling to repair the pot itself, so it hopes that the Ukrainians can create a miracle. Sure enough, Pamela Mountbatten extracted something useful from the metaphor of ruining the pot and asked, "You mean the current Vietnam War is ruining the pot? So the United States can't win? Now is not the Korean War in the 1950s. The industry in Europe has recovered. The United States is not at the peak of its national strength without competitors. Otherwise, the United States would not face the provocations of France in recent years and still expect us to help suppress France." Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing when he said this. By the way, has the Swiss side been arranged? I'm waiting for the French to take action now, and I'll leave some leftovers behind. Pamela Mountbatten said aggrievedly, "I don't know when the French will take action. Don't worry, the French can't hide their attack on the US dollar. It's more obvious than when we evaluate the Soviet Union's movements by reading Pravda." Alan Wilson smiled and comforted. "Be patient, the future is bright." What's wrong with reading Pravda? That is the most reliable channel to evaluate the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union did not hold elections, so it was impossible for the leaders of the country to be like the free world. During the election, there are all kinds of grand blueprints, but when they come to power, they are just bullshit. The Soviet Union's plans are all in Pravda, and they are all to be implemented according to the 5-year plan. What else can they read if not Pravda? Therefore, those China experts in the United States do not know what the meaning of existence is. The so-called think tanks are all good for nothings, and the conclusions they analyze are not as good as buying a copy of the People's Daily. The Stockholm Conference has begun. This time the conference is of high standard. At this stage, it will be promoted by British Foreign Secretary Rab Butler and Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. The final host will be Soviet Council of Ministers Chairman Kosygin and British Prime Minister Eden, who will sign on behalf of Britain and the Soviet Union after the mediation is successful. This is the current situation of mutual communication between Britain and the Soviet Union. Pakistan's request is that the local people of Kashmir decide their own future destiny. India will definitely not agree. The so-called local people of Kashmir are mostly peaceful believers. This kind of thing has always been beneficial to me. It is part of the international order. Those that are not beneficial to me are all bullshit. Attacking Ukraine is aggression, and Australia will draw a red line in the Solomon Islands. The international order is simply that I'm the international order, and if you don't accept it, just hold it in. If Alan Wilson were the president of the United States decades later, he would not only overthrow the Solomon Islands, but also make the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands ask for help from a big country before overthrowing it, and then hang the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands live to the world, so that all countries know what the fate of joining the Communist Party is. At the opening of the Stockholm Conference, small-scale mutual shelling still occurred from time to time, but it was no longer reported by countries other than India and Pakistan. After all, the lives of local people are worthless, not as valuable as a dog in Britain. In the Foreign Ministry building in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, Gromyko had just received the Indian ambassador to the Soviet Union and explained that the Soviet Union would definitely support India's attitude of making every effort to argue. Before he could take a breath, the phone on the table rang. "This is Gromyko. Ask him to come up directly." After a while, a young boy with a hint of childishness knocked on the door. After Gromyko said "come in," a soldier with a blue hat brim and blue shoulder straps with the abbreviation of KGB pushed the door in. All the stripes on the KGB uniform are blue, which is also a tradition. "Comrade Foreign Minister, Captain Alexeyev of the Foreign Intelligence Service reports to you." "Oh, please sit down, Alexeyev. I already know about you and your achievements in Southeast Asia. Philippine has a good child." Gromyko said this and changed the subject. "Of course, the Lubyanka has made a full explanation of your application to work in Hanoi, and I will not repeat this point. And it is obvious that the situation in Hanoi is more dangerous, but as for its importance, I believe that as a top student of the military academy, you also understand that Europe is the truly important direction." He was already a captain at such a young age, and the KGB was quite special, so he could be on par with ordinary officers of the next level. That is, a KGB captain was equal to a Red Army major. But if you look closely at Alexeyev's achievements, it seems that this is how it should be. He captured 2 big spies and took risks in Jakarta to win. If his age was not a problem, what else would happen? It was precisely because of this that Gromyko understood Furtsever and Philippin's intention to transfer him back. This young man might be very courageous because of his parents' status in Moscow. He wiped out the Indonesian military group as soon as he took office. This was a success. If he failed, not only himself, but also Furtsever and Philippin would be implicated. After being transferred back to Europe, Gromyko believed that this child should settle down. After all, the situation in Europe did not allow him to mess up. First, Gromyko issued the first task, Alexeyev, under the leadership of Comrade Kosygin, chairman of the Council of Ministers. "We will mediate the India-Pakistan war with the British in Stockholm. This is a good opportunity, you should seize it." This is of course a good opportunity, so it fell on Alexeyev. After all, Alexeyev's father is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and the son of the cultural Tsar. Although Furtsever only manages a Ministry of Culture, her important role after Khrushchev stepped down allowed her to sit firmly in the position of member of the Central Presidium. Is the chairman of the Council of Ministers presiding over it personally? He is so busy. Alexeyev was very surprised. He did not expect the specifications of this meeting to be so high. In the Soviet high level, Kosygin is a truly outstanding economic builder. Although he had a grudge with Khrushchev for a time and his position changed frequently, he has always occupied the important position of the direction of national economic development and responsible for the central economic plan. To some extent, no matter who is the top leader, he is indispensable. However, due to some very ridiculous reform measures in the later period of Khrushchev's reform, Kosygin became increasingly dissatisfied with his leadership, which directly prompted him to join Brezhnev's side. With Kosygin as the chairman of the Council of Ministers, the Soviet Union immediately got rid of the chaos of the Khrushchev period, and the whole country immediately showed the long-lost vitality and everything was booming. Now the economic work is so heavy, and Kosygin was asked to preside over a foreign meeting. Alexeyev couldn't understand it. Of course, the chairman of the Council of Ministers can't follow up at any time. "I will control the direction of the meeting. So, you and I will go to Stockholm in a few days," Gromyko said in an unquestionable tone. "You need to be familiar with diplomatic work. You can't always rely on Indonesia's experience to solve problems. Diplomatic work is a very profound knowledge." "I understand, Comrade Minister." Alexeyev stood at attention. One hand was raised, but then he put it down immediately, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. It is not appropriate to salute the Minister of Foreign Affairs. At the same time, in Brezhnev's office in the Kremlin, Brezhnev, the current #1 figure in the Soviet Union, was discussing the situation in Southeast Asia with Defense Minister Marshal Malinovsky. The fundamental purpose of the discussion was whether to increase aid to Vietnam. Brezhnev already had an idea, but he still needed Malinovsky's professional opinion. After taking office, Brezhnev showed a style of listening to professional opinions, which showed that he was different from his predecessor Khrushchev. Everyone can see the current situation. The Americans are mobilizing troops and the first ground battle has already begun. As a competitor of the United States, the Soviet Union had no reason to just sit there and watch. It should create some difficulties for its old rival. Comrade Malinovsky, how long do you think it will take for the United States to win? Comrade Brezhnev, I don't know what kind of victory you are referring to. If you are referring to victory in the war, with the deployment of the local US military, they can't win. Marshal Malinovsky smiled contemptuously. The deployment of the US military is not for victory at all. It is just passively waiting for the North Vietnamese attack. I can't understand. Just as Alan Wilson said, the presence of the US military in South Vietnam can be seen through by a real land power at a glance. Sooner or later, the Soviets will discover the US military's strategy of not knowing what to do. Sure enough, the Soviet Union at this time had a lot of army generals left over from the Soviet-German War, and they had already seen that the United States could not win by doing this. This uncompromising argument made Brezhnev stand up directly, took 2 steps excitedly and said, for the Vietnamese comrades' request for help, out of comradely revolutionary friendship, the Soviet Union cannot refuse. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1307 Americans are sincere. Are you going to intervene fully? Marshal Malinovsky was shocked. It seemed that this kind-faced first secretary, who was considered by all parties to be a balancer, was going to play a big game. Comrade Malinovsky, you misunderstood. The degree of intervention should increase as the strength of the United States increases, and decrease as the strength of the United States decreases. It should be controlled within a certain range. Brezhnev said with a calm smile, we should make the United States believe that there is hope for victory, but it is so untouchable. The military's considerations were relatively simple. First of all, Marshal Malinovsky believed that North Vietnam would win if the Soviet Union intervened on a large scale. This was impossible. Even with the help of the Soviet Union, North Vietnam could not confront the US military on the front battlefield. From the Soviet Union's standpoint, it could only choose between failure or a draw, until the Americans thought that the gains did not outweigh the losses and admitted defeat. Therefore, this intervention method is nothing more than 4 stages, from non-intervention to limited intervention, to active intervention, and finally to the policy of full intervention. The Soviet Union would invest as much strength as the United States invested in the war, to balance the power of the United States. After the Tonkin Gulf incident, Brezhnev came to power and changed Khrushchev's non-intervention policy. Soviet anti-aircraft missiles have been deployed around Hanoi. Alan Wilson was in the Pentagon and wanted the US Air Force to repeat the old story of burning Tokyo, but was avoided by the Americans because the Americans had discovered that the Soviet anti-aircraft missile SAM-2 appeared in Hanoi. Comrade Malinovsky, the Ministry of Defense has come up with a plan to provide the air force required by North Vietnam. Brezhnev thought for a moment and said, this is an offensive weapon, which is not on the same level as anti-aircraft missiles. This marks that the Soviet Union has once again moved from limited intervention to active intervention. Assist North Vietnam with MiG fighters? Deliver them to Hanoi. I understand, Comrade Brezhnev. Malinovsky nodded immediately and said that he would arrange it when he returned to the Ministry of Defense. Wrong, we only provide weapons, and the pilots will naturally be North Korean pilots, and these aided aircraft are built in China near the border. Brezhnev shook his head and corrected, in this way, the US Air Force will not be able to use its air superiority to destroy the aircraft we provide. The Soviet Union still cannot really send troops to the local area. All it can do is to assist. Whether the Americans can pay the price depends on the Vietnamese themselves. Modern weapons require professionals to operate. For this reason, the Soviet Union should naturally send a large number of military experts and technicians to Vietnam to help Vietnam formulate combat plans, install and repair weapons and equipment, and train Vietnamese soldiers. As for operating weapons in person to participate in the war, avoid it if possible. Even if experts and consultants are sent, they should be sent as individuals. The Soviet Union certainly cannot openly fight with the Americans. As for the future situation, we will talk about it later. When aid is needed, aid should be provided, and when tensions need to be eased, tensions should be eased. When Gromyko arrived at the Kremlin, Brezhnev put on a peaceful face again, asked about the progress of the Stockholm Conference, and then said, "What is certain now is that Britain will definitely not intervene in the Vietnam War. With the strength of the Royal Navy, it is impossible for it to concentrate on dealing with the archipelago country of Indonesia, while landing operations with the United States. Yes, Comrade Brezhnev. From the post-war period, we can see that Britain is trying its best to maintain the interests of its sphere of influence, but compared with 1945, Britain has become weaker. Although it can still launch counterattacks in some areas, it can only be said that it is still in the struggling stage. The struggle that Gromyko mentioned is nothing more than the Congolese civil war and the show of force against Indonesia. As for many areas, Britain is in a stage of contraction. It may not be so fast, but it is indeed shrinking. There is also France. We can see that the interests of European countries are still different from those of the United States. Britain and France still have time to defend their own interests and national strength, and will not dance with the United States without principles. Brezhnev brought out the argument of a female member of the Central Presidium. This was what Furtseva said. After listening, Gromyko smiled bitterly. "I just met Ekaterina's child. Arrange for him to go to the Stockholm Conference to learn. That's good. Ekaterina may be happier. Before, her son wanted to apply to go to Vietnam. I feel that the atmosphere of the entire Central Presidium is not right." Brezhnev breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of fear. "Alexiev, right? It's not bad to train in the neutral country of Sweden. We can cause some trouble for the United States in Southeast Asia, but the main direction is still in Europe. This cannot be changed." Brezhnev knew very well that in terms of the importance of the Soviet Union, it was arranged from west to east, Europe, the Near East, the Middle East, Central Asia, and East Asia. This will not be changed, and cannot be changed. Europe is the most important, but it does not mean that other directions are not important. In fact, the Stockholm Conference is to win over India, and military aid to Vietnam is to expand into East Asia. The success in other directions will make the Soviet Union more advantageous in Europe. This is why Brezhnev agreed to let Kosygin lead the Stockholm Conference at such a high level. When the two were discussing, Malinovsky was also formulating a plan to aid Vietnam. The Soviet Union's relationship with a certain big country is not good now, but they have a common position on aiding Vietnam. The Soviet Union and Vietnam are not adjacent. If they are shipped by sea, they will face the overwhelming maritime power of the hostile camp. What if they are intercepted halfway? That would be very embarrassing. It is inevitable to use the railway network of a certain big country to complete the military aid. It seems that the cost of aiding Vietnam is huge, but compared with the US military expenditure, what is this cost? For every dollar spent by the Soviet Union, the Americans have to pay $20 to deal with it. In London, Alan Wilson listened to the boring and tedious progress of the Stockholm Conference and yawned. Maybe his wife Pamela Mountbatten's discussion with the United States on arms sales was more interesting than listening to diplomatic rhetoric every day. He didn't need to pay attention to it personally. Maggins had already conveyed everything when he came to the cabinet secretary's office. My colleagues in the Ministry of Defense said that this may be the most sincere time from the United States. In the past, when discussing technology transfer or arms sales, the Americans were like granted. Maggins said in an exaggerated tone, saying that many colleagues in the Ministry of Defense felt that they didn't know the United States. Oh, really? Alan Wilson thought to himself, isn't it because the Americans want to make the British Royal Navy go astray on the Arsenal ship that they are so enthusiastic this time? He just held a meeting on the supersonic passenger aircraft project in the aviation industry yesterday, and he was going to demonstrate it first. As for how long it would take, anyway, he would continue to demonstrate it until the United States supersonic passenger aircraft plan came out with a finished product. Of course, if the French are willing, they can provide some technical assistance and let the French build the Concorde independently. Britain and France should join forces to keep warm. This is appropriate. In fact, apart from the British painting the pie, the first one who wants to eat the pie is the French. The pattern of the international aviation market is very simple now. The British Comet airliner is the first to eat crabs. The United States relied on its national strength and waited until Boeing came up with its own airliner, but France had nothing. Now it is just different from history. The British Comet airliner was completely wiped out, and France joined forces to keep warm. Instead, France regarded the supersonic airliner project as an opportunity to break the world aviation pattern. It wants to tear open the Iron Curtain of Comet and Boeing under the current two-power pattern. This cannot be blamed on Alan Wilson for watching all this happen. He is British and knows that supersonic airliners are a pit, but he has no obligation to pull France out. France has annexed Algeria and got such a big bargain. What's wrong with spending some money to practice supersonic airliners? After returning home, Alan Wilson was ready to ask his wife what was going on. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband was concerned about this matter, so she answered directly, "The Americans want an order of 500 aircraft. The first 300 will be manufactured in the UK, and the last 200 will be produced in the US. They also want our technical license. In exchange, the US will provide the Enterprise's fire control radar, electronic equipment, and a series of anti-aircraft missile support, and will send some technical experts to participate in the construction process of the missile battleship." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. Isn't this just because he is afraid of being fooled by the UK and wants to see if the UK is really going to build a missile battleship? The Americans really don't suffer any loss in this regard, but fortunately the UK is really going to build a missile battleship to install the electronic equipment currently in service in the United States. I heard that Whitehall held a special meeting of economists on economic development. How is it going? Pamela Mountbatten asked another question after introducing the situation here. What useful suggestions can those liars come up with? Alan Wilson muttered with a long face. It's just giving them a platform to speak out and show that the government is still paying attention to the sincerity of economic development. If the economy is so good, why would the Prime Minister always work hard in the field of diplomacy? Anyway, Alan Wilson believes that economic development is nothing more than these few directions. Either the tertiary industry does not exist like the Soviet Union, or it becomes a debt society like the United States, or it is the third route. Each path is very difficult. The Soviet Union was destined not to live so well because it only focused on industry and agriculture, but 18% of the GDP of the United States is the medical industry. That's too much. The United States has also created a real estate market of $1 trillion US, which is almost the same size as that of a certain big country, with 1/10 of the steel production and 1/25 of the cement production of a certain big country. This is even more outrageous than spending $800 billion on military expenditures without seeing finished weapons in service. Chapter 1308 Reaching a Consensus. Anyway, the UK is currently in the so-called consensus politics, and this consensus has not been overturned by Thatcher. What is the so-called consensus politics? Just look at what Prime Minister Attlee once said, that we must combine the advantages of the two systems and build a socialist community of Great Britain. There are rumors that after this mediation, the Conservative Party will talk about another general election. Have you heard about it? Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband in a low voice. There is such a thing, but even if it is a general election, it is actually understandable. Alan Wilson has not heard of such remarks, but he can understand that the British general election can be held at any time, as long as the party is divided and the support rate is not dominant, or even as long as the Prime Minister himself thinks it is appropriate to start a general election, he can hold another election. This consideration does not necessarily have to have a reason. For example, if Eden thinks that his age is just right for 5 years, and he plans to retire at that time, he can start a general election. Or if Eden thinks that the general election after the mediation will help the Conservative Party to stabilize its rule, he can also start a general election. It all depends on Eden's mood. It is not uncommon for the British history to hold another general election within less than a year of ruling. As long as the Prime Minister himself thinks it is okay, then there is no problem. I'm going back to Perth soon. Sometimes I think about what I'm doing. Although I have a certain amount of wealth. Pamela Mountbatten suddenly sighed and expressed her emotions. A few hundred million. It's really just a few hundred million. Alan Wilson reached out and touched his wife's cheek. If you say that, you will be punished. Fortunately, most of your industries have nothing to do with the local area, and the local industries have been treated well. Otherwise, I guess public opinion is more inclined to use antitrust laws on you. Alan Wilson knew that, since he was parting with his wife, she must be a little upset. At this time, he needed to appease the richest woman's heart of gain and loss, and take practical actions. In fact, it's not bad to walk around the UK with your wife. No matter how bad the scenery is, it looks like Australia on the surface of Mars from space. It's actually not bad to enjoy rural life. Of course, rural life is different from life in remote mountainous areas. The former is a change of life, and the latter is a difficult life. The two decided to go to the Isle of Wight. The weather was not good. As soon as they arrived, they encountered a sudden change in weather. The room was very dark. It was raining outside. A fat seagull sat motionless on a wooden post. He had not seen it coming. He did not know when it had been sitting there. Seagulls usually did not fly so close to the house, not even in the worst weather, although there was only a 300-meter long bare field between the garden and the sea. This field was undulating and led to a notch in the coast, and on the left side of the notch was the foot of the cliff. Even if the continuous, not violent drizzle broke the horizon, it was not enough to blur one's vision at a closer distance. On the contrary, it could be said that the washed air brought benefits to the nearest objects. It gave them an extra layer of brilliance. For light-colored objects, it took a day for the weather to clear up. In fact, in terms of island conditions, Britain is really a chosen place. There is no island in the world that can compare with Britain. Holding his wife's hand and feeling the sea breeze, Alan Wilson said with emotion, "It is possible to be proud of being a British. You obviously like bigger countries." Pamela Mountbatten exposed her husband's hypocritical words. She remembered that her man had praised the United States, the Soviet Union, China and India, but never praised Britain much. "I'm talking about island countries, not the continent." Alan Wilson looked at his wife, who was spoiling things, and emphasized, "Each place has its own advantages and disadvantages. If you want to evaluate it, you'd better not go on vacation." But Pamela Mountbatten seemed to be in a good mood and insisted that her husband talk about which place he was most optimistic about. Alan Wilson could only answer, "East Asia, the second is North America, the third is Europe, and then South Asia. It's not easy to come out for a trip, so let's not talk about these." The two of them were relaxing in the local area and chatting with the locals. People told him that nothing had changed on the island in the past 30 years. However, often just by building a shed next to the top floor or decorating the facade of the house, a house can be changed to be completely unrecognizable. Alan Wilson almost wanted to let this person go to work in Whitehall. Sure enough, there are masters among the people, and he described the work of the paper hanger so well. The Stockholm Conference has been going on for some time. As a neutral country, Sweden can mediate between India and Pakistan as the host, and Britain and the Soviet Union can take the lead. This can greatly enhance Sweden's influence and make the two camps more recognized of its neutral position, which makes the Elander government attach great importance to it. Being in a neutral position is considered by Elander to be an important measure for Sweden in the Cold War pattern. Elander, who has been in power since the war, also attaches great importance to this meeting. He has been busy providing the greatest assistance to Britain and the Soviet Union. The main negotiations have been carried out for several rounds. He now understands that Britain and the Soviet Union are inclined to India's proposition to varying degrees. Although it is inevitable to feel sorry for Pakistan, Sweden still has to stand on the side of the victor. Elander's thinking is still a bit too idealistic. Alan Wilson can think of an old historical event, the three-nation intervention to return Liaodong, which is essentially the same as this meeting. Neutrality also has a position. Sweden must stand on the side of the majority of countries. In this meeting, it must stand on the side of Britain and the Soviet Union to create an environment that is inclined to India. After seeing his wife off and returning to Australia, Alan Wilson appeared at the Stockholm conference for the first time, mainly to check the progress and prove that he had been there. Recently, he was testing whether the Prime Minister really meant to start a general election if the mediation was successful. Eden is now 67 years old. If he runs for election again at the age of 70 in a few years, he may be criticized. Considering his age, if Eden starts the general election at this time, the age problem is not a big problem, and he will not be dissatisfied with the party. Of course, these were revealed to him by Defense Minister Profumo. Christmas is coming soon, and Pakistan will not surrender. If the war is restarted, can Pakistan guarantee that it will not spit out the benefits it has obtained? Alan Wilson was wearing a coat. If he were to go to another place, such as Moscow, he would be a perfect image of the working people. At this time, the supreme authority, holding the coffee sent by Greta Garbo, complained about Pakistan's non-cooperation, and Dixon played the role of a listener. Secretary General, we have said what we should say. Dixon expressed Britain's attitude, and he had conveyed it to Pakistan, and also said that Pakistan's current advantage does not mean that it will take advantage in the future. If we want to achieve results immediately, we must reach a consensus with the Soviets. The Foreign Secretary will arrive tomorrow, and we will facilitate a meeting with the Soviet Foreign Minister. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, if our two countries settle things, the war will end this time. The Prime Minister is looking forward to the results immediately. You know some rumors, so I won't say much. Some rumors refer to Eden's plan to start a general election. This kind of thing has never been hidden. It can be said that Simazeo's heart is known to everyone. The Prime Minister has done a good job, and of course he is trying every means to be re-elected. When the British and Soviet diplomatic leaders were preparing to meet, the Battle of the Drang River Valley had come to an end, and the United States had already fought the first large-scale ground battle in which it fully intervened in the situation in Vietnam. The 2nd Battalion of the 7th Cavalry Regiment of the United States, which was attacked, lost 155 people and injured 121 people in an encounter. Both sides believed that they had achieved great results and believed that they were the winners. The US military has practiced helicopter landing assault operations on a large scale in actual combat and has performed well, but it is relatively fragile to rely on its own equipment when confronting opponents with good quality. The US military did not implement the plan to search and destroy the North Vietnamese army. Unfortunately, this battle did not promote the Stockholm Conference at this time. Alan Wilson did talk to the Indians about the important role of armed helicopters on the battlefield, using the just concluded Battle of the Drang River Valley as an example. Unfortunately, the Indians treated them with a look of "I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me." When India heard the price of the Tiger armed helicopter, it directly expressed its disinterest, and it is believed that British equipment is not as reliable as American equipment in Pakistan in this war. This kind of slanderous remarks about the British military industry was naturally refuted by Alan Wilson. It makes sense to say that the equipment of the ground forces is not as good as that of the Soviet Union. But can American tanks be compared with British tanks? India suffered huge losses this time, and it was obviously the disadvantage of the Air Force. What? The Air Force is also equipped with British equipment, and he didn't say it. Mr. Gromyko, the British attitude is that our two countries jointly put forward a plan to show our common attitude. After meeting Gromyko, Rab Butler said straight to the point, India is Britain's traditional sphere of influence. Of course, I want to emphasize that India has become independent and is now an influential country. I believe the Soviets also agree with this. If we do not lean towards India, the war will not end. I wonder if the Soviet Union agrees. We agree on this point. The land occupied by Pakistan must be returned, and both sides must withdraw to the state before the war. Otherwise, India will not give up. Gromyko nodded and said, if the war starts again, the result will be different. Not to mention that the United States is fighting in Southeast Asia. Even if there is time to help Pakistan, it will not be easy for Pakistan to win this time. The first consensus reached by Britain and the Soviet Union is to stand together to put pressure on Pakistan. After this meeting, Rab Butler informed Washington of the discussion of the meeting. If Pakistan does not withdraw from the occupied land, the war will not end. Chapter 1309 Political Assets. It seems that standing with the Soviet Union to support India is not something that the special relationship between Britain and the United States can do, but it makes sense to do so. Since Pakistan is backed by the United States, can Britain support Pakistan together with the United States? If such a choice is made, Britain's influence will only be slowly replaced by the United States. In fact, it is very simple. The United States is a strengthened version of Britain, whether it is policy orientation, military deployment or all aspects. The United States is good at what Britain is good at, and can even be better. Now that India and Pakistan are independent, Britain cannot stand with the Americans as it did in the Middle East without withdrawing its troops and resisting the overwhelming economic strength of the United States. Supporting Pakistan will offend India, and the United States may not care about offending India, but Britain does not have such a big plate as the United States to offset the loss. Informing Washington of the attitude of the Stockholm Conference also shows that Britain did not reach any secret agreement with the Soviet Union, but made a choice entirely out of national interests. Although Pakistan can be used as a pawn to balance India, it is also clear that Pakistan does not have the strength to defeat India head-on. At the moment, when the United States is dealing with the Vietnam War, occupying hundreds of square kilometers of land has caused India to hold a grudge, which is also not in the interests of the United States. If the war breaks out again, can the United States still help Pakistan? Even if it can, it will only consume its energy on the Vietnam issue. Once it succeeds in persuading the United States to abandon Pakistan and cut off Pakistan's backing, Alan Wilson has reason to believe that it will not be long before an agreement on withdrawal is reached. Rab Butler immediately went to the Indian representative to discuss the fact that Britain stood firmly on India's side this time, looking forward to maintaining traditional relations with this pearl of the British Empire. "Mother, have you been socializing these days?" Gustav asked Greta Garbo when he saw her looking in the mirror as soon as he got home. "It's rare to see you out all the time. You even dyed your hair. Study hard and don't worry about things you can't solve." Greta Garbo looked back at her son with an expression that said, "I advise you to mind your own business," and then took out her mink coat and put it on. "You are much more annoying than your father. They are both men, so why can't you think more? What does this have to do with them being both men?" Gustav opened his mouth, but finally kept silent. If his mother hadn't said categorically that he was his biological son, he would have suspected that he was adopted. But even so, he couldn't hear any news about his biological father from his mother. He only knew that he existed, but couldn't meet him. "Mother, be careful." Looking at Greta Garbo's back, Gustav said weakly, "Cook for yourself. You are so old now. Learn to manage your life by yourself." Greta Garbo said to her son without turning her head. Then there was a heavy sound of the door closing. "But then again, aren't you going to let your son know about my existence?" Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and asked the lady of the same status as his wife in a tone of seeking advice. "If he wants, I can issue a letter of introduction to go to Oxford University to study. It will be much easier for him in the future. Not for the time being, I can still take care of it." Greta Garbo refused calmly. "Royal Institute of Technology. It is not difficult for Lovisa. I can do this through Elander." "Oh, the Prime Minister of Sweden. He seems to have been the Prime Minister for 20 years. It is a miracle in an electoral country." Alan Wilson said this and changed the subject. "There is nothing wrong with you and him. You two are the same age. Maybe this bastard has unrealistic ideas about you. I want to check him out." Before he finished speaking, a hand easily hugged the neck of the supreme authority and pressed it down without hesitation. For some reason, Alan Wilson always felt that he had seen the young man next to the Soviet foreign minister. After recalling for a long time, the supreme authority suddenly realized with his super memory that this was not the KGB officer he had seen in Lubyanka Square. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was a legal spy, which was not surprising. "He recognized me." Alexei did not look directly at the British man opposite him, but he could feel that the man surrounded by people opposite him secretly looked at him several times. The supreme authority had a good memory, and the memory of the Tsar's son was not false. He was younger and had not seen many British people in total. Of course, he remembered the familiar face opposite him. We also got the attitude of Washington. They also believed that the best result was that the two countries would withdraw from the occupied land and restore it to its original state. Because the hundreds of square kilometers of land temporarily occupied were in a long-term hostility, which was not in the interests of the two countries. Rabbo Butler conveyed the views of the United States and vaguely summarized the essence of this meeting with the interests of the two countries. It can be the interests of India and Pakistan, or the interests of Britain and the Soviet Union. There is no doubt that Britain and the Soviet Union have common interests in supporting India. Gromyko nodded and expressed the same meaning. The world is now in turmoil, and we can't let another place shake the mainstream of peace. The world is in turmoil. Doesn't the Soviet Union also have a share of credit? Dixon whispered to Alan Wilson. Is there no shadow of the Soviet Union in the Vietnam War? That is a matter between the United States and the Soviet Union, and has nothing to do with us. Alan Wilson lowered his voice and answered, on the issue of South Asia, we still cannot evade Britain's responsibility. Not to mention that India has not officially surrendered to the Soviet Union yet. Even if it really surrendered, Britain cannot give up India. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson instructed, John has news that the Arab world will not lift the oil embargo for the time being. After the negotiation this time is over, when India is in trouble, you arrange for someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to talk to India. India should need South Sudan's oil. The price is of course a little more expensive, but it is still cost effective compared to the transportation cost from the United States or the Soviet Union. From the perspective of Britain, who cares about the Vietnam War, when the United States can't stand it? Malaya will be at risk of being attacked from the north and the south, and it is not too late to consider the impact of the Vietnam War. Britain can only try to hold India back from joining the Soviet Union on the South Asian issue. If joining the Soviet Union is inevitable, Britain should also try to preserve Britain's interests. In fact, this is not easy. We have to think about the value of the Soviet Union's existence. The Kingdom of Afghanistan has long been pro-Soviet. Although Daoud is no longer the Prime Minister, his political power has not dissipated. In other words, the Soviet Union seems to be far away from India, but in fact it is not that far away. In order to contain Pakistan, it is a foregone conclusion that India will try to contact the Soviet Union more. Can Britain stop it? Britain does not have many options for making decisions based on such geopolitical considerations. Now it can only choose to hold India back as much as possible. After all, Britain is a country with a completely different system from the Soviet Union. Britain is good at some things that the Soviet Union is not good at, and it can also try to fight the Soviets in India. I'm afraid that it will encounter a country like the United States, where the United States is good at everything that Britain is good at. Then there is no point in fighting, so Britain must support India. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary also agree on this point. What if the Soviet Union supports the Kingdom of Afghanistan to overthrow the Durand Line and occupies Pakistan with India? Although this has not happened in history, we should be on guard. Britain's holding on to India also meant to destroy this attempt. When Pakistan applied to join the United Nations, Afghanistan cast the only vote against it. Since this risk exists, Britain naturally used it to persuade the United States at this meeting to force Pakistan to compromise. The United States was obviously persuaded. Once the Kingdom of Indus and Afghanistan really had a common hostile intention against Pakistan, the Soviet Union would really reach a strategy to cut off the Eurasian continent from the middle, and this confrontation would not be able to continue. In the following month, the Stockholm Conference mainly centered on the issue of Kashmir's referendum to determine the future direction. Britain and the Soviet Union still had the same attitude. Blurring this issue actually means not supporting Pakistan's claims and taking an attitude of covering up India's claims. In the process of reaching a consensus with the Soviet Union, as soon as possible Alan Wilson had to use a certain big country to take the bullet, indicating that the so-called ally of the Soviet Union had a rebellious heart and supported Pakistan on the Kashmir issue. On the contrary, the Soviet Union should stand on the side of India like Britain. Only in this way can it be in the common interests of Britain and the Soviet Union. In dealing with Pakistan, Britain adopted a covert intimidation attitude. Pakistan should not think that this oil embargo can help Pakistan gain much advantage. The British Royal Navy is fully capable of taking the same embargo means to let Pakistan taste India's treatment. The United States has already imposed an arms embargo on Pakistan to promote a ceasefire. If Pakistan does not obey, the United States will also stand on the side of Britain, because Britain is running for peace. For the United States, Washington's pursuit is to quickly calm down the instability in South Asia. As for how to reach a peace agreement, it doesn't matter. At this point, Pakistan has realized that it will get nothing. After more than a month of mediation, intimidation, and weighing the pros and cons, Indian Prime Minister Shastri and Pakistani President Ayub Khan both expressed their willingness to meet and took a special plane to Stockholm. At this time, the Stockholm Conference entered the real highlight. In one day, British Prime Minister Eden and Soviet Council of Ministers Chairman Kosygin announced in succession that they would visit Stockholm. In this way, the Stockholm Conference became a meeting of the leaders of the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, India and Pakistan. The host, Elander, was naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity to show up. Although he had been Prime Minister for 20 years, who would complain about it being too long? If he could be re-elected, he would still strive for it. Such an important conference itself was a political asset. Chapter 1310, The Second-Hand Dealer. The meeting lasted until today. In fact, more than 2 months have passed. The heads of state gathered in Stockholm. Naturally, they came to end the negotiations and sign documents. Otherwise, why would they come? Indian Prime Minister Shastri is undoubtedly the busiest person. Both Eden and Kosygin met with the Indian Prime Minister under the attitude of wooing India. Although India's international influence has declined greatly after being beaten by a certain big country in the face of opponents like Pakistan, both Britain and the Soviet Union still recognize that India is a powerful country and have provided help to India this time with practical actions. While taking back the occupied land, Shastri is more concerned about the current oil embargo suffered by India in the world of peace. Oil is the blood of modern industry, not just for refueling. The chemical industry also needs oil. Once India cuts off the import of oil, the Indian chemical industry will be paralyzed. The chemical industry includes basic chemical industry and plastics, synthetic fibers, petroleum, rubber, pharmaceuticals, dyes, etc., each of which is extremely important to people's livelihood. The oil crisis launched by Arab countries against Europe and the United States directly caused the national economy of European and American countries, including the United States, to regress. The power of this can be seen. This is still considered that European and American countries are real industrial powers in this era. If it is replaced by a society dominated by the tertiary industry in a few decades, the trauma caused will only be greater. The Congress Party is also a political party advocating industrialization. When Nehru was alive, he attached great importance to the development of industry. India itself has no oil resources, but it wants to develop industry. Of course, oil also comes from the Middle East. But this time, the Middle East has shown with practical actions that they are on the side of Pakistan. Shastri asked Eden for help. India encountered an oil embargo, which also fell into Alan Wilson's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that no matter in which time and space, India will face the same problem. Oil is India's weak point that cannot be ignored. If there is a problem in agriculture, look at onions. And if there is a problem in industry, look at oil. Even the older mortal can't solve these two problems. Even decades later, India's development is tightly bound by oil. A certain big country can still rely on its own resources to solve part of it, but India really has no solution at all. It is as if the oil resources are distributed outside the scope of British India. The entire British India, including Pakistan, does not have such resources. For this reason, India turned a blind eye to the sanctions imposed by Europe and the United States on Russia and insisted on importing discounted oil. When Iran was sanctioned, India also tried its best to help Iran lift the sanctions. This is all because of the lack of oil resources. If Britain forces the Arab world to lift the ban, it will only make the local Arabs dissatisfied with Britain. Alan Wilson had thought of a solution, since he conspired to contact Arab countries to start the oil embargo, and it happened to be used today. Now due to religious feelings, the entire Arab world and even the entire peace church are very dissatisfied with India. If you want to solve India's energy crisis, you can only rely on areas that are not affected by religion. With Alan Wilson's reminder, Eden immediately understood what the cabinet secretary was referring to, and said to Shastri, South Sudan in Africa also has oil resources. The oil pipeline through British Kenya has been built. The local mainstream belief in South Sudan has nothing to do with Arab countries. It is a reliable oil producing area. Of course, Malaya also has oil resources, but the local Malays also have the same religious beliefs as Pakistan, so India does not have many choices. I don't know what the price is. Shastri still hopes that Britain can lift the Arab countries' oil embargo on India. Doesn't Britain still have troops stationed in the Middle East? This is impossible. What good will this do to Britain? Now is not the British-India period. Why should Britain offend the protectorate in the Middle East because of India? So Eden said directly that Britain had asked about this, but the attitude of Arab countries was very tough, so Britain could not force them too much. I don't know what the price of South Sudan's oil is. Shastri was a little distressed. India's industry had been shut down because of the oil embargo, and this oil embargo did a lot of damage to India. Of course, why did Alan Wilson want to embargo India's oil? Wasn't it to see how much India would be affected in the second year, and then give Europe a reminder? But in such an occasion, to show the unity of Britain and India, he could only talk business. South Sudan's oil could indeed be provided to India, but South Sudan was also independent, and it was not Britain's own thing. Even if it was Britain's, it could not be sold cheaply to India. This still requires India and South Sudan to communicate. Of course, Britain is willing to play a bridge role in it. India now has no choice. With the Arab countries already embargoing India, India has almost no choice. Of course, it can still choose the Soviet Union, but Soviet oil and natural gas are different. Natural gas pipelines reduce costs, but oil has the lowest cost of shipping. India is in a good place geographically, very close to the Persian Gulf, but almost all countries in the Persian Gulf have no good impression of India. The first reason is the existence of Pakistan, and the second is a sectarian conflict in India, which makes a big news from time to time. Otherwise, India will not chase Iran in the future. South Sudan's oil is the largest buyer in the future. Because of the scale of industry, a certain country needs a lot of oil, and the United States has a dominant position in the Middle East. A certain country must share the risk, and cannot let its energy rely too much on the Middle East where the United States focuses on operations. But now it is different. Britain controls South Sudan's oil, and can provide India with an alternative. This is a problem that the Soviet Union is temporarily unable to help India solve. As for the role of Britain, it is to be a middleman, which is also an important reason for India to import Russian oil in the future. Import Russian oil and sell it to Europe. India's diesel exports hit a record high in a year, of which nearly 1/3 were sold to Europe, and the price of diesel in Europe has risen by $100 per ton in the past month. India has made a lot of money by being a middleman and making a profit. Supplying India with South Sudanese oil, the initiative is in the hands of Britain, which Eden also recognized. Shastri was still very busy when he came to Stockholm this time. He also had to meet with Kosygin, chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, to seek support, and soon left Eden's room. The Soviet Union also attaches great importance to India. After Shastri left, Eden was moved. Why do many countries in the world want to have good relations with the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union is indeed a powerful country. Prime Minister, the influence cannot be ignored. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. Don't mention the Soviet Union. Russia was sanctioned like that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. There are still many pro-Russian forces in various countries. The only countries that are really anti-Russian are those in Eastern Europe. Of course, the United States also hopes to completely bring Russia down, and Britain does not necessarily have to do anything to Russia. It's just that Britain has long been tied to the United States in the future. If the United States really wants to target a country, Britain can only follow. Originally, Britain and a certain big country had a golden decade, imagining a better future. Britain wanted to resist the Huawei incident, saying that it had not found Huawei's backdoor, but in the end it was unable to change its arm and thigh, and took the same attitude as the United States. After leaving Aiden's room, Alan Wilson wandered aimlessly with his hands in his trouser pockets, and then he saw an acquaintance, the KGB officer, who was now in his prime in a suit and tie. Alexeyev also saw him, and the two looked at each other, sizing each other up. Alan Wilson spoke first. "You look better in a military uniform. What's up? Are you investigating the destination of your concealment, and are you going to change to another place to show your skills?" Sir Wilson, long time no see. Faced with such a remark that pointed out his identity, Alexeyev chose to avoid it, and smiled and greeted the British man who had only met once. This time the Soviet Union and Britain mediated the India-Pakistan conflict together, which is also a good start for our two countries in international cooperation. Don't speak with gunpowder. The two countries still need to get along for a long time. Yes, get along for a long time. Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud, thinking that it was right to get along for a long time, but he didn't know whether it would be called the Soviet Union or Russia at that time. Alan Wilson nodded and left the other's sight. At night, the Queen of Sweden moved the pillows and 2 blankets out and lay down. A warm bed, a cool night, and a starry sky, as if hanging on your eyelids. What more can one ask for in life? 3 days later, under the witness of British Prime Minister Eden and Soviet Council of Ministers Chairman Kosygin, Pakistani President Ayub Khan and Indian Prime Minister Shastri signed the Stockholm Declaration. India and Pakistan reached an agreement on the restoration of normal diplomatic relations between the two countries, the withdrawal of troops from both sides to their pre-war bases, and the discussion of economy, refugees and other issues. The declaration did not mention holding a referendum in Kashmir to determine its affiliation in accordance with UN resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. It only generally proposed non-interference in each other's internal affairs and resolving disputes between each other through peaceful means instead of using force. This is also normal. Why should the Kashmir issue be resolved? Moreover, Britain and the Soviet Union could not solve this issue. If it is to be resolved, India and Pakistan must solve it themselves. Britain and the Soviet Union were able to promote a declaration, which has already been explained to the domestic situation. As for how India and Pakistan explain to the domestic situation, it is none of their business. The Soviet Union expanded its influence, and Britain maintained good relations with India, and could also act as an oil middleman. As for what happened to India and Pakistan, it didn't matter at all. Chapter 1311 Marcus Family. The explanation of Britain and the United States is that the current situation in South Asia is conducive to the balance of the entire South Asia. India is backed by Britain and the Soviet Union, but don't forget that Pakistan's supporters are China and the United States. Although the Soviet Union is the most powerful land power, it is not adjacent to India after all. It is possible to contain Pakistan, but don't expect to do too much. On the contrary, a certain big country and India have a border, and the common border is very long. A certain big country and Pakistan are neighbors. Pakistan is also the most populous country in the world of peace, more than twice the population of Egypt, the most populous country in the Arab world. The world of peace generally sympathizes with Pakistan being bullied by India. What the United States wins 2 wars at the same time is just for fun. The initiative is in the hands of the United States. Whether the United States says it can fight or not, it depends on what the Americans say. For India, the preset battlefield for the two-front war is right at its doorstep. This is not a question to consider at all, but a battle plan must be formulated around this possibility. To be honest, except for the netizens of a certain big country who think that anyone has better natural conditions in their own country, no country feels that India has good basic conditions. Whether it is strategic space or international situation, it is extremely bad. The 2 largest neighbors are enemies. This is not something that can be balanced by having a special relationship with Nepal and Bhutan. After all, a certain big country itself is part of the international situation faced by India. In this way, the Soviet Union, the world's first land power, and the second largest naval power, Britain, are formed to back India and the United States. the world's second largest land power and the first largest naval power, are backed by Pakistan, so that a stable offshore balance can be exerted in South Asia. After signing the declaration, British Prime Minister Eden and Soviet Council of Ministers Chairman Kosygin expressed friendship to Indian Prime Minister Shastri. This meeting can also be called Shastri's diplomatic victory, taking back the occupied land, and at the same time, with the support of Britain and the Soviet Union, the so-called referendum in Kashmir was shelved. I believe this result is also acceptable to the various factions of the Congress Party waiting in New Delhi. Although Eden was born in the Conservative Party, he would not curse the Soviets when he met them. This was too ungentlemanly. After all, no matter what Brezhnev thought, Moscow was indeed calling for détente. This joint diplomatic victory between Britain and the Soviet Union always requires a few polite words. Secretary General, in fact, the Soviets are not a scourge. Dixon applauded with most people after the speeches of the leaders of Britain and the Soviet Union. If this country had not always exported their abominable system, it would actually be fine. Alan Wilson said calmly, but this is a double-edged sword. If we want to defeat the Soviet Union, we must also start from this aspect. The Soviet education system has problems, which will cause a gap between ideals and reality. The so-called enemy is within the system. No matter what country or system in this world, more than 90% of people are consumables. This will not change because of what kind of education you have received. A good education is just a more durable consumable. When the vast majority of Soviet students can only go to factories to screw screws, there will naturally be a gap between ideals and reality. Needless to say, Alan Wilson is now ready for famous university students to go to Malaya to work as waiters after a certain big country opens up. There are simply not enough high-paying jobs in this world. Britain and even the free world just admit this and give up most of their citizens from the beginning. As for the real genius, they will definitely stand out by their own efforts. To be honest, people who generally think they are talented don't really know how important it is to know themselves. People who shout that they want to get out are not a loss to the country. They are equivalent to the unemployed who cry and shout online when the education and training industry, which claims to create hundreds of billions of output value, is wiped out in one pot. Can you write novels? Code begging, is it an anchor? Live begging, there is no value. In the eyes of the country, it is not as important as selling vegetables. Eating is at least a rigid need. The Stockholm Conference ended successfully here. Both Britain and the Soviet Union expressed satisfaction with the result, and the host Swedish Prime Minister Erland was also satisfied with the result. The Swedish Prime Minister, whom Alan Wilson wanted to check, delivered an enthusiastic speech and emphasized the unique role of Sweden as a neutral country. Eden and Kosygin also recognized Erland's self-proclaimed role as a bridge between the East and the West, and gave the host a high hat. Of course, this still did not prevent the cabinet secretary from checking whether the prime minister was reliable. Why are you like this? Should I be deeply moved by this and be so favored by you? Erlander and I have just met. Greta Garbo glanced in the mirror. Even if she was once extremely beautiful, she was inevitably old. Can this arouse jealousy? It has nothing to do with age. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and said, even if I'm old, I can't change this fact, not to mention that we have children. Don't expect to find a second spring. Come and repeat me, loyalty. Borrowing the Swedish capital to reach an agreement, the crowd of spectators who had gained something dispersed, and it didn't take much time to talk about cultural exchanges. For example, the UK opened up the import of Japanese special effects films, which was just a matter of words. Godzilla is about to meet British audiences. This kind of special effects film is not only made in Japan, but it is indeed a unique shooting type in Japan. When Hollywood special effects were not yet mature, it was really popular for a while. If Britain wants to compete with Germany, France, Italy, and even Hollywood's Oscars, it must find another way and take the road of internationalization and diversification in advance, absorbing all Japanese special effects films, Hong Kong martial arts films, and Indian and Pakistani love movies, and opening the door to Soviet films. African films will be discussed later, at least they are too weak now. Considering the gap in national strength between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson is absolutely unwilling to carry private goods in this strategy, and strives to show the most perfect side of the films of various countries. The invitation list is also sincere. Japan invited a group of female stars such as Yoshinaga Sayuri, Fuji Junko, Asaoka Roriko, India's Wahida Rehman, Newton, Vijaya Tumalabari, Hong Kong's Shihui, Chen Sisi, etc. were all invited. These people were personally received by Vivien Leigh and came to attend this year's British Golden Globe Awards. Their major films will also be released in the UK in an effort to increase their popularity. These actors and actresses who are here are all very beautiful. Munro welcomed Alan Wilson into the house, and the topic also turned to the Golden Globe Awards ceremony organized by the UK. She glanced at him with her big eyes and said, "Why do I feel that such a beautiful actress will suffer a loss when she comes to the UK? You seem to have a good relationship with an Oriental actress. Don't you see my age? Even if I still have the heart, I don't have the energy." Alan Wilson said this, and his eyes fell on Munro's abdomen and asked inquiringly, "Are you not pregnant?" "No, I've been eating too much and not exercising recently." Munro had a bitter smile on her face when she heard this. "I have a health problem, and I won't cause you any trouble in this regard. Don't worry." Alan Wilson nodded in understanding, and like Paulette Goddard, he began to comfort her. "It's actually no big deal, and our relationship won't change because of this." When Munro left, Radwich was already waiting outside. When he saw the boss coming out, he whispered, "There's a telegram from Perth, and the madam hopes you will give her a call. It seems that the laying is complete." Alan Wilson muttered for no reason, then raised his wrist to check the time, and immediately went home to make his first overseas call. The submarine cable laid by the UK passed through Gibraltar, Malta, the Suez Canal, the Persian Gulf, Mumbai, Sri Lanka, Dhaka, Kuala Lumpur and finally arrived in Perth. The Northern Line was from Kuala Lumpur to Hong Kong. The laying cost £35 million, 3 times the cost of the Atlantic cable. In fact, telephone exchanges between the UK and North America were not open to the public until 1956. The £1 per minute telephone fee still makes many people shy away today. Alan Wilson was the first person in the UK to call Perth, making this call worth £35 million. The reason was that Pamela Mountbatten paid for the laying. Now, the couple finally don't need to use telegrams to communicate. It was also the first time for the two to talk on the phone so far away. In a blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. Pamela Mountbatten put down the phone, and Marina walked in. "Madam, Imelda's plane has landed at the airport. Do you want to meet her?" "Of course, we want to meet the First Lady." Pamela Mountbatten stood up directly. Her husband also said on the phone that they should start with Marcus's wife to open up the Philippine market. Imelda is the current First Lady of the Philippines and the wife of President Marcos. The two got married after 11 days of love. Because Imelda was a beauty pageant winner, she is well known in the Philippines and played a big role in Marcos' campaign. In order to conquer the Philippine market, Filipino-Chinese businessmen naturally have to play an important role, but political asylum is also necessary. When Pamela Mountbatten walked out, she did not forget to instruct, "Let a few Malayan justices of the peace come to accompany them. This is very important for them to enter the Philippine market. I will contact Kuala Lumpur immediately, madam." Marina agreed very straightforwardly, although she didn't think much of the First Lady of a small country. Chapter 13 12-10%. The more than 1 hour of phone calls were not in vain. Alan Wilson, who was far away in London, knew that his wife was going to think about the Philippines, and it was inevitable that she would have to decide the victory thousands of miles away. The art of war says that if you are not in harmony with the army, you cannot go out to the battlefield. If you are not in harmony with the battle formation, you cannot go to the battle. If you are not in harmony with the battle, you cannot decide the victory. Specifically in the Philippines, the upper class of the entire country has inextricable ties with Chinese businessmen. These families, similar to the aristocratic families, constitute 200 local tyrants who rule the Philippines. It is not that having Chinese ancestry will definitely have a good impression of a certain big country. For example, the Aquino family is pro-American. Marcos, who has just taken office, will rule the Philippines for a long time. After knowing that Pamela Mountbatten intends to matchmake, Alan Wilson naturally gave encouragement. Although Marcus is a dictator with a bad reputation, it must be said that this old guy has two tricks. During his administration, agricultural policies produced short-term effects, and industrial and commercial policies were basically correct, which led to the rapid growth of the Philippine economy. Marcos's level is not bad among all the Philippine presidents. As for his wife Imelda, she is a big helper in his corruption. It may be even worse after meeting the richest woman in Britain. When you meet the wife of the president of such a third world country, you must not be polite. You should spend money when you should. Pamela Mountbatten decided to listen to her husband. The current investment will be returned 1,000 times in the future. The Philippines has a population of 30 million, which is also a large market. Especially now, due to historical reasons and geographical factors, the Philippines is also a base for the United States to support the Vietnam War. At this stage, it is supported by the United States. The conditions are good in Southeast Asia. Entering the Philippines is full of temptation for a large number of justices of the peace in Malaya. Pamela Mountbatten decided to help these helpers pry open the door to the Philippines. Before the meeting, Pamela Mountbatten asked the driver who received her to take Imelda around Perth. As the central city of Western Australia and the latest developed city among Australia's major cities, Perth naturally has its own advantages. Backed by the mineral resources of Western Australia, the rolling funds have supported the city construction of Perth. It can be said that Perth is more dynamic and easier to get rich than the three major powers in Eastern Australia. The many private yachts docked at the port of Perth are proof of this. Of course, the largest and most luxurious one is the birthday gift given by Pamela Mountbatten to her daughter. It will soon be replaced by the gift given to Marshall Mountbatten and take second place. Naturally, the city construction of Perth also left a deep impression on Imelda. Although Marcus had just taken the presidency as the First Lady, Imelda had been to many big cities and was no stranger to the prosperity of the world. She was a frequent visitor to luxury stores in Paris and jewelry stores in Rome, but she did not expect that there was such an eye-catching city in Asia. It was not worse than Tokyo, right? After being taken to see the city of Perth, Imelda arrived at the port in a Rolls-Royce the next day. Under the guidance of Pamela Mountbatten's assistant, she boarded the largest luxury yacht in the port. Imelda boarded the yacht. Although she tried her best to look calm, she couldn't help but look around. She was dumbfounded by the luxury of the white yacht. Madam Zantang, is that him? Su Yang had already seen Imelda boarding the boat and asked Pamela Mountbatten in a low voice, "The president of the Philippines has good taste. It's a beautiful vase. Mr. Su, do you call me a vase behind my back?" Pamela Mountbatten accepted the unique and strange title of Madam Zantang, but she still wanted to ask whether these justices of the peace also called her that behind her back. "Madam, you have misunderstood. We do not have the courage." Coca took the opportunity to interrupt. "We were all supported by Lord Zantang, and we dare not have any doubtful thoughts. He also has a high opinion of you. I hope you can seize the opportunity this time and integrate with the local people after entering the Philippines. The most powerful company in the Philippines now is the Ayala family. They are descendants of Spain, and the family has also intermarried with Germans. They were not eliminated just because Spain lost the Philippines. They are considered representatives of the descendants of Spain. Although compared with you Chinese, we are not as numerous and powerful in the Philippines. Our influence is still great. I will support you as much as possible, and you must also help the local people so that everyone can work together and help each other in the future." As soon as the voice fell, Imelda's figure appeared, and Pamela Mountbatten greeted her with a smile. "Mrs. Imelda, welcome to Perth. I have also heard of your husband, President Marcus. He is a respectable politician." At the beginning, Pamela Mountbatten expressed her friendship, and then several justices of the peace who came from Kuala Lumpur also showed their friendly side to the wife of the Philippine First Lady. Imelda felt flattered. After all, the woman in front of her was the richest woman in the world, and she was well known. At the same time, she also knew that she was invited because the president of the Philippines was her husband. She immediately responded to the friendliness with friendship and bowed to the wealth that rivaled a country. "Ms. Pamela, you are a role model for all women in the world. It's more appropriate to call her Mrs. Wilson." Pamela Mountbatten corrected her, and then said, "In fact, we women live for our families, don't we?" Pamela Mountbatten didn't like to show off her wealth too obviously, which was different from her husband who pretended to be the supreme authority. If it was Alan Wilson, she would definitely be more direct. But since she had her husband's confident teaching, Pamela Mountbatten didn't care about these things. She directly served a set of gold tabloid, using the simplest and most direct means, to show her financial strength. The same thing, different people will achieve different results. If Alan Wilson did the vulgar show of gold tabloid, it would be meaningless, because he was just a commoner. But Pamela Mountbatten could use a set of aristocratic etiquette to support the connotation. Of course, Pamela Mountbatten still took care of her own industry first, hoping to open up sales for Land Rover in the Philippines, since there was no automobile industry in the Philippines anyway. In order to show that she had known each other for a long time, the richest woman took out a 25-carat diamond ring and put it on Imelda's hand. "Ms. Imelda is so beautiful, only such jewelry can be worthy of you. I heard that you like cars very much. How about the Rolls Royce that brought you here? It's not bad to sit in it. Take it back directly when you return to Manila." For Pamela Mountbatten, with the cartel alliance of South Africa's De Beers Company, diamonds are not particularly valuable. She is no longer the little girl who was hit by a diamond by some supreme authority in New Delhi and didn't know what happened. But Imelda is obviously still at this stage. It's not easy to carry. Imelda was a little flattered. She really had no resistance to expensive cars, mainly because she was afraid of being poor before. That's no problem. We also have a fleet. It's easy to transport a car. Coca spoke up at this time to solve the problem. "We are all friends. This is a piece of cake." Speaking of the issue of cars, I have something to say. Pamela Mountbatten was very satisfied with Coca's cooperation, so she took the opportunity to lead the topic to the automobile industry. This was also his original purpose. This was also a combination of public and private. She wanted to make a profit on the private side, and on the public side, she wanted to help Britain withstand the expansion of the Japanese automobile industry. Imelda couldn't let go of the ring on her finger. Listening to the world's richest woman filling her with love potions, the female president in front of her looked so kind. However, Marcos had been president for less than 3 months. Even if Imelda wanted to accept the kindness of the richest woman, she had to think about it. But in Pamela Mountbatten's eyes, this hesitation can be summed up in one sentence: it costs more money. He took the initiative to give advice. "We can think of a way to deal with tariffs. The Philippines does not have its own automobile industry, which is a weakness. We can use this as an excuse to charge a certain amount of tariffs on imported cars. Of course, excessively high tariffs will kill the market, so the amount of tariffs should not be too high. Within the scope of tariffs, the madam and the president have room to play and can use this to get their share without anyone knowing, such as a 10% tariff. As long as you are careful, no one will find out this number." The yacht drifted with the waves, with the Perth skyline in the distance. Inside the yacht, the current richest woman in the world was carefully teaching the First Lady of the Philippines how to make a fortune. The First Lady was learning very seriously. At the end of the conversation, Imelda had already understood a little bit. She believed that she should combine the national conditions of the Philippines and have a unique understanding of free trade in order to protect the competitiveness of the Philippines' non-existent automobile industry. She would definitely persuade her husband to take responsibility in terms of tariffs. With the leadership of President Marcos, the Philippines will take off in the near future. Su Yang was full of admiration. It seemed that the skills of the wife of the Zhangtang were definitely not inferior to those of the Zhangtang. "In principle, our attitude is consistent. It is too early for the European Parliament to appear." At 10 Downing Street in London, facing some noise from Europe, Alan Wilson once again clarified Britain's traditional position that there is no way there is any European Parliament. Chapter 13:13 The Labour Party is back. Besides, the Prime Minister has already announced the start of the general election, so this matter should be put on hold for the time being. At this point, Alan Wilson asked Brest, "Does the Prime Minister know about the European Parliament's proposal?" "Not yet." Brest opened his mouth, then said, "Then I will inform the Prime Minister about this matter immediately." "Not yet. The Prime Minister is busy with the general election. This may distract the Prime Minister, and the impact on the general election is hard to say. Alan Wilson waved his hand and said, "In fact, we all know in our hearts that no matter which party the supporters are, they are not interested in the United States of Europe, although this idea was first proposed by Churchill. There are some Europeanists in France, but in fact, Charles de Gaulle himself may not care about the United States of Europe. He cares more about France's leadership of Europe, rather than being on an equal footing with other European countries. If the United States of Europe really appeared, but it was not led by France, and France was just an ordinary member of it, would France still care so much? France is one vote, but Hungary is not one vote. Those pro-American Eastern European countries in later generations listened to orders, but not to announcements. If the French knew this, they would not have taken them in at the beginning. The current European community system is very good. Both Britain and France have maintained a relatively strong strength, and are not so eager to survive in the cracks of European integration. Then what is the reason for our opposition, and how do we explain it to the United States? Brest asked. Mainly the latter question. The former is not a big problem. Britain has always been conservative about European integration. Just say that France and China and the Soviet Union are colluding. We can't judge what the French think. Just say it. Foreign affairs are undecided, and the trouble is diverted to the east. Our Great Britain and the Soviet Union have carried out cultural exchanges. That is an expedient measure and we have to deal with it. But if France does this, France will join the Communist Party. The European Parliament suggested that the most concerned countries are actually Luxembourg, Belgium, and the Netherlands. As long as France's attitude is clear, these countries can be easily dealt with. At the critical moment of the general election, this kind of matter, which is not a priority in itself, does not have to be told to the Prime Minister. Even if it is told, Eden may not care about it. Eden cares more about the reform of Egypt than about European affairs. After all, the Soviet Union did not make trouble in Europe. Even the source of trouble, West Berlin, is now full of weeds. Egypt's reform has been launched with the support of the two Queen Mothers, the two women who carried Egypt in adversity. There are several aspects, such as promoting the construction of the Aswan Dam and completing Egypt's electrification. In order to increase national strength and take back the Suez Canal, the previous slogans are all old slogans, but the following part is the reform of industrial layout. But in fact, this is not industrialization. There is a term called import substitution strategy, which is to prohibit a certain type of foreign products and empty the market, to develop its own manufacturing industry, gradually replace imports with domestic products in the domestic market, create favorable conditions for the development of domestic industry, and achieve industrialization. It is also called import substitution industrialization policy, which is the product of the inward-looking economic development strategy. The general practice is that the state encourages foreign private capital to establish joint ventures or cooperative enterprises in the country by giving preferential treatment in taxation, investment and sales, or improve the level of industrialization through processing trade such as incoming materials and parts. The inward-looking import substitution strategy is a very elementary industrialization. In fact, industrialization at this stage poses no threat to Europe and the United States. Egypt during the Nasser era, Iraq during the Saddam era, and Syria during the old Assad era all took this route. The upper limit of this route is nothing more than India, Brazil, and Argentina. Import substitution will stagnate when it reaches a certain upper limit, similar to the second stage of cleaning the house before opening the door. In fact, there are very few countries that can do it. Given Egypt's basic conditions, 97% of the land is solid desert, and this upper limit will only be lower, so it is not worth making a fuss about. Whitehall meant that encouraging Egypt to increase its self-care ability would not have an impact on British interests, and it took a lot of effort to get Eden to agree with this conclusion. Naturally, British public opinion reported it in a positive manner. Now the two Queen Mothers of Egypt have reformed. It has to be said that the two Queen Mothers are still very deceptive. Perhaps this is a unique advantage of women. Judging from the feedback from the Egyptian people, the Egyptians are actually quite looking forward to this round of reforms. It is also a reasonable way to use economic reform to buy time for political reform. As long as Egypt is stable, Britain can be slightly relieved. Don't worry about the aorta being cut. As for the Egyptian royal family's caution, it is understandable. The Free Officers Organization, which originated in Egypt, has already taken power in Yemen. Yemen is not far from Egypt, which is enough to make the Egyptian royal family alert. If Alan Wilson is not wrong, the Free Officers Organization will come up with a national development strategy when it comes to power in Yemen, which should also be an import substitution strategy. For most countries, there are only a few ways, and there will be no difference between kingdoms and republics. India is a typical country that implements the import substitution strategy in later generations, and it has been implemented for many years, starting from the Nehru era. There are naturally disadvantages to implementing it for too long. The various industries under the protection of the Indian state have a technological content that cannot even beat the products of Southeast Asia, so the free trade treaty has become dominated by a certain major country. Originally, Southeast Asian countries wanted to bring India in to balance the total economic volume of a certain major country, but India really failed Southeast Asia's expectations. What about the eastward strategy? Some of the current problems will naturally be solved after the election. After get off work, Alan Wilson walked out of Whitehall. Radwich was already waiting next to Jinnah. When he saw his boss coming out, he said directly, "Mr. Lim Lian Jiak, the president of the Malay and Chinese Association, arrived in London today." Raising his wrist to check the time, Alan Wilson nodded and said, "I'll arrange a time for Mr. Lin to talk." With his support, the scholar Lim Lian Jiak successfully became the president of the Malay and Chinese Trade Union after Tan Cheng Lok's death. From Alan Wilson's perspective, it is naturally more reassuring to use traitors. But the level of traitors is generally not very helpful, so some people who protect the interests of the Chinese still have to control the Malaysian Chinese Association. This also makes it easy to maintain a good relationship with a certain major power. The two sides may not be friends. After all, a certain major power was one of the backers of North Vietnam during the Vietnam War, but there is no need to become enemies. For profit making in Southeast Asia, Britain still needs Malaya to play an important role, especially since the Netherlands has already started to promote the independence of Kalimantan, but retains the Netherlands' influence on Kalimantan, and retains military bases. Since Guyana's independence, a large number of Guyanese have fled with their money before independence, and these people have flocked to the Netherlands. The Netherlands does not have such supreme authority as him. Knowing that British Kenya would cause a large-scale influx of Indians into the UK, they tightened the immigration loopholes in advance, and now they are still not allowing Kenya to become independent. The influx of 100,000 Guyanese into the Netherlands has made the Netherlands know what colonials equally are. Now the Dutch government is following the example of the UK in previous years to tighten immigration standards for colonies, and on the other hand, it is afraid that the remaining colonies will also be affected. The population of Dutch Kalimantan is not large in Southeast Asia, but it is countless times more than that of Guyana. The Dutch do not want another wave of immigration. Mr. Zongtang, Lim Lian Jiak greeted him immediately when he saw the arrival of the supreme authority of Britain. As one of the two bridges for communication between the Chinese in Malaya and London, Lim Lian Jiak can be said to have done his best. "Mr. Lin, it's not been long since we last met." Alan Wilson took the initiative to shake hands with the other party and then explained his idea of economic support for the Chinese in Malaya. In fact, his goal was the same as his wife's, but people always have to walk on two legs. Pamela Mountbatten was a businessman, so she won over the wealthy class, and Alan Wilson was an official, so he won over most of the Chinese workers. In the competition with Japan in shipbuilding, Britain had to focus on it and transform the comprehensive shipbuilding industry into a specialized shipbuilding industry. The industries that were moved out had already been decided to be placed in Penang. Now, except for Vietnam, which is at war, and Indonesia, which will become more pro-Soviet as time goes by as the Indonesian Communist Party expands, other places in Southeast Asia are still the territory of the free world. The Chinese are naturally prevalent in Southeast Asia. Out of national sentiment, they naturally follow a certain big country, but out of class sentiment, they should follow Britain. Alan Wilson believed in the Soviet Union very much, so he had to use class unity to fight against the national sentiment of a certain big country. Industrial transfer is never something that can be done just by saying it. If the Chinese in Penang can accept it, a community of British immigrants will emerge, and British masters will get higher salaries at the beginning. I'm willing to promote this issue. Alan Wilson wrote a check, of course. The next time we formally discuss this matter, I hope all the senior leaders of the Malaysian Chinese Association will come and have a good talk with the new Prime Minister, who we don't know yet. If Mr. Lin is not busy, he can wait until the election is over in London. This is not impossible. The general election will begin next month. The final result of the elections in the past few elections is really hard to judge, but there are some signs. The Welsh and Scottish Labour Party will generally have the upper hand. But in the main battlefield of England, Harold Wilson has completely integrated the Labour Party, and this time it can be said to be aggressive. As for the Conservative Party, diplomatic efforts have been made, and the UK's international presence is still very high. As for the economic level, Eden himself is not very concerned, which is also a fact known to all voters. On March 21st, the general election began again, and the whole of Britain once again pretended that the country's real master would decide the future direction. The entire Whitehall once again became a spectator state, and some unreliable colleagues even offered odds, treating this sacred occasion as a joke. This was intolerable. The Labour Party has won the election with an advantage of 96 seats. Alan Wilson, who was like a puppet, saw the news of the Labour Party's victory on TV when both shoulders were occupied by Anna and Bokina. He was so surprised. He felt that the Labour Party might win, but winning nearly 100 seats? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 13-14 Nationalization of the Water Supply System. My dear, what do you think of this Prime Minister? Anna, who was fiddling with the handle, spoke first. The blush on her face had not faded yet. She looked serious, as if she was talking nonsense. It's not bad. No matter which party comes to power, Whitehall must cooperate with them. Having said that, Alan Wilson was actually thinking about the contradictions between the policies of the previous government and the Labour Party. Consensus politics is indeed the consensus of the two parties after the war, but the Conservative Party is the Conservative Party after all, and there must be differences between the two parties. Why did both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party govern cautiously after the war? That's because in addition to the general election, there is also a by-election. Once the ruling party cannot open up a leading gap, the precarious position of the ruling party can easily be pulled down by the by-election. Maybe he has learned a lot of ruling experience from socialist parties in various countries. Isn't the leader of the Labour Party the vice chairman of the Socialist International? Seeing that a man of the same status as her husband seemed to have an empty head, Bokina took the initiative to speak. I don't know how Washington views his coming to power. I don't know. There are both positive and negative news. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. When a person is in opposition, what he says is completely different from what he says when he is in power. In addition to the issue of the Labour Party's Second International, Harold Wilson has repeatedly stated that he wants to maintain a strong relationship with the United States, so that in some aspects of foreign policy, the Labour Party's attitude may be closer to the United States' views. He has put forward some specific plans several times, advocating that the West seek real cooperation with the Soviet Union. But judging from the rumors that some British troops wanted to overthrow Harold Wilson in the late period of his administration, it seems that the United States and Britain have been dissatisfied with his policy of détente with the Soviet Union. But one thing is certain, when Harold Wilson was in opposition, he claimed that he would nationalize coal and iron, and once he came to power, this election promise would most likely be fulfilled. It can be expected that the nationalization of coal and steel will be Harold Wilson's first goal after taking office. This move, Alan Wilson thinks it's okay. After all, because of his previous life, he is not averse to nationalizing some industries. Coal and iron are extremely important industries to the country. By the way, there is also the nationalization of water supply issues. I almost forgot that the Mountbatten Group does all these industries and has relevant talents. But what about the quality of coal and iron mines in the UK? I can only say that those who understand. This is an era of globalization. The quality of the British iron ore is no less than that of a certain big country. The quality of the coal mine is ranked high in Europe but nothing in the world. Only the nationalization of the water supply system is not difficult. While the Supreme Authority was talking to the two dragoons, Eden, the Prime Minister of the Conservative government, who was not prepared to lose the election, had submitted his resignation to the Queen. Afterwards, the Queen summoned the leader of the Labour Party, Harold Wilson, and appointed him as the Prime Minister of the Labour government. Wilson later appointed some important cabinet ministers, including George Brown, the first Secretary of State, and Secretary of State for Economic Affairs, Patrick Gordon Walker, the Foreign Secretary, Dennis Ely, the Secretary of Defence, James Callaghan, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Herbert Boden, the leader of the House of Commons. Harold Wilson was happy at this time. Of course, he didn't know that he had been in office more than a year later than in history. He was preparing to move into number 10 Downing Street. He was in a state of high aspirations and seemed to be swaying his own stroke in British history. When Harold Wilson arrived at 10 Downing Street the next day, Alan Wilson was already waiting there to express his respect to the new Prime Minister. "Alan, it's been a long time since we last met." Harold Wilson laughed heartily, very happy to see a familiar face. The two had worked together when they were in the Foreign Office. They both left a deep impression on each other. Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. It would take some time to see the impact of Eden's failure on the Conservative Party. The most important thing now was to welcome the arrival of the new Prime Minister. Obviously, Harold Wilson, who became Prime Minister for the first time, couldn't wait. The cards of early general elections are not a sure thing. Eden obviously lost this time. In Alan Wilson's memory, there are similar examples. Compared with normal elections, early general elections are more like a political gamble, full of uncertainty. Although the ruling party won 4 times in 6 elections, including the overwhelming victory of Iron Lady Mrs. Thatcher. But at the same time, there are also many examples of early elections that have failed. For example, British Prime Minister Edward Heath lost the bet when the Conservative Prime Minister asked voters during the national election, "Who rules Britain?" Voters gave him the opposite answer in the subsequent vote, sending Labour Party's Harold Wilson to 10 Downing Street. Eden was obviously among the losers this time. He thought he could consolidate the Conservative Party's position by mediating the India-Pakistan war, but he didn't expect voters to not buy it. "Dear Cabinet Secretary, let me introduce myself. I'm the Prime Minister's political secretary." A short-haired woman next to Harold Wilson stretched out her hand to greet her and introduced herself as Maria Faulkner, the political secretary of the leader of the Labour Party. "Oh, admirable lady, hello." Alan Wilson didn't show any respect and greeted the party secretary in a friendly manner. He didn't like such a person very much, but there was no way. It was tradition. However, political secretaries have no power. Major matters are naturally the power of the cabinet, and daily decision-making power is in the hands of Whitehall, which doesn't seem to be particularly troublesome. "Alan, there are still many areas where I can ask you for help, and I don't have much experience." Harold Wilson took the initiative to speak. To be honest, the current Labour Party is completely different from the Attlee era. The Labour Party has also completed its internal renewal. The person with experience in governing is Harold Wilson, the current leader of the Labour Party and a former Foreign Secretary. Therefore, Harold Wilson, after leaving the power centre for so many years, naturally expressed his friendship with his former Permanent Secretary, now the Cabinet Secretary. Obviously, the Labour Party now needs to familiarise itself with the environment, and then it is time to implement the grand blueprint. Alan Wilson immediately stated that Whitehall will resolutely implement all instructions from the cabinet. Of course, he will first reserve time for the Prime Minister's team to formulate policies. During this gap, he decided to comfort his Conservative friends, such as Mrs. Thatcher. Then, they waited at Hepburn's place to see what major policies the Labour government would come up with. Hepburn was very surprised. The government has changed, but you don't seem to be in a hurry at all. What are you in a hurry for? Fulfilling your campaign promises? Isn't it just a matter of nationalization? Another possible threat is military spending. But in the current environment, I believe the Prime Minister will not cut military spending. I'm not saying that there is no possibility at all, but it's unlikely. Alan Wilson had a tactical backward move, and his palm had already rested on Hepburn's shoulders from behind. I'm glad you feel okay. Hepburn could see that the man's mood was definitely not as relaxed as it seemed on the surface, and took the initiative to kiss the man. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Originally, there was some, but Audrey said that, so there is nothing at all. Alan Wilson was too proud of himself. As a man, he always wanted to prove something in front of women. He smiled lazily, moving his head only an inch, so that their lips could touch each other. The laughter melted like sugar in water, leaving only a cold sweetness in the blood vessels. Emptiness and loneliness also disappeared without a trace. Hepburn blindly put one hand around the man's neck, trying to capture the pleasure that spread over her body like a veil waterfall. Helplessly leaning against him, her body trembled constantly. As if wrapped in a magic net, she felt that her reason and thoughts were directed directly to this man, until Alan Wilson became the center of his existence. And the man's hands wandered over her body, and every touch was full of tenderness and love, like a miracle, searching for the secrets of her body. A few days later, the Labour government passed the initial confusion, and began to operate officially. The Labour government with the great Harold Wilson as its core decided to implement its own governance philosophy. Alan Wilson, as the cabinet secretary, was called to the Prime Minister's office. As expected, the topic revolved around the second round of nationalized industries. In post-war economic theory, government intervention was not wrong, and the Labour Party especially believed this. Harold Wilson elaborated on his idea of nationalizing the coal, iron and water supply systems, and then asked Alan Wilson what he thought about this. This will be good for the economy. Economic theory supports this. I don't know, Prime Minister. Alan Wilson thought to himself that he had always treated economic theory as bullshit, and hesitated for a moment and said, but we are taking care of the local water supply system in Malaya, and we have similar talents. So, the coal and iron industries are very important industries, which no one denies, but the water supply system involves thousands of households, and is actually more important. Dear Prime Minister, how about we start with the water supply system? Of course, colleagues in the Ministry of Finance have always been hostile to nationalized fiscal spending. Once the spending on nationalized industries is too large, it may affect all aspects, harm the interests of Britain. If the Prime Minister insisted on this, Alan Wilson would recall the water supply system officials in the Malayan colony to help the Labour government fulfill its election promise on this livelihood project. That's great, Alan. I thought there would be difficulties at first. Harold Wilson didn't expect the communication to be so smooth. He also agreed with the Supreme Authority that the livelihood project was indeed extremely important and should be started first. Of course there are difficulties. We never avoid difficulties. Alan Wilson replied with a smile. Not only did he not avoid difficulties, he would also actively create difficulties, even if there were no difficulties. Chapter 1315 British Water Company. For example, the nationalisation of the water supply system must be submitted to the House of Commons as a bill. This is the Prime Minister's business. The Cabinet Secretary's business is nothing more than the following. Let the Treasury take out the budget that should be taken out for the nationalisation of the water supply system, and then evaluate how many staff are needed to establish the British Water Company, so as to arrange jobs. The current employment situation in the UK is actually worse than that during the Attlee period. After all, many industries that Alan Wilson thought were worthless have been transferred out. This may also be the root cause of Eden's overturn this time. Therefore, Whitehall will definitely not object to creating some jobs through nationalisation, which can also increase the number of civil servants. The first step is naturally to ask the Treasury if there are any problems. Not long after, Frank came to the Cabinet office. Alan Wilson waited for the other party to sit down and greeted him first. Frank, how do you feel about your minister, Callaghan? Frank pondered for a moment and shook his head. He has just taken office, and I can't see any difference from the previous one. Of course we hope there will be no changes, but don't take it lightly. Alan Wilson nodded. Callaghan? He remembered that this Chancellor of the Exchequer had also been Prime Minister, and was also at the end of the Labour Party's ruling wave, which was eventually ended by Mrs. Thatcher. Although highly valued by Harold Wilson, Callaghan was not in the same faction as the current Labour Party leader in the political spectrum, but was in the faction of former leader Gatesk. Then Alan Wilson conveyed that the Prime Minister wanted to start with the water supply system in this round of nationalisation, and asked Frank what he thought. I have no problem. Alan, what do you think? Frank did not express his objection. He clearly knew that it would cost money, but the Labour Party won a big victory this time, winning nearly 100 seats. At this time, Whitehall could not go against the cabinet. Now it is a strong government. I'm not against the nationalisation plan. You know, this will create a certain number of jobs and we will have another place to arrange our colleagues. Alan Wilson said this and added, but we must be clear that the newly established British Water Company must make money. The bottom line is that it cannot cause a fiscal deficit. It is definitely not okay to use the power of the government to cover the losses. As an outstanding representative of old imperialism, Britain has achieved 100% tap water coverage in 1944. Only with this foundation can we talk about nationalising the water supply system. The problem to be solved now is nothing more than the issue of authority. The concentration of the water supply system in the UK is relatively low and belongs to local governments. What needs to be done now is to integrate these water supply systems that belong to private or public, local governments and municipal governments. There are three main opponents: local governments, the Joint Water Resources Committee and water companies. Although private companies are also participants in the water market, their market share is less than 1/5, and the actual control of the water industry is still in the hands of local governments. Water supply business needs to be carried out across regions frequently, and the terms of bulk supply arrangements need to be approved by the central government. Such a large number of institutions involved in the water supply business has led to low water supply efficiency in the UK. There are thousands of local water companies alone. Frank said that this matter is not easy. Does the Prime Minister know what he will face? Yes or no? But it doesn't matter. The existence of chaotic institutions also makes us not know where to start. Take advantage of this nationalisation to sort out the water supply system. Replace it with reliable people. Alan Wilson knocked on the table. Arrange the civil servants who passed the exam this year to Malaya. The water supply system in Malaya is shared with private companies, but it is much clearer than the chaos in the local area. Let the local colleagues come back, and things will be easier. Frank may not believe other words, but he absolutely believes this statement of supreme authority. The shared private company in Malaya? If nothing unexpected happens, the owner of the company should be Pamela Mountbatten. After asking Frank to prepare a budget, Alan Wilson picked up the phone and called the Ministry of the Interior to come up with a feasibility report. He gave a week to ensure that the report must be detailed so that the Prime Minister can know the true situation of the British water supply system. After all, this involves thousands of interest groups including local governments, water companies and institutions. When he went home in the evening, he checked the time in Kuala Lumpur and called the Kuala Lumpur High Commissioner's office to inform the employees of the local water company to return to the country to lead the nationalisation. I'll arrange it right away, Secretary General. Richard's voice came from the microphone, and Alan Wilson was relieved a little. He replied, the wave of nationalisation is not a bad thing for civil servants. Won't these institutions ultimately rely on us to manage? The integration of thousands of institutions, are they going to be left to the parliamentarians to manage? The best they can do is put their name on it. As soon as he put down the phone, Xiamen called up. It seems that you also negotiated the water supply system in Hong Kong, right? Xiamen came back because of the British Golden Globe Awards ceremony. As a benchmark in Asian films, she naturally couldn't let the man behind her feel empty every day. Don't say that. Alan Wilson denied it flatly, and then added, I asked someone to talk to you, and of course I also thank your country for its cooperation. In fact, we have the opportunity to cooperate, don't we? It's not good for everyone to make things ugly. Of course, the Vietnam War is an exception, and this cannot be blamed on Britain. Britain has the thinking of the big empire, and it looks down on Europeans in its heart compared to Americans. Your country is entangled in the relationship between Britain and the United States. I can tell you that it is definitely more inclined to the United States. But in the end, the outcome of the war determined the attitude of China and Britain. No matter how many Vietnamese the United States killed in the Vietnam War, whether it was 2 million or 5 million, as long as the United States eventually withdrew its troops and South Vietnam was destroyed, it would be a set-in-stone defeat. On the other hand, even if Vietnam was miserable, as long as they could hold on until the Americans left, they would be the winner. For the world's number one, once the undefeated golden body is broken, it would be a very terrible thing. The United States should immediately find a sacrifice to make the Soviet Union lose once, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. There is no doubt that decades later, the United States will have a lot of cards in its hands, and it will turn around and point to Eastern Europe. But now the United States really has few choices. If it points to Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, a certain big country will be bloody. Now, apart from being able to fight, a certain big country has no level of pottery and jars. The United States feels that it is a loss to sacrifice a dog. But decades later, the United States will also have its own difficulties in Asia. At least the Southeast Asian countries do not believe in the military power of the United States as much as the Europeans do. Southeast Asian countries have witnessed the Sagan Iron Fist with their own eyes, while Europeans have only heard of it. Witnessing with their own eyes and hearing with their own ears are not the same concept. Alan Wilson told Zimeng, "Do you want the United States to talk to you calmly? Just prove that you are not easy to mess with. It doesn't matter how ugly the process is, the result can prove everything." Why did Alan Wilson hold on to Malaya? Because when a certain big country opened up, the first batch of funds injected were not from Britain, the United States, Europe, Japan, and South Korea, but from overseas Chinese living in Southeast Asia. Now overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia have been regarded by him as an important handle for the return of British capital. Only when overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia made money did Japanese companies enter. As for the investment of European and American companies, that was a long time later. This nationalization was very vigorous, mainly because Alan Wilson transferred people from Malaya in the Middle East. There were also British civil servants in the Middle East, who were responsible for desalination and sewage purification systems. The latter was especially important. Establishing a reliable water purification system was the top priority of the nationalization of the water supply system, and it directly affected the success or failure of this nationalization. Alan, the Cabinet Office has supplemented some unexpected aspects of the Cabinet plan. Prime Minister Harold was quite satisfied and expressed his appreciation for the Cabinet Secretary without hesitation. This report explained the sewage treatment. There are many management agencies, and localized treatment has led to frequent sewage problems. The rapid growth of water demand has driven the rapid development of the sewage treatment industry under the policy requirements of meeting public health. However, the problems in the sewage treatment industry are similar to those in water supply. That is, under the premise that sewage treatment is the responsibility of local authorities, rather than basin areas, the participation of more than 1,400 local agencies has caused many problems in the sewage treatment industry. Local authorities need to collect sewage, treat sewage and control pollution across the river basin. But since there is no common management agency across the river basin, each management agency manages according to its own river pollution control standards, from London with a population of 8 million to the smallest area with a population of about 20,000. The size and scope of local governments vary significantly. Each local government works for its own purpose, and there is no agency responsible for coordinating the use and development of water resources in the entire river basin. Sewage treatment is highly localized, and there are many problems in effectively carrying out work within the river basin. Alan Wilson's plan was released much earlier than the Prime Minister expected. To be honest, as the Cabinet Secretary, he is more eager for the nationalization wave than the Prime Minister himself. This comprehensive plan for the establishment of a British water company is earlier than the Water Resources Act that the Prime Minister is planning to promulgate. In the next few days, the team from the Middle East and Malaya will return to London. They are all the most suitable talents in the UK. They are responsible for water supply companies, seawater desalination, water purification systems, etc. in the local area. They have accumulated considerable experience. Alan Wilson spoke eloquently, using practical actions to show that he has done everything for the Prime Minister's nationalization plan. At first, I only saw your talent in diplomatic work. Now it seems that it makes sense for you to become a popular cabinet secretary. Prime Minister Harold was amazed and happy that Whitehall came up with a plan so quickly. Chapter 13:16 Testing the Prime Minister. Harold Wilson was very satisfied with this report and recognized the ability of the Cabinet Office. On the contrary, the Water Resources Act he promoted was still in the drafting stage. He kept the report and prepared to use some of the contents in the report to supplement his draft legislation. The Prime Minister promoted legislation, and the Cabinet Secretary had to establish institutions to make the Prime Minister's grand blueprint come true. In the following days, overseas civil servants from Malaya and the Middle East returned to London. As an important part of the cornerstone of British Empire civilization, local civil servants and overseas civil servants should learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. After meeting with the civil servants who returned from the two places, Alan Wilson set about establishing two institutions to promote the nationalization of the water supply system this time. One was the establishment of the River Bureau, responsible for the distribution of rivers in the UK. A total of 29 river management agencies, namely the River Bureau, were to be established. These 29 river bureaus were responsible for enforcing laws related to water resources, river pollution, land drainage, fisheries, and water entertainment activities in the UK. This was also the beginning of river basin management in the UK. The basic principle of river basin management comes from the concept that rivers are organic systems, characterized by physical connections and interdependence, which are transformed into economic connections. The same agency manages sewage treatment and water intake sites and operations, which can minimize costs and maximize efficiency. In addition to the River Bureau, a Water Resources Committee should be established. The Water Resources Committee is a national agency whose purpose is to provide advice to the government and river authorities on water conservation issues throughout the country. The committee promotes cross-regional water cooperation to meet the needs of various power agencies and increases river flows by promoting regulation of reservoirs during periods when river flows are originally low. However, the Water Resources Committee does not have any administrative power. It is simply a new place for civil servants of local government water supply agencies to work. After all, Whitehall cannot fire all civil servants from more than 1,400 agencies, which also involves the happiness of many families. Alan Wilson can't do anything about this. In fact, if you know a little about the UK, you will know that the proportion of civil servants in the UK is not the highest in the world, but it is almost the same. But when it comes to the proportion of civil servants in the country's fiscal expenditure, my Great Britain has never been targeting anyone. It has long been the world's number one. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be able to maintain this advantage into the 21st century. After deciding to establish the two institutions, Alan Wilson picked up the phone and said, "Ask the Deputy Secretary General to come to me." Bertrand had originally hoped to be promoted to the supreme authority, but ultimately failed. Alan Wilson could not be considered to have cut him off. He even hoped that Bertrand could continue to maintain the cornerstone of the British Empire. This time, the Prime Minister's nationalization proposal and the establishment of the Water Resources Committee were to be handed over to Bertrand. Alan Wilson had absolutely no intention of pushing Bertrand out to take the blame, but he was very fond of Bertrand's ability. But maybe Bertrand didn't think so, but his face was full of whether you were taking revenge on someone in public. Everyone knows that this nationalized water supply system involves 29 rivers and more than 1,400 local governments, water companies and institutions. If steel and coal are really nationalized, there will be no need to face so many institutions. After all, coal mines and iron mines are not widely distributed, and at most we can deal with workers in a few coal producing areas and iron mining areas. That's why we must first promote the nationalization of the water supply system. I hope the Prime Minister will realize the difficulty of nationalization. And then again, it is only a matter of time before a unified national integrated water supply system is established. You know this in your heart. Alan Wilson spoke indifferently. What if the Labour Party realizes that it is not easy to deal with it and puts the nationalization of coal and iron on hold? Although this hope is not great, this is definitely a good thing. Otherwise Alan Wilson would not agree. More than 1,000 institutions are in charge of their own things. Water supply is easy to say, but the most important thing is that there are 3 obstacles in water pollution, and no one is willing to take responsibility. The attitude of not paying attention to sewage treatment has led to a lack of investment in sewage treatment by many local governments, and the lack of a reward and punishment mechanism has made the government lack the motivation to improve the quality of sewage treatment. The rivers in the UK are not clean these days. After thinking about it, they can't be compared with the Ganges, but they are completely unrelated to the environmental protection concept of later generations. This will increase the authority of Whitehall, my Deputy Secretary General. Doesn't increasing the authority of Whitehall increase your authority? Alan Wilson asked in a tone that his colleagues were judging whether you were reliable. I believe that my colleagues in Whitehall hope that this will succeed, especially under your leadership. After much persuasion, Bertrand finally agreed. In fact, if Alan Wilson hadn't been there, Bertrand wouldn't have been able to avoid this matter. Without Alan Wilson, Bertrand would be the Cabinet Secretary General. He would still have to worry about the nationalization of the water supply system today, and he couldn't avoid it. It's just that now, Bertrand, the leader who promoted the nationalization of the water supply system, has people called back by Alan Wilson from the Middle East and Malaya. This may make Bertrand feel uncomfortable, but Alan Wilson is not trying to sideline Bertrand, thinking that I will take the credit and you will bear the responsibility, but it is really because people in the Middle East and Malaya have done this kind of work, and they teach students in accordance with their aptitude, and without any selfish motives. After Bertrand left, Alan Wilson was thinking about the candidate for the permanent secretary of the Home Office. Before he finished thinking, Maggins came to report on the Ministry of Defence. How is your minister? As usual, Alan Wilson greeted the new British Defence Chief to see if he had done anything wrong. I feel that the Secretary of Defence still wants to control military spending. Maggins mentioned Defence Secretary Dennis Healey, who was negative about some military projects. I remember Dennis Healey was a Conservative in the Labour Party. Alan Wilson muttered, that's right, he was a Conservative in the Labour Party. There are many factions within the Labour Party, especially when they were in opposition. The contradictions were still very prominent. It was after Gates died that Harold Wilson integrated and reunited. After leaving office, the Labour Party was caught up in factional fighting. Although Healey was a friend and supporter of the then party leader Hugh Gates, when Gates died suddenly, Healey voted for Callaghan and Wilson in the first and second rounds of party leader voting. Healey once thought that George Brown, another popular candidate for the party leader, was moody. On the contrary, he believed that Wilson could unite the Labour Party and had the ability to lead the Labour Party to victory in the next general election, so he supported Wilson in the party leader election. The key to reducing military spending lies in the Prime Minister. We put the main work on the Prime Minister. After thinking for a long time, Alan Wilson said, isn't the work of the Ministry of Defence very easy? He made sense. Since the ground war in the Vietnam War began, the Ministry of Defence has become the key base camp. Although Britain did not participate in the war, the generals of the Ministry of Defence have been making plans, as if they were serving the United States. Alan Wilson expressed understanding of the generals' bellicosity. Bullying third world countries will stimulate the British warlike gene. If you let these generals draw up a plan to fight the Soviet Union, they will definitely become pacifists. British public opinion naturally reports positively on the US actions in Vietnam. Only Alan Wilson secretly instructed Richard to dig up the dirty stuff of the US military in Vietnam. In public opinion, the United States will either win today or tomorrow. If you don't know British newspapers, you will see that the reports are more confident than the Americans' own reports. Anyway, it is the United States that sent troops. Is it wrong for Britain to praise the US combat effectiveness? The battlefield of public opinion is also very important. Alan Wilson still remembers that during the Syrian civil war, countless unidentified creatures were waiting for Damascus to fall and Assad to be hanged. At that time, Assad was indeed very dangerous. Only Damascus was left in his hands. Most of the territory had been occupied by the opposition. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he followed in the footsteps of Colonel Camagara. Isn't this more crazy than the current British public opinion supporting the United States? The war will eventually depend on the result. The crazy public opinion also ended with Russia helping Syria fight back. As for Ukraine's public opinion victory, it was just a classic reprint. Seeing that the Supreme Authority was very interested in the Vietnam War, Mackins revealed the discussion of the Ministry of Defense on the Vietnam War. Many generals are pessimistic about China and the Soviet Union jointly supporting Vietnam. We thought that there was a rift between the two countries before, but now it seems that there is no big problem. Oh, it's similar to the assessment of the United States. Alan Wilson answered absent-mindedly. To put it bluntly, there is no other choice. All developed countries will follow the United States. Will the vested interests of globalization follow the mudlegs to get by? Developed countries are the beneficiaries of this order. Why should they believe that the order you have established will be better than the current one? Developed countries all follow the United States, so naturally there are only two unlucky guys left to keep warm together. For the two neighbors who once had hatred, this is actually a helpless solution. If one of these two falls, the next one will definitely not survive for too long. The United States did not win the Cold War completely, which led to constant troubles later. It will not fall into the same pit twice. As long as one of the two enemies is solved, the next one will be the countdown. There is no way to avoid it. I should find an opportunity to find out the Prime Minister's attitude towards military spending. The former Prime Minister's mediation of the India-Pakistan war can be used as an entry point. Alan Wilson asked Mackins, "What do you think of this entry point?" Chapter 13-17. 250 million budget. Mediating the India-Pakistan war was a trump card for former Prime Minister Eden to ensure victory in the early election. Of course, the current results have proved that early elections are indeed risky things, so it is best not to do so. But it cannot be denied that Britain has indeed contributed to the security situation in South Asia. The Conservative Party's defeat came from the classic saying of Zapurton, "Stupid, the problem is the economy." There is one thing that can be used to make an article about the drought in eastern India. Oil can not only be used to refuel cars, but also an important raw material for fertilizers. In fact, the fertilizer companies assisted by the Soviet Union to foreign countries are generally fertilizer industries that use oil as raw materials, such as North Korea. The reason why North Korea experienced agricultural regression after the disintegration of the Soviet Union is related to the loss of oil sources for North Korea's petrochemical industry, which caused agricultural regression and entered the track of suffering. The oil embargo caused by the India-Pakistan war has greatly damaged India's industry and agriculture. Coincidentally, India has experienced drought in the middle and lower reaches of the Ganges since last year. The weather in monsoon climate countries is unstable. This kind of drought caused by the early or late arrival of the monsoon for a period of time is a natural disaster with force majeure. India's climate is not hot and rainy at the same time. If Alan Wilson knew that India would experience drought in the next 2 years, he might regret not making such a harmful suggestion as an oil embargo. At the Stockholm conference, Indian Prime Minister Shastri mentioned the difficulties India faced with the oil embargo. Alan Wilson, the best friend of the Indian people, should not forget this matter just because the government had changed. Arriving at 10 Downing Street, Brest led his immediate superior into the Prime Minister's office. Alan Wilson asked calmly, "Brest, does the Prime Minister approve of you? It seems okay for now." Brest was a little puzzled. "Secretary General, I'm a reliable civil servant. The British Water Company is in the process of preparation, and the Deputy Secretary General is temporarily leading this work. Of course, the Deputy Secretary General is only temporarily concerned about the water work. In the long run, someone still needs to be in charge of the water company's affairs. The permanent Undersecretary of the Home Office is already close to retirement age. What I mean is that a former permanent Undersecretary is in charge of the water company, which represents Whitehall's determination to nationalize the water supply system. If you don't mind, the work of the Home Office does need a reliable person to handle it. Alan Wilson explained his views as he walked, and Brest was delighted when he heard it. Does it mean supreme authority? It was he who had the opportunity to become permanent Under-Secretary of the Interior Ministry. Thank you very much, sir. Don't be happy too soon. The nationalization of the water supply system will take at least a year. It involves thousands of institutions and there are still many things to do. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, you should do your current job well first. You will be promoted from the Prime Minister's Chief Private Secretary to Permanent Under-Secretary, then there will be no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan Wilson was already standing at the door of the Prime Minister's office. Brest opened the door with his hands and watched the Supreme Authority walk in with reverent eyes. Harold Wilson had just taken the Prime Minister's seat and was still in a state of high energy. He believed that the Water Resources Law would be released soon. He took advantage of his free time to listen to the words of the Cabinet Secretary. Aid India. There was a drought in India last year. Doesn't it mean there will be a drought this year? It has to take into account the impact of the oil embargo. Alan Wilson explained that oil is the raw material of fertilizers, and then said, India's climate is unstable, mainly in the following aspects. He talked about the different periods of rain and heat. The heat in India has its own problems. Why do Indians like to use curry and spicy seasonings? This is also related to the climate. If a meal cannot be finished in a short time, the best way to preserve it is of course the refrigerator. Obviously, India cannot have a refrigerator in every household. The normal preservation method can also use oil. If a dish has more oil, such as braised pork, it can be kept longer in summer. Obviously, India cannot do this. Many Indian dishes are like paste, so they can only use spicy seasonings to keep the food from spoiling. There is a reason why curry is so popular in India. India's food production is threatened by unstable climate. Oil is unaffordable, and individuals cannot store food for a long time. These are all objective difficulties. Moreover, according to the telegram from the Indian ambassador, plague broke out in India this year. In short, India is indeed in trouble this year. I wonder how Eden decided to deal with it at the time. To use the reserve grain? Harold Wilson became interested and asked whether the reserve grain should be used to aid India. Britain's reserve grain system was a cover-up used by Britain under the Soviet Union's desire to buy food with gold. However, it must be said that Britain did establish a reserve grain system which had enough reserve grain for 180 days of use. Whitehall certainly strongly supported it because it could arrange civil service positions. The strength of support is the same as this time's support for the nationalization of the water supply system. There is such an idea, but the taste of British food conflicts with that of people in the subcontinent. What we need is wheat, and Indians mainly eat rice. Alan Wilson emphasized this. The Malayan colony also established a grain reserve system like the mainland at that time, and it is very close to the taste of India. You were already the cabinet secretary at the time, right? Harold Wilson asked with a smile. Whitehall really likes the Malayan colony. Of course, it's all for the purpose of creating jobs, but the Prime Minister doesn't need to know such trivial matters. Alan Wilson, we can allocate Malaya's grain reserves to help India. Of course, this is not unilateral aid. India is a big country, and we must take care of the dignity of the Indians. Indians must not be allowed to take advantage. For Alan Wilson, it became taking care of the dignity of the Indians. Harold Wilson agreed with this statement. In this time and space, he had been the foreign secretary, and he knew that from a diplomatic perspective, Alan Wilson's view was correct. This is also to compete with the Soviet Union for influence. When war broke out in Southeast Asia, India still had to be appeased for the sake of British interests. Otherwise, it would only damage British interests. Alan Wilson explained another important reason for doing so, and brought the topic to the Vietnam War. In addition to the combat effectiveness of the army, which is the basis of Britain's global interests, we cannot ignore the use of traditional influence. The military plays an important role in maintaining Britain's global interests, and we have never denied it. Britain's border is in the Himalayas. Harold Wilson's answer gave the cabinet secretary in front of him a reassurance. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Britain's border is in the Himalayas, which was a slogan of Harold Wilson's campaign this time. Alan Wilson did not expect the Prime Minister to keep his word, but don't withdraw the 100,000 British troops overseas. It's easy to withdraw, but there will be no chance to go back. I hope the United States can solve Vietnam immediately and then bring the matter back to Europe. Harold Wilson asked, do you think we can see the end of the war within 2 years? We are cautiously optimistic. We are also happy that the export of our Tiger attack helicopters reflects the role of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Alan Wilson smiled. This is the first war in which the military-industrial complex showed its fangs. How could it end so easily? The Soviet bloc did not want it to end so quickly. The Soviet Union paid $1 and the United States had to take $20 to balance it. Wouldn't the Soviets calculate this deal? If the United States was in the position of the Soviet Union, it would do so even more. It would spend hundreds of billions of dollars without blinking an eyelid. However, it is just a gesture to win over ASEAN. The landlord has no surplus food, so it is enough to take out $150 million to send away the beggars. After all, giving it to Ukraine will satisfy the military-industrial enterprises, but giving it to ASEAN will never come back. It has to be admitted that the American military-industrial complex in later generations is even more greedy than during the Vietnam War. In less than 3 months, how much additional aid has been given? What a big country is an unprecedented competitor is just for fun. The real opponent worthy of the military-industrial complex is Russia. After walking out of the Prime Minister's office, Alan Wilson was very happy. After talking nonsense for a long time, he at least knew that the Prime Minister was not ready to cut the army and expressed his appreciation for the export of Tiger attack helicopters. Although it is just for fun to say that the British border is in the Himalayas, as long as there is no disarmament, everyone is a good friend. In April, the Ministry of Finance officially took out the budget for the nationalization of the water supply system this time, with a total expenditure of £250 million, involving 29 river basins and 1,400 institutions. The one-year nationalization budget surprised Harold Wilson. He didn't expect so much money. In fact, the nationalization during Prime Minister Attlee's time also paid a huge cost. Frank came with the Chancellor of the Exchequer James Callaghan, explaining the first round of nationalization during Attlee's time. At that time, the Labour government took out nearly £2 billion to achieve the goal. Compared with that nationalization movement, this time the nationalization of the water supply system can only be regarded as a small test. In the House of Commons in early April, Harold Wilson put his own water resources law to a vote, and the result was naturally passed with the overwhelming advantage of the Labour Party. Secretary General, I heard that Eden of the Conservative Party intends to retire. Who do you think will be the next leader of the Conservative Party? Maggins turned his eyes away from the vote of the House of Commons on TV and asked Alan Wilson, who was watching TV with him. Now the Conservative giants are about the same age as Eden. People like Profumo don't seem to have the possibility of replacing Butler and Home. Alan Wilson held his head with one hand, and his face was full of how do I know? As for Mednin, don't even think about him. Mednin has accepted the employment of a financial group, and is doing a good job as a director of the group. Maggins chuckled. Chapter 1318, firmly defending the Prime Minister. But the economic growth of the United States last year has come out, up 6%. It's really surprising that such a large scale is growing so fast. Mackins couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the economic growth is driven by the demand of the war, otherwise it wouldn't be so high. Isn't that abnormal? The economic crisis ended as soon as the World War started. It happened twice. Alan Wilson said, but any war that lasts for a long time will affect the economic development of the country. This is a rule. The longer the war, the greater the sequelae of the United States. Let's not imitate the Americans. The economic growth of the United States in the past 2 years is indeed outrageous. It was close to 7% the year before last and 6% last year. This is faster than Japan after the Tokyo Olympics. With this kind of growth, it feels like throwing $2 trillion in Afghanistan. The American war machine is really terrifying when it is turned on. Now for the UK, it is to take advantage of the spillover effect of the Vietnam War to build Malaya well, and take advantage of the east wind. As for the UK, it needs to upgrade its industry. especially the semiconductor industry. Even if it can't reach the level of the United States and Japan 10 years later, it must be satisfied with self-sufficiency. As for the water resources law, what nationalization of the water supply system? It was just an opportunity for the Prime Minister to show his self-worth. In Alan Wilson's eyes, it was far less important. He supported it only because he was the cabinet secretary and wanted to arrange the establishment through the nationalization movement. That was all. As a permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Defense, why do you care about the US economy? The United States has only one fundamental problem that will shake it. That is, the English-speaking people in the country may be impacted by Latin American immigrants. Apart from this, other problems depend on whether the United States itself is too greedy. Alan Wilson reminded Mackins to pay more attention to the Ministry of Defense, such as paying attention to Defense Secretary Dennis Healey, and let him know that the British Defense Force is very good now, and don't think about cutting funding. The outbreak of racial issues in the United States is still far away, at least for now. The origin is naturally Reagan, an old acquaintance of the cabinet secretary. In 1986, Reagan pardoned 3 million Latin American illegal immigrants. The direct result is that California, the most populous state in the United States, has since become a major voting base for the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party's power on the West Coast has declined sharply. It has laid the foundation for the Democratic Party's advantage on the West Coast and the New England region in the northeastern United States. By the time the Sleeping King came to power, the Latin-speaking population had reached nearly 1/5, and the entire black population was only a little over 1/10. Of course, the United States thought it had no problem, just like the French thought they could deal with the blacks by telling the blacks that their ancestors were Gauls. The problem is that only 50% of the young white people in the United States traditionally speak English, which is very scary. The Democratic Party still wants to pardon them under such circumstances, and I don't know if the United States can bear it. At the beginning of the year, the US military in Southeast Asia launched Operation Masha. In order to transport more troops to the mountainous area for a raid, the US military dispatched a group of helicopters, including the British Tiger armed helicopters, to start sweeping the infiltration forces of North Vietnam. It carried more than 1,500 US troops and flew to the combat area. At this time, the Vietnamese army had already prepared everything and was just waiting for the arrival of US fighter planes. According to war history, the Vietnamese army had hidden more than 300 anti-aircraft machine guns in the combat area at that time. As soon as the US armed helicopters arrived at the target location, the ambushed anti-aircraft machine guns opened fire. The unprepared US troops were beaten back in succession under the intensive artillery fire, leaving behind more than 30 helicopters that were shot like sieves and fled in panic. They also paid the price of more than 500 casualties, of which 200 died on the spot, and the remaining US troops became prisoners of war. Fortunately, the armed helicopters, provided by the United Kingdom, received positive comments from the US military, played a pioneering role in the breakout, and launched a counterattack against the ambushed Vietnamese army. Among the helicopters shot down, only 1/10 belonged to the Tiger armed helicopters, which left a deep impression on the US troops fighting in Vietnam. After this unsuccessful operation, the United States hated the densely forested environment in Vietnam. At the Saigon port, ships from the mainland unloaded defoliants loaded in orange barrels. It was used to clear the densely forested environment in Southeast Asia and expand the vision of US military operations. After all, the Tiger armed helicopter is an active equipment of the United Kingdom, so after this battle, Washington hopes that Britain can send troops to use this weapon to help the United States. This is definitely impossible. When Eden was in office, this was only theoretically possible. Now that the Labour Party is in power, it is impossible. Defense Secretary Dennis Healey wants to cut military spending. Although the Prime Minister said he would not do so, the military spending has been saved with great difficulty. Do you want to increase it? I wonder if the representatives of the deep government and the supreme authority have given the logistics of the British troops stationed abroad to the Chinese, and then let the Chinese follow the British army to Vietnam. Fight the North Vietnam supported by a certain big country. It's a joke. However, From the perspective of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson still informed the Prime Minister of Washington's request, and the result was naturally ruthlessly rejected. This has nothing to do with him. He is just a cabinet secretary with only the power to handle daily affairs. For major events such as sending troops, it is naturally the Prime Minister who makes the final decision. Dear Sir, from the perspective of special relations, I should not have been able to dictate British policy, but there are some remarks that Prime Minister Wilson seems to be too friendly to the Soviet Union. Donald, the American ambassador who came to the cabinet office to promote diplomacy, expressed his concerns about Britain's foreign policy. He hoped that Alan Wilson, the cabinet secretary, could ensure the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and not let the suspicious Prime Minister destroy it. Dear Ambassador, he is the Prime Minister. Although our two countries have a special relationship, this kind of talk. Alan Wilson showed a skeptical tone, but still stood firm, and reminded the other party not to talk nonsense. Suspicion about Harold Wilson was indeed circulated in the streets. After the war, the Labour Party defeated the Conservative Party, and won a landslide victory in the general election, and Wilson was successfully elected as a Member of Parliament. But what he didn't expect was that he was immediately appointed as the Parliamentary Secretary of the Public Service. 2 years later, he was reassigned as the Overseas Trade Secretary. During his tenure, he visited the Soviet Union several times to discuss trade matters. During this period, the sale of Rolls-Royce engines naturally occurred. This time and space relied on the existence of Alan Wilson to sell hundreds more engines, but Britain's superior aviation engines did have technology outflows to the Soviet Union. But it can't be suspected that the Prime Minister had connections with the Soviet Union. If the Prime Minister can be suspected, Alan Wilson is also involved in this matter. Wouldn't he also be suspected? Faced with the pressure from the United States, Alan Wilson naturally wanted to change the subject. The current priority is not how much help Britain can provide. There are some things that only Britain can tell the United States honestly. That is, the United States must achieve a big victory as soon as possible to give confidence to the free world. Our two countries both speak English. Britain is naturally the most steadfast ally of the United States, but this is not necessarily the case for other countries. The United States should know that the reformist socialism in Europe is very strong, because Europe does not have enough confidence in facing the Soviet Union, and the United States must give Europe confidence. Challenges are always isolated. You can say that the Soviet Union does not have as many allies as the United States, but that is based on the fact that the United States can suppress the Soviet Union. If you, the United States, can't do it, no one wants to be friends with the loser. The countries on the European side can defend, but where can they help the United States fight? That's really overthinking. I heard that the South Korean army in South Vietnam has exceeded 50,000. Why not organize a large-scale offensive? Alan Wilson turned the tables and asked, what do you want the Koreans to do? Isn't it to let them reduce the losses of American soldiers? Is it to let the Koreans go on a tropical vacation? How to use these different nationalities' troops? Perhaps Britain can provide some useful suggestions. After all, we have fought side by side with the Indians. You must understand that South Korea needs the United States now, even more than the United States needs South Korea. With this foundation clear, things will be easy. In fact, the current conditions of the United States are better than those of Britain during the 2 world wars. South Korea has no ability to refuse. Who is Alan Wilson? He used to be the Assistant High Commissioner of British India. In the current Britain, there are people in high positions who are well aware that Britain will never surrender before the blood of the Indians is shed. It cannot be said that there is no one, but he is the only one who meets the standard of being young and strong. Once large-scale casualties occur, the Koreans may not obey. Donald frowned slightly. Obviously, Washington has not thought about this problem clearly. Then let them swim back by themselves. They dare not disobey even in Vietnam. Alan Wilson chuckled. I don't believe Park Chung-hee dares to refuse. We can also use this opportunity to test whether the warning about the 17th parallel north is effective. If it causes dissatisfaction among the Soviet bloc, we can say that this is a decision made by the Koreans themselves. It has nothing to do with the US military. In fact, Washington is lucky. There is still a country that is willing to use its lives in exchange for support. Britain can't find such a country now. After sending away Donald, who had regained his confidence, Alan Wilson changed his face instantly. He finally succeeded in fooling the Americans and muttered, "Do you want to check whether the Prime Minister is really a Soviet spy? Pamela Mountbatten is about to return home. Some things may not be convenient when she comes back." Alan Wilson decided to visit his sister-in-law. His main purpose was to ask Turing about the development trend of the semiconductor industry. Surprisingly, Turing was not at home. Princess Margaret expressed her gratitude to the cabinet secretary for his concern for her husband. This communication was like being at home. "I'll call you when he comes back. Thank you, Princess, for your help in industrial upgrading." Alan Wilson bowed slightly and said, "The royal family's concern for the economy is a blessing for Britain." Chapter 13:19 France withdraws from NATO. "Put on your pants first, it will be more convincing." Princess Margaret's eyes flickered, reminding the supreme authority to pay attention to his image. It was still early, and considering that there might be follow-up, Her Royal Highness did not chase him away, but asked about her brother-in-law's recent work. "That's really busy. Military exercises between Britain and Arab countries. Some reserve grains were allocated to the Far East for diplomacy, of course. It was actually to Malaya to transport industrial products. And by the way, a shipload of grain was sold to India. Grain can't be kept for too long. It will expire if it is kept. Isn't this promoting the nationalization movement in the country? In short, there are still a lot of things to do." While pulling up his pants, Alan Wilson complained about his busy work. It was not as easy as he imagined to come to his sister-in-law's place. He only came once a week and really didn't have time. Of course, Her Royal Highness didn't need to know that Britain also had other ladies of the same status as his wife, and there were international exchanges from time to time. Military exercises with Arab countries? Why? Princess Margaret was a little stunned. The relationship between Britain and Arab countries was not bad, but it wasn't that good either. That's to prove that the British Army in the Middle East is too busy to help the United States in the Far East. Alan Wilson replied indifferently, "It prevents the United States from always dragging our soldiers to die together. This is the purpose of this Middle East exercise." Of course, Britain is still quite sincere in this exercise, and has won over almost all the current pro-British countries, even Saudi Arabia, a pro-American country. If nothing unexpected happens, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will soon receive a protest from Israel. Britain's fall from a hegemon to a loyal follower of the United States is a gradual process, which is also closely related to the United States' growing strength, while Britain is standing still. Britain shouted loudly about the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and put it into action after the end of the Cold War and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Since the Soviet Union was no longer viable, probably during the Gulf War, Britain began to participate in every war of the United States, completing the transformation from the Big Three of World War II to a loyal lackey of the American Empire. When the Soviet Union was at its strongest and launched a global offensive, Britain was in power with the Labour Party, and Harold Wilson was almost suspected of being a Soviet spy. The reason is simple. If a strong enemy appears, the United States can still be a human being. If the world is really peaceful, the United States will treat you like a dog, and you will not be able to resist. The Cold War is also the most conservative choice of victory. After all, the land advantage of the Soviet group is too obvious. If there is really a place to compete, there is no army power in the free world that can show off. Unless the Koreans are really like what they say, the army is the best in Europe and Asia. After chatting for a while, the sister-in-law still wanted to have her bones corrected again. As a social public tool who supports the royal family, Alan Wilson naturally could not refuse. Before leaving, he said that he would come to see Turing in a few days. Not unexpectedly, 2 days later, Dixon reported on Israel's protest against the joint military exercises of the United Kingdom and Arab countries. Not surprising at all. After reading Israel's wording, Alan Wilson nodded at Dixon and said, "Then just reply according to the normal formula. This time, the exercise, in simple terms, is to pile up the number. The gold content of the exercise may not be very high, but the shooting level must be very high. Not to mention that it is as deterrent as the West in August 1st, but it must be deterrent in the lens. Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, even pro-Soviet Syria and pro-American Saudi Arabia also accepted the invitation and piled up more than 4,000 tanks. Hundreds of armed helicopters hovered in the sky, and British fighter jets fired rockets. The scene was quite lively. The role of the British Army was Israel, the imaginary enemy of the Arab countries. Of course, this was only what the Arab countries thought, and the British Foreign Office would not admit it. Israel was very dissatisfied this time. Dixon spoke carefully and questioned Britain's anti-Israel sentiment. Britain has no anti-Israel sentiment. Even if we know that the Israelis treat the Pakistanis no differently than the Germans treated Israel, don't we pretend not to see it? This military exercise is entirely based on interests, telling the Israelis that they can rest assured that, as long as the United States does not decline, Israel will be safe. Alan Wilson answered lightly that whether Israel is safe or not has nothing to do with him, but depends on the United States. The reason is so simple. The Soviets regard Arab countries as allies, and the United States regards Israel as its own father. Deep in the Vietnam War, the United States ordered all flying vehicles to be sent to Israel. Fighter pilots changed their clothes and became Israeli pilots to fight in the war, which saved Israel. Can the United States remain strong forever? Can Israel remain strong forever? There is no country in this world that is always strong. Decades later, Israel lost to Hezbollah and Hamas. Who knows what it will be like if they really fight? Anyway, from Alan Wilson's point of view, it is useless for Israel to win no matter how many times. After the Arabs, there is still Iran. There are many peaceful countries in the world. The United States will not always be strong for Israel. The relationship between the United States and Israel was very cold during the Black President. The most important thing is that Jews do not have an advantage in Israel. There are a total of 13 million Arabs in the Palestinian settlements established by Israel. Israel's own population is only 9 million. The Arab population is growing faster than that of Israel. Can Israel kill all these more than 10 million Palestinians like in ancient times? Israel dares to kill for hatred, but it absolutely dares not to do ethnic cleansing, so Israel will not have an easy life. If the Americans are willing to worship Israel, that is the United States business. As long as there is a choice, Alan Wilson will never let Britain be like the United States. The British Foreign Office firmly denied that Britain had any anti-Israel stance, saying that all this was to resist the Soviet Union's infiltration into the Middle East. What? Syria also participated in the exercise. That's because if Syria is excluded, it would be too obvious, and Britain still cannot provoke the Soviet Union too much. But then again, the United States had time to help Pakistan fight India during the Vietnam War, and the Soviet Union did not delay expanding its influence in Yemen when it was assisting Vietnam. What's wrong with Britain organizing a military exercise in the Middle East when it was confronting Indonesia in Southeast Asia? Isn't that normal? Now Britain can still get £30 million of funds for seawater desalination in the Middle East every year, and this does not include the import and export of oil and food. Taking this opportunity, Alan Wilson met with the American ambassador again to explain Britain's position. This time, Donald also informed the United States of its strategy in the Vietnam War, which was actually to pursue a strategy of attrition, with the aim of causing great casualties to the Viet Cong in North Vietnam, so that they would not have time to replenish. Secretary General, we used a defoliant in Vietnam, and it worked very well. Donald was very pleased when he talked about this. The hated forests in Vietnam were finally no longer an obstacle. Oh, that's great. Alan Wilson congratulated calmly. As for Agent Orange, the ambassador might not know that this was the advice given by the cabinet secretary in front of him. Oh, by the way, have you found the hydrogen bomb that fell into the sea, or have you assessed that the danger has been eliminated? Just before and after the British general election, an accident occurred with a US strategic bomber. The bomber was carrying 4 hydrogen bombs. Not long after kissing the tanker, with a boom, the 2 overly enthusiastic planes actually collided with each other. The violent collision directly destroyed one of the engines of the bomber, and flames also ignited on the wings. In order to prevent the fire from spreading, the pilot decisively threw away the spare fuel tank, and wanted to find a place to make an emergency landing, but the delaying tactic did not work too well. In a very short time, the fire spread to all parts of the plane. The plane crash was just a small matter. If the hydrogen bomb was detonated, the consequences would be disastrous. Without time to think about it, the pilot had no choice but to drop all 4 hydrogen bombs over the fishing village. Then, he pressed the button to eject from the cabin. Almost at the moment of ejection, the fuel tank exploded, and the more than 200-ton bomber turned into a fireball and hit the ground. 3 of the 4 hydrogen bombs fell on land, and were all found. The remaining one was not found after a long search on land. Recently, the United States is looking for the lost hydrogen bomb in the nearby waters. Because this is a public accident, and has been seen by many witnesses, the United States cannot hide it. Donald was a little embarrassed when facing Alan Wilson's questioning, and hesitantly replied, "There are clues. This is a big deal in the UK. Although the United States is near nuclear explosion in Spain, has nothing to do with the UK. It has caused a wave of discussion in the UK under the promotion of unknown forces. The result of the discussion is naturally that the Americans, especially the American soldiers, are not good enough and are too reckless in a country with a military base. Fortunately, the UK does not have a US military base. I hope our allies can find the lost hydrogen bomb soon. I heard that Moscow is mocking this again." Alan Wilson spread his hands and comforted. Paris is also paying attention to this matter. Facts have proved that some things are not worth talking about. A few days after Alan Wilson implied something about the Americans, on the day when he was attending to his wife's return home at the airport, Charles de Gaulle, who had been preparing for several years, delivered a televised speech in which he announced in front of all French citizens, France will withdraw from NATO's integrated military system by October. 3 months later, French military personnel will withdraw from the NATO headquarters, and American troops and military equipment stationed in France will leave France within 1 year. Charles de Gaulle firmly gave a timetable for NATO to leave France, which caused an uproar in France and even the free world. The impact was no less than that of the ongoing Vietnam War. Chapter 1320, Instructing Neria. What a big deal happened today. Pamela Mountbatten had just arrived home when she learned about this big event that could be called an earthquake in the free world. That's not a big deal. My lover's return home is a big deal. Alan Wilson put down his wife's luggage and started a pour, making the female president completely confused. You only know how to say nice things. The children are still here. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her shocked children and reminded them with pursed lips. Just after arriving home, it was obviously a time for emotional sublimation. If it weren't for the phone call from number 10 Downing Street, it would have been a beautiful day. Pamela Mountbatten watched her husband answer the phone and said softly, "Go ahead, you are the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office after all. When you come back from get off work, I will make you something delicious. This is good news." Alan Wilson's face was full of anticipation. He picked up his briefcase and walked to the door. "Don't work too hard. You just got back." Prime Minister Harold Wilson was holding a cabinet meeting on France's withdrawal from NATO. Secretary of State and Secretary of State for Economic Affairs George Brown, Foreign Secretary Patrick Gordon Walker, Secretary of Defense Dennis Healey, and Chancellor of the Exchequer James Callaghan were all there, and they were naturally analyzing the causes, process, and consequences. The cabinet secretary is not a cabinet minister. Alan Wilson could not attend this meeting. He was only called in temporarily. When the Prime Minister asked, he replied, "It may be because of the 4 hydrogen bombs that France made up its mind and made such a decision." Alan Wilson mentioned the Spanish plane collision 2 months ago. Now the whole of Europe knows that it was a collision between a bomber and a tanker. In order to save his life, the American pilot threw the hydrogen bomb he carried into a small town in Spain. The Americans have always kept their mouths shut about the crash. For such a long time, they relaxed the ban and allowed the Spanish to cultivate on the land contaminated by nuclear weapons. The 4th hydrogen bomb has not been found, and the Americans suspect that the powerful KGB has taken it away. Through the Americans' active inquiries, the Soviets simulated the conclusion and immediately made their conclusions public. This reminded Alan Wilson that this incident did happen in history. The Soviets only speculated that the nuclear materials of the United States and Spain had leaked, but he knew that the United States almost gave Spain a simulated nuclear explosion. This incident was made public under the cover of the Soviet Voice. The news that Spain was almost destroyed by a nuclear bomb due to the plane collision over Spain also spread throughout Europe. The United States chose to remain silent, which further fueled this suspicion. After the local residents were blocked from their homes by the Americans for more than 2 months and went to the crash site to farm, they got the news from the outside world that Spain was almost destroyed by a nuclear bomb by the big brother of the free world. Looking back now, the most heated discussions were half a month ago. It is a bit far-fetched to link this incident with France's withdrawal from NATO, but Alan Wilson speculated so, and who can do anything about it? The hydrogen bomb that fell did not explode. If it really exploded, who knows what the final result would be? There is no necessary connection between these two things, right? Defense Secretary Dennis Healey frowned. The US hydrogen bomb fell, but it was still far away from France. Maybe the French think that these hydrogen bombs are used to guard against France. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, France has indeed made the United States dissatisfied in recent years, and the French also understand this. The concealment of the collider incident by the United States was first disclosed by the Soviets. It did have a bad impact, but we cannot determine whether it is the reason for France's withdrawal from NATO. Harold Wilson muttered slowly, but this does make everyone very passive. Can we make Charles de Gaulle change his mind? Several cabinet ministers had no confidence. When the Prime Minister's eyes finally fell on Alan Wilson, he simply answered, no, Charles de Gaulle has wanted to drive out American troops from the country for a long time. He will not change his mind because of the loss of the hydrogen bomb this time. Actually what? Harold Wilson saw that the Cabinet Secretary General was hesitant to speak, so he could only urge, Alan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. If we predict that the French will not compromise, then the next question will arise. If the nuclear weapons that the United States has placed in France are to be withdrawn, they must be placed in a country. Alan Wilson said this and raised a possibility. Will Washington want to place the withdrawn nuclear weapons in the UK? That's impossible. As soon as the voice fell, several cabinet ministers quarreled, saying that they would never agree. British citizens were still discussing that the Americans had lost the hydrogen bomb half a month ago, and then the UK agreed to the Americans to place the nuclear weapons withdrawn from France in the UK. Unless they all don't want to stay on the political stage, they will never agree. I just raised a hypothetical question. Alan Wilson immediately said that this was just a hypothesis. He naturally asked deliberately to see what everyone's attitude would be if such a thing really happened. Gordon, we still have to fight for France and prepare to visit Paris. Harold Wilson finally decided to fight for Charles de Gaulle and let the foreign minister go to Paris. It would be of great benefit to the entire free world to keep France in NATO. Alan Wilson directly praised the Prime Minister's foresight, but he didn't agree in his heart. France is a nation with a strong sense of national pride. France has a glorious history that it is proud of. In the eyes of the French, France in the era of Louis XIV is a peak in human history, just like Greece in the era of Pericles, Rome in the era of Augustus, and Italy in the Renaissance. The French look at Americans like a declining old aristocrat looking at an upstart. France is a great country with a glorious history, and even the American War of Independence was won with the support of France. The United States is the first to bear the brunt of NATO's discourse power, followed by Britain. France is equivalent to the Security Army except for Security Hanamachi and Mito Yohei, etc. Charles de Gaulle's European integration even includes the Soviet Union. In the eyes of the French, the Soviet Union has always been a part of Europe, which is different from the Soviet Union in the eyes of Skradina in many European countries. The fall of the hydrogen bomb this time may really be related to Charles de Gaulle's determination to withdraw from NATO, but it is definitely a perfect excuse. A foreign minister cannot be persuaded back. He has never been persuaded back in history, and it is estimated that it will be difficult now. After returning home, Pamela Mountbatten had changed into home clothes, cooked dinner and waited for her husband to come back. After listening to Alan Wilson's narration, the French are really difficult to deal with. Of course, they look down on us, just like we look down on them. Alan Wilson answered vaguely, but did not stop his work. The Franco-Russian alliance has a history. To be honest, it is us who least want Europe to get close. Whether it is the Germans or the French, there is no deep hatred with the Soviet Union. Except for the Napoleonic period, France fought with the Russian Empire. The rest of the time, it did not interfere with the World War. On the contrary, when curbing Germany, France relied on the Russian Empire for a long time. As for Germany, except for the period when the Führer thought he had an advantage in me, it seemed that the relationship with the Slavs was okay at other times. But Britain is different. Once Europe is happy, Britain, an island country, will have no fun at all. So the Cold War pattern is not a bad thing for Britain. The Soviet Union is so powerful, and the French dare to approach it. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head in confusion. Don't the French recognize the danger? The Soviet Union is indeed too powerful, but being too weak is not good either. Alan Wilson has seen the weakest Russia in history, just a few decades later. In his opinion, a too weak Russia is not a good thing, just like a certain big country now, which has nothing anyway. So what if it confronts the United States? After evaluating the three periods of the Slavs, Alan Wilson still believes that the Imperial Russian period is an acceptable time, not as strong as the Soviet Union, nor as weak as Russia decades later. Of course, Alan Wilson does not think that the so-called weakest in history is Russia's strength. The reason why Russia fell into that situation is that it was a defeated country in the Cold War, and the winner was naturally the United States. In a unipolar world, Russia, which is equivalent to being defeated once, actually has no place. There is no need for research and development, production, or even sweet shops. In the process of Russia becoming a raw material provider, a country plays an important role, which is Germany. The Germans use the eastward expansion of the European Union, and the soft knife killing power is no less than the eastward expansion of NATO, and it is even more harmful to Russia. Because the EU itself is equivalent to Germany's economic colony in later generations, especially Eastern Europe. Germany defeated the industry of a country in the EU, and began to dominate the next round of EU expansion. In order to prevent Russia from rebounding, it used energy to tie up Russia. But in essence, it was robbing Russia's original market. Russia's industrial decline caused by the Golden UN offensive was largely due to Germany. If Germany itself was not a defeated country and there were still many British and American troops stationed on its territory, this defeated country would have been out of control long ago, and might even bite back at Britain and the United States. In ancient and modern wars, the pig's tactics have been successfully used by people again and again. When attacked, they will lean their butts against the wall, so that you can't catch their tails, and finally they can't do anything about it. If you are not careful, they will bite you with sharp teeth, and won't let go. This is used very well by the Germans at the economic level. I heard something, can't it be true? Nehru visited East Asia? He is not independent yet. Pamela Mountbatten asked her man if this was true. I asked him to go. Alan Wilson admitted straightforwardly, the East African colony will be independent soon, at the latest next year. Dear, can you give me an explanation? Pamela Mountbatten was a little puzzled. That country is now supporting North Vietnam in its fight against the Americans. There is a railway that Nehru wants to build, but we can't help because it is too difficult and the investment is too high. Alan Wilson replied calmly. I asked him to try his luck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1321 Chinese Lithography Machine. Do they have the ability? Even if they do, dear, you said that both the investment and the difficulty are huge. From what I know about the Chinese, they are very smart. Pamela Mountbatten had a bewildered look on her face. The smartness mentioned by the female president was naturally what she had learned from those big compradors. This is related to the international situation. You don't quite understand. Alan Wilson smiled mysteriously at his wife. They also want to break through the blockade, don't they? The boss of the Soviet bloc is the Soviet Union. No country listens to them. Even North Korea and North Vietnam are just taking benefits from both sides. According to the time, this should be when Albania came to ask for support, but this world is not the same. Historically, Albania and Tito's Yugoslavia had a bad relationship. It was to use the Soviet Union to balance the threat of Yugoslavia to Albania. This thing is done by you on the first day and I on the 15th. If Yugoslavia dares to be dissatisfied with the Soviet Union, Albania can also find the big brother to balance Yugoslavia around it. But Albania's national strength is too low, and the whole territory is surrounded by Yugoslavia. Compared with Albania, the Soviet Union obviously values Yugoslavia more. Yugoslavia later tried to improve relations with the Soviet Union. Albania felt isolated again, and found a certain big country. Now, Yugoslavia has gained a foothold overseas through Grace's group, resulting in the threat of imperialist puppets wanting to come back and counterattack at all times. Tito talked to Moscow about this, only asking to maintain its independence in the Warsaw Pact, but would obey the arrangements of the entire Warsaw Pact, similar to the role of France in NATO, and did not become the initiator of the non-aligned movement. The situation in Southeast Europe is one after another. From the beginning, Albania did not use the Soviet Union to balance the environment of Yugoslavia. This led to a quarrel between a certain big country and the Soviet Union for a long time, and no brother country came out to say a fair word. Even the Indonesian Communist Party, which had supported it before, dispersed the original pro-China voices. It absorbed more members after killing the Indonesian military. This is also normal. A certain big country can benefit more than Brezhnev. Nehru actually looks like a member of the Labour Party, but in fact, he is similar to Nehru and is more inclined to the Soviet bloc. For a certain big country that is now determined to break the isolation environment, it is a timely help. Don't think that a railway is a big loss. The African strategy cannot be measured by how much money a railway makes. This railway is also good for Rhodesia. We can make money without spending a pound. Isn't that a good thing? It's better to walk on two legs than on one. Alan Wilson burped, and the toothpick at the corner of his mouth moved with his lips. He was obviously very proud of it. Zanzibar is still in the hands of us and the Egyptian Navy. Even if it is independent, Nehru should not be disrespectful to the British Empire. It sounds good. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband shouting and finally nodded. If there is a railway to transport Rhodesia's copper ore, our income will increase again. The key is that this railway does not cost Britain money. That's it. Alan Wilson leaned back tactically. The gifts that Nehru brought were all picked by me. See how good I'm to the colonies that are about to become independent. In fact, they are some coffee seeds. Coffee is native to Ethiopia and should not exist in a certain big country at this time. If he was not afraid of stealing Pakistan's role, he would have sent mangoes directly. Mangoes are native to South India. They have long been a luxury for a certain big country. They are brought by Pakistanis when they visit a certain big country. A certain big country gave the mangoes sent by Pakistan to the frontline workers, which caused a huge sensation. The imperial capital knitting factory received a mango and held a grand welcome ceremony, and then sealed the mango with wax to preserve it so that it could be passed on to future generations. The mango was worshipped on the altar in the hall. But after a few days, the wax-sealed mango began to rot. Later, the factory removed the wax, peeled the skin, and boiled the mango flesh in a large pot of water. A ceremony was held afterwards, and each worker drank a sip of water boiled with the sacred mango. Pakistan also brought 100 mango saplings to a certain big country, and mangoes began to appear in the territory of a certain big country. So Pamela Mountbatten had a suspicious look on her face. What do you think of exchanging coffee seeds for railways? Alan Wilson was firmly opposed to it. The essence of trade is nothing more than the exchange of what you have and what I don't have. Currency is just a carrier that makes this exchange convenient. If the priorities are reversed, there will be the embarrassment of financial nuclear weapons being treated as farts. Before the war, the exchange rate of the dollar to the ruble was 80, and when the financial nuclear weapon was used, it was 130 to 1. After 80 days, it was 65 to 1. If it were to become 30 to 1 before Crimea after a year of fighting, it would be funny. In terms of US dollars, Russia will be on par with the EU locomotive Germany in terms of economic output within a year, leaving Britain and France behind. If Russia wants to concentrate on making trouble, it will be much more difficult to deal with than a certain big country during the Vietnam War. Russia can really achieve internal circulation. Financial nuclear weapons have no effect. Even the Republicans have begun to question the effectiveness of sanctions. Sometimes, a country with a vast territory can really do whatever it wants. The respected Foreign Secretary Patrick Gordon Walker has already set off for Paris. He is not like a cabinet secretary. Now he is communicating with people in France and London. It is not like the foreign secretary taking the initiative to go to Paris. It is simply undermining the authority of the British Empire. At the same time as the foreign secretary's visit, Governor General Nehru, who was visiting China and India, arrived in London, the last stop of this visit, to discuss the specific schedule of independence with the British government. This time, Nehru visited several important countries as the Governor General. A certain big country was definitely not the only one. His purpose was naturally to do something about the railway. It even included the powerful country India. Of course, India is now working together to fight drought and plague and may not be able to help Nehru. When Alan Wilson greeted Nehru, he showed great courtesy. Governor Nehru, I wonder what the harvest is this time. It's amazing, Secretary General. Nehru gave a positive response and lowered his voice. I have brought it here, and they are still surprised. I didn't expect that we still have such a demand. Very good. Alan Wilson was very satisfied after hearing it. Socialist countries do not pay attention to patents. While he asked Nehru to develop China-Africa relations, he also hoped that Nehru could help Britain. This time Nehru brought back a lithography machine from a certain big country. In this era, lithography machines were not high-tech. Scientists in semiconductor companies are basically half craftsmen. They have to draw and design whatever tools they need and then ask the master to make one for them. At that time, the main companies of photolithography machines were Intel, Kawasaki, PerkinElmer, Casper, and Fairchild. These companies all had researchers making their own equipment. Intel was even worse. They directly bought camera lenses and disassembled them for use, and the lenses were Nikon. L. Wilson remembered that a certain big country had already produced photolithography machines this year. The 109th factory and the Magic City Optical Instrument Factory worked together to successfully develop the first 65 type contact photolithography machine in domestic history. After the successful development, the Magic City Radio Special Equipment Factory put it into mass production. The contact photolithography machine is the earliest generation of photolithography machines. Since then, with the in-depth development of technology, there have been proximity photolithography, step and repeat equal magnification projection photolithography, step and reduction projection photolithography, and step and scan projection photolithography machines. The UK is also working hard on semiconductors. After all, there are only a few industries that can afford high salaries. The UK can't rely on finance to make a living. What if it encounters an opponent who doesn't buy this trick? What if the United States, which has stronger finance, wants to cut leaks? So it's better to keep some industries in the country. But compared with the United States and Japan, the UK does not have an advantage. Alan Wilson had to find another way and focus on the enemy camp. He believed that, if the Soviet Union developed semiconductors, it would not be bad, but the Soviet Union's thinking on dealing with the World War led the Soviet Union to focus on electron tubes, squeezing the development of transistors. Besides, if the UK took the initiative to find the Soviet Union, would it lose more than it gained? The Soviet Union had discovered that the United States had asked itself before and directly revealed the nuclear leak in Spain. Although it was corrected under a certain supreme authority, it was not a nuclear leak, but a nuclear explosion in Spain. The cause of the nuclear leak was just a minor sequelae of the failure of the hydrogen bomb to explode. The Spanish should be grateful. The Soviet Union could sell out the loss of the United States hydrogen bomb, but couldn't it sell out Britain? These are all things that cannot be ignored. So for these two reasons, To prevent betrayal and to ensure that a certain big country has not gone the wrong way, Alan Wilson decided to think of a way to deal with a certain big country that also has no concept of intellectual property rights. When Nehru met with Prime Minister Harold Wilson, Alan Wilson asked Radwich to come over and send the 5 lithography machines to Turing to disassemble them and see if there are any unique features. Perhaps the different ways of solving problems in China and Britain can inspire the British Semiconductor Association. If there are some components in a whole lithography machine that are the shortcomings of the UK, there is nothing to say. Just place an order directly. A certain big country believes that it also needs foreign exchange reserves. Radwich immediately summoned people to transport the 5 lithography machines to Turing. If nothing unexpected happens, these lithography machines will be disassembled to see if another big country has any unique features in this field. Although it is not likely to be the world's top products, Britain is also a small role in front of the United States and Japan, and the two backward elements are one by one. Okay, let's conduct a comparative test right away. When Turing saw Radwich coming to his house, he understood the whole story and gave an order directly to compare similar products from the UK first. Chapter 1322, Learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Usury imperialism, trust imperialism, colonial empire, feudal military imperialism, pauper imperialism, etc. cannot describe Alan Wilson's operation this time. He even thinks he can apply for return poor imperialism. The sleeping king spent $150 million to win over the Tennessean countries, and he spent the money for 5 lithography machines and gave away a railway. However, a certain big country did not suffer a loss. Money is nothing. Compared with land and the people on it, it is nothing. Now Britain can hold the Emirates in the Middle East. There are many means of coercion and inducement, but the most effective one is to pack up several islands in Malaya. As long as Britain is still in Malaya, those islands sold are equivalent to the sovereignty of the Middle Eastern Emirates. This is more useful than desalination and Dubai Airport. The key is that this trick can only be used by colonial empires. Can those anti-colonial countries sell the sovereignty of a place? They can't. A country in East Africa that is about to become independent is not worth a railway for free. As long as this railway starts construction, even Rhodesia can be friends with a certain big country. After get off work, the supreme authority had a fulfilling day. Thinking of his inspiration, he couldn't help laughing, which caused Pamela Mountbatten to ask, "Did you pick up money on the road? Or did you encounter something good?" "No, can't I be proud of it?" Alan Wilson answered lightly. He only had a few tasks. Today, he just added an Eastern Policy meeting temporarily. A temporary agency, the Eastern Policy Committee, was established. Pamela Mountbatten looked very interested. A temporary agency, what can be researched? Aren't you an Orientalist? Do you still need to research with others? That's not necessary. In fact, the reason for research is not to show off yourself, but to convince others. Of course, this time I'm mainly arranging the establishment. For colleagues who have returned from Malaya, arrange a place where they can make use of their remaining energy. Alan Wilson answered lazily. Hearing his wife's bewildered face, Alan Wilson explained, it is to expand one's influence, so that it is easier to get support when implementing policies. Most people don't understand East Asia at all, and not many people will be interested. Pamela Mountbatten asked suspiciously, if no one is interested, will your establishment of this department really be useful? No one is interested, so it is easier for me to become an authority in the industry. In addition, it is precisely because most people don't understand that it is easy to have some misunderstandings. Spreading some self-evident remarks is harmful to any place with different cultures. Dear, force is mutual. When you hit someone, you will also feel pain. Therefore, pure ideological stamping is not desirable. Britain should not learn from the psychopaths of the United States and the Soviet Union. After saying unrealistic things for a long time, they almost believe them. The elder brother of the United States and the Soviet Union, let alone the younger brother, has gone down the road of strengthening ideological stamping, and will sooner or later run into problems. There is a very simple example. The United States said that a certain big country is against the Church of Peace, but the United States is actually the country that is most against the Church of Peace. In public opinion, it never says a good word about the Church of Peace. It exaggerates things that it dares to do, but dares not to publicize, and says that it is done by a certain big country. As a result, the conservative rednecks in the United States really believe it. When they see that a certain big country is their ideal country, they pull out their guns and shoot at the groups that they think will threaten traditional values. Today they can shoot black people. Tomorrow they can shoot the Church of Peace. The day after tomorrow they can shoot homosexuals. And after that gayo who can't even think of running away in order to maintain the United States in their hearts. The main target of the British rumor is India. When most Indians hear about Britain, their first reaction is that they will colonize Britain one day. India also cannot do it because of its national strength. If it really has the national strength to do it, it will definitely do it, and it will definitely not let Britain go easily. I can't believe it has reached this level. Turing muttered while holding the experimental comparison report. We can build a single machine automated production line for 1GZ germanium semiconductor triads. When Alan Wilson received Turing's call, he was quite surprised. The comparison experiment gave Turing a lot of inspiration. Alan Wilson asked directly into the microphone, what specific aspects are very inspiring? If China's lithography machine is replaced with equipment components from Europe, the effect will be even greater. Many of the components in it are not advanced, but there are many wonderful ideas in them. Turing held the microphone and said, if the components from Europe are replaced, the finished product will be much better. Are there any components that must be purchased from China? If so, list them for me. The more advanced components in Europe are a problem for China, but not for us. After listening, Alan Wilson replied, learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. They will not suffer any loss. Of course, they will not suffer any loss. That was exchanged by Alan Wilson for a colony with the foundation of a powerful country in East Africa. Of course, he also knew that this was just some ideas of this generation of lithography machines that opened a door for Turing. This is not surprising. A certain great power was also taught by the Soviet Union. What is the Soviet Union good at? That is to use a bunch of second-rate materials and integrate them into engineering to produce first-rate weapons. Britain is the opposite of the Soviet Union, using first-rate materials to produce second-rate weapons. The Soviet Union cannot be relied on in the field of semiconductors. Alan Wilson believes that the Soviet Union's talent pool is stronger than that of a certain big country, but the Soviet Union's diet thinking focused on electron tubes has broken out, and no one can do anything about it. Now it is obvious that a certain big country has not been affected by the Soviet Union, at least not in this era, so it is the best object for Britain to learn from its strengths and make up for its weaknesses. It is not in vain that Alan Wilson taught Nehru hand in hand how to start from the cultural level and attack the high point of a certain big country. He was so happy to see a certain big country return to the United Nations and China-Africa strategic cooperation that he said a lot before getting this thing back. It looks like something good has happened. Pamela Mountbatten came up, leaned on her husband's chest and looked up. Otherwise you wouldn't react like this. You weren't so happy when Margaret gave birth. What does this have to do with Her Royal Highness giving birth? Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, although I don't know the specific details now, and I'm not a semiconductor expert. Turing's words mean that he was greatly inspired. Our conditions are much better than the Chinese. At least we won't be restricted by the Batumi. Optical components? Germany should have a lot of advantages. This alone can save a lot of money on exploration, which all requires financial subsidies. In fact, in the early days of the establishment of the Batumi, a certain big country was not within its control. But later, with the reassessment of the United States' attitude towards Japan and the Asian form, a certain big country was finally included in the scope of control. The restricted products include military weapons and equipment, cutting-edge technology products, and rare materials, totaling more than 10,000 products. From this, it can be determined that many components of a certain big country's lithography machine can be replaced in Europe, and once replaced, the effect is likely to develop in a good direction. Of course, the Cabinet Secretary General respected a certain big country that was exploring alone. As I said before, he had exchanged it with the influence of East Africa. The lithography machine is the crystallization of the high integration of large systems, high precision technology and engineering limits. It is known as the crown jewel of the integrated circuit industry chain. Once the strengths and weaknesses are completed, the UK can establish its own semiconductor industry. Of course, Alan Wilson will keep it strictly confidential and the source of rapid progress. As long as the semiconductor industry appears, the UK will not be stingy in financial support for the next few generations of lithography machines, so that it can enter a virtuous circle of development. A day later, Alan Wilson found Turing, mainly to ask what the difference is between the lithography machines of China and the UK. Turing answered in detail, the components of China's lithography machines are not as many as ours. Some places can be called economical, but the effect is actually slightly better. Every country has its own bottom of the box stuff. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and thought to himself that there was no country like the UK, where first-class materials and second-class equipment had become a tradition. He remembered that in his previous life, Jifang 141 and Japan's Isuzu had a truck that was very similar. Not only were they similar in appearance, but the layout and circuit positions in the cab were also very similar. But when the wiring box of Japan's Isuzu was opened, there were buttons for various functions inside. When Jifang 141 was opened, there was a layer of black tape on the wiring. It was almost like telling you that it was useless. If it was useless, why did you open something like a wiring box in the same position? Of course, such an old model of car cannot be criticized too much, but it can also be seen that the thinking of how fast, but, and economical that era was, and the Soviet Union's thinking of specializing in integration, when it could not catch up, still had a great influence. We still need some time to test the replacement components and the components ordered from China. Turing ignored Alan Wilson's dream and said to himself, when the lithography machine is launched, our semiconductor industry should usher in a new round of development. We can't take it lightly. Alan Wilson spoke in an official tone. Although this stroke of genius can be called excellent operation, the lithography machine has several generations of technological changes. A certain big country can't keep up with it every time. Otherwise, how can it be uncomfortable decades later? When leaving, Alan Wilson held the purchase list Turing gave him in his hand, ready to replace the components within Europe and make an extreme sublimation. Light sensing components? Germany should be the strongest in Europe, and the lens can use these. It's time to send a call of love to the Dragoon sisters. Bokina is in London at this time, taking shifts with Anna. After learning about it, she smiled and said, "What's so difficult about this? In fact, German is advantageous industries. I will help you prepare, dear." Alan Wilson was deeply moved, and Bokina's mouth twitched. "Don't treat me as the same as those brainless female stars." Chapter 1323 Independent Commitment. How could that be? You sisters are different in my heart. Alan Wilson immediately changed his words. As an active rocket soldier, he had rich combat experience to express his position. Germany's optical technology was not developed later, but was traditionally strong. When the First World War broke out, most of the glass used for precision optics in the world came from Germany. The situation in Britain was the worst, and 60% of Britain's optical glass depended on Germany. At the beginning of the war, Britain began to appeal in newspapers, asking private donations of cameras, gun sights and other optical instruments, as well as directly requisitioning optical instruments that had not been sold by private individuals and companies. Just like Bokina said, this is Germany's traditional advantageous industry. Of course, Germany has begun to face competition from Japan in the past 2 years, so at the European Community meeting, Britain hit Japan hard, and Germany followed behind with flags and cheers for exchange rate manipulation, and ignoring intellectual property rights. Does Britain want to develop the semiconductor industry? After enjoying the man's attentive service, Bokina lazily asked the ambitious middle-aged man in front of her. It seems that the United States is the strongest now. And Japan? Alan Wilson added, of course, Japan's domestic market cannot support its ambitions, and the basic conditions are not very good. What level Japan can reach depends entirely on what level the United States is willing to let Japan go. The basic conditions of this country are there, and it will be finished if the external environment is slightly worse. As for South Korea, its resistance is even weaker. As an island country, Britain has a European market that can be relied on for offshore balance, and it should be grateful for this. Japan, yes, in recent years, Japan has appeared frequently in European newspapers. There are also many Japanese tourists in Germany. Bokina commented, "It seems that the Japanese are very rich, and they are everywhere. It's just that the country is rich and the people are poor." Alan Wilson snorted, "It's just that the long-term outlook has given confidence to this generation of Japanese. The life in Japan was too bad before, and the comparison shows a sense of happiness. It's difficult for me, a foreigner, to evaluate your country, but compared with the British and Japanese, they are a little bit ignorant of their blessings. As long as they can withstand this round of development, Japan will have no future. In fact, what's the point of saying these?" His era was the Japanese version of the process of full attack, key defense, and even total defeat, and it has entered the third stage. Even if the per capita income of $50,000 in the 1990s is comparable to that of $40,000 in the 21st century, as the first competitors of a certain major country's industrial upgrading, Japan and South Korea felt the pressure earlier than European countries. A country standing still will inevitably affect all aspects of the country. Even the small animation industry is like this. Even the scale of Japan's sex industry is shrinking, but the output value of special films is rising, which means that fewer people are really engaging in physical transactions, and more people are watching movies to comfort themselves. Of course, Britain cannot kill Japan by itself. The US market is open to Japan, and Britain's efforts in Europe can only make Japan grow a little slower. You are really vigilant. The per capita income in the UK is not worse than that in the United States, but you can notice the distant Japan. Bokina reached out and touched Alan Wilson's face and praised, "Of course, you think I'm your sister, who can't see the ground when I look down." Alan Wilson said with a double meaning, which made Bokina's face stiff, and then straightened his back to show the magnificent, "I just can't see the ground, am I proud? Who is always dreaming and can't breathe." The annual report released by the Japanese government has always been sent to him in English. Of course, he doesn't believe it all. Who says that what is made public must be true? The decades-long fraud in various industries in Japan is no longer a secret after decades. Transformer parameters are faked, steel strength is faked, not to mention Japan. The United States has a history of decades of fake steel for submarines. However, this kind of fake can only be felt by countries close to it. A certain big country was shocked by the parameters of American weapons at the beginning, but it could not reach a comparable level after continuous testing, and finally could only use it to deal with it. There was such a doubt in the heart. Who made the United States so rich? Maybe it really piled up Zenith Star technology. Until one day the American fake was exposed. The big country was relieved. It turned out that you are also an earthling. As for Japan's fakes, they are mainly concentrated in civilian use. It makes sense that Japan went from the second in the world to being left behind by European countries. Britain, an old imperialist country, now supports a Malayan colony. Alan Wilson issued a task to Kuala Lumpur. Any industry that has overlaps with Malaya and Japan, as long as Japan does not increase the price and has much higher parameters than the same product in Malaya, should be investigated immediately. As long as Malaya persists until the end of the Vietnam War, it can expect victory in the strategic competition with Japan. The United States will not benefit Japan as before after wasting hundreds of billions of dollars. In fact, in a sense, the trade war between the United States and Japan in the 1970s suddenly intensified for only one reason. The domestic consumption of the United States had reached its peak and could not be tapped. Continuing to open the market to Japanese products would only hurt the United States. Of course, the United States finally solved the problem with petrodollars, and at the same time, turned the country's middle class into a pseudo-middle class that had been carrying loans since birth, which once again increased consumption. A certain major country in the 21st century faced the same problem as Japan in the 1980s. The consumption of the United States once again peaked, and this time the United States itself could not find a solution. The petrodollars had been used, and the loans from birth to death had also been used. As the world's police, the United States itself had a per capita income that was 20,000 higher than that of other developed European countries. The per capita income in Europe was about 40,000, and the United States was more than 60,000. How could it increase the consumption power? Anyway, Alan Wilson came up with a solution under the premise that technology could not be broken through. It might be a solution to knock down the only two remaining thorns in the world, just like the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the collapse of the entire industry, and the disappearance of competitors to vacate the market. But this move would risk a world war. The United States naturally could not do it alone, and it needed a few scapegoats to test the enemy's firepower. It was all for the great cause of the free world. It was better for you to die than for the United States to die. Nehru hopes that Britain will help them build a railway to increase the circulation of local goods. Brest laid out the main issues that Nehru mentioned when he met with the Prime Minister in front of the Supreme Authority. Of course, the Prime Minister has rejected it because the construction is too difficult. Oh, the construction is too difficult. That is also a reason. Alan Wilson nodded and said, it does take a lot of energy to go out to sea from Rhodesia to the East African port. This is not good for Britain. It is gratifying that the Prime Minister rejected Nehru for the sake of national interests. A railway of nearly 2,000 kilometers can certainly transport Rhodesian copper ore, but it is not very attractive to Britain, because there are now two railways available, one to South Africa and the other to Mozambique controlled by Portugal. However, it is still good for the development of the Great Lakes region of East Africa. In addition to expanding the influence of a certain major country in Africa and breaking diplomatic isolation, this railway naturally has economic agreements, and it is not without economic benefits. Alan Wilson remembered that the railway came with a trade agreement through which Tanzanians would buy anything they could afford from a certain big country, and a certain big country would buy £5 million of goods from Tanzania every year. Cash will be paid for the shortfall from Tanzania. So, Sino-African friendship is certainly important, and trade is also important, so there is no such thing as a sucker. Britain also has plans to develop the Great Lakes region of Africa. If a certain big country builds such a railway, it will also be a place that is beneficial to Britain. An hour later, the Prime Minister summoned Alan Wilson and asked his cabinet secretary, can we still control East Africa? I think it's okay, Prime Minister. The retention of the Zanzibar military base is to deal with the current situation. Alan Wilson replied with a smile, don't we have Egyptians to help? China is too far away from Africa, and that weak navy can't even cross a strait, let alone want to appear in Africa. Why? Is it relying on the yellow water battleship and the offshore Iowa to go to Africa? It's not that Britain doesn't have battleships, and there are fleets in the ports of Malaya. Regarding an East African colony that is about to become independent, it may be necessary to show goodwill to the Soviet bloc. In theory, Britain can certainly intervene militarily, but can it? Because of the intervention of a railway that the locals are eagerly looking forward to, there will be nothing to gain, except a completely bad reputation. Alan Wilson was not colluding with foreign countries in front of the Prime Minister, but in fact, there were not many British forces in the local area. The garrison had withdrawn to Zanzibar. Except for some senior advisors, most positions in the government were handed over to locals, and immigrants went to British Kenya. Then let Nehru do it himself. I think after this year, I will choose a time next year to let them become independent. Harold Wilson thought about it and made up his mind. The interests that Britain now focuses on retaining are in the Far East and the Middle East, and Africa has never been among those that must be retained. It's about time. Alan Wilson nodded. Although Nehru did not receive any financial support during his visit to Britain this time, he still received Britain's promise that he would be independent next year. A few days later, Nehru returned to the capital Dar es Salaam and announced to many supporters that the British had promised him independence. Next year, a brand new country will emerge in Africa. We will break up with Britain peacefully and stand proudly in the world. Chapter 1324 Anglo-German Financial Summit. Tomorrow is the Anglo-German Financial Summit. I wonder if the Germans will agree to our terms. Harold Wilson mentioned tomorrow's meeting. It seems that this is a very important financial summit. As the Prime Minister of a country, Harold Wilson rarely looks like he is worried about gains and losses. Absolutely no problem, Prime Minister. Alan Wilson expressed optimism. The so-called Anglo-German Financial Summit is of course important, because it involves the stability of the Bretton Woods system. In the past 2 years, the French have always believed that the US dollar is a means for the United States to exploit the world, and European countries are at a disadvantage. Of course, this is not wrong, it is the fact. The Bretton Woods system is of course essentially a gold standard system. Under this system, Americans cannot actually exert much financial capacity. The Bretton Woods system has its own inherent contradictions that cannot be overcome. As the main reserve currency, the US dollar leads to the contradiction that the supply of international solvency and the credibility of the US dollar cannot be achieved at the same time. That is, the Triffin dilemma. Another disadvantage that the French see is that this monetary system gives the US dollar a hegemonic position. The United States can directly use the US dollar to make up for the international balance of payments deficit, and other countries can only reduce imports. The United States actually indirectly manipulates the monetary strategies of other countries. Alan Wilson thought that de Gaulle might not have thought that the United States would go even further than the Bretton Woods system. It also evolved into the method proposed by Britain in 1944 to link currencies with bulk commodities. After the Bretton Woods system, the ability to interfere with other countries has not decreased but increased. One of the German regional banks is operated by Bockener, which was given to the Dragoon Sisters by Alan Wilson through the British occupation forces. He naturally understands the purpose of tomorrow's meeting room. 20 years have passed since World War II. Germany has long recovered from the devastation of the World War. Its total economic volume is slightly higher than that of France. The German mark is also a major currency in Europe. Just calculating its influence in Europe, it even exceeds that of France, but of course it is still far from the pound. When the French frequently fire at the US dollar, Britain should take the initiative to show the sincerity of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and help the United States stabilize the value of the US dollar, or take actions to stabilize the value of the US dollar. Tomorrow's Anglo-German Financial Summit is a financial summit aimed at stabilizing the Bretton Woods system. Its purpose is to prevent the Germans from fooling around with the French. Britain once again stood on the opposite side of France. After Foreign Secretary Patrick Gordon Walker persuaded France not to withdraw from NATO in Paris, the French considered this summit as a retaliatory action by Britain. In fact, the French misunderstood. He also had a lady of the same status as his wife living in Paris. How could he retaliate against France? It was just a gesture. The French could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to attack the US dollar, they could continue to attack the US dollar. Who could control France? Even if there was no Anglo-German Financial Summit this time, Germany had never followed France to squeeze the exchange golden history. The French expectations of Germany were impossible to achieve. In this case, what was wrong with Britain turning the non-existent help into a card to show the United States the special relationship between Britain and the United States? Alan Wilson had already asked his wife to set up a stage in Zurich and eat crabs with the French. This was enough to help. In other aspects, the special relationship between Britain and the United States must be maintained. It is not the style of him as the cabinet secretary to do good things without leaving a name. After leaving number 10 Downing Street, Alan Wilson mingled with the American ambassador. This time when they met, he directly gave Donald and the United States behind him a reassurance, saying that Britain would definitely do its utmost to maintain the smooth operation of the Bretton Woods system. If the franc becomes the world currency, wouldn't that be the end of Britain? Donald was in awe. This reason was really impeccable. He said affectionately, at critical moments, "We are still a family who speak English. Who the hell is a family with you?" In a few decades, the United States might speak Spanish. Thinking so in his heart, Alan Wilson still acted as if we were a family and didn't speak two languages. He said, "Of course, we must never subvert the current world order. No matter whether the challengers are France, the Soviet Union, or the Chinese, they should stay in their positions and give their best. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Spanish are marching for compensation. I think it's the French who are instigating it behind the scenes." The hydrogen bomb that fell in the Shallow Sea area has been found during a large-scale investigation by the United States. Of course, the United States' attempt to hide the news secretly has unsurprisingly failed. This is not anyone else's fault. It was the Americans who had paranoia and thought that the Soviets had found it first, which led to the Soviet Union exposing the matter. This has absolutely nothing to do with Alan Wilson correcting the Soviet Union's guess that it was not a nuclear leak, but the hydrogen bomb that did not explode. The cabinet secretary does not need the Americans' thanks. It is all for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Well, the country must be communicating with Madrid. When mentioning the nuclear explosion in Spain, Donald's face froze. In the field of American diplomacy, this British cabinet secretary was evaluated as a British man of the old era. Obviously, he was very sincere in maintaining the special relationship between Britain and the United States many times, but people just couldn't thank him. His words were too unpleasant to hear. Just like now, Britain held this financial summit with Germany to counter France's criticism of the US dollar. The United States should thank Britain, but it had to mention the matter of the United States dropping hydrogen bombs at this time. It's just a matter of communication. It's just that the villagers in a small town were frightened. I believe it won't cost much to settle it. Alan Wilson said in a very arrogant manner, I don't believe Franco dares to do anything to the US military. He was missed in the Nuremberg trials, right? After practicing the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson finished his work for the day and went home to show his flexible moral bottom line in front of Pamela Mountbatten. He still had to attack the US dollar. I thought Whitehall held a summit to really protect the US dollar. Pamela Mountbatten sighed at her husband's acting skills, which almost fooled her. The dollar needs to be maintained, but you have to maintain gold. Alan Wilson grabbed his wife's hand and said in a dog-licking manner, we have always been based on maintaining national interests, but we have to make money. We can't let the French take all the benefits, right? We should also get some necessary, reasonable, and insignificant benefits to the US gold reserves, such as a few hundred tons of gold. Anyway, the French are in the front to attract hatred, so why not do it? Now that this summit has been set up, can France achieve its goals by taking action alone? Will the French back down? Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband, would this scare the French and cause this time's criticism to be loud but little? No, don't underestimate the determination of the French, especially President Charles de Gaulle. We just have different positions, but apart from the factor of different countries, he is no worse than our Prime Minister, especially better than Churchill. Alan Wilson signaled his wife to relax. The Bretton Woods system had structural contradictions, and the crisis could be delayed but not resolved. Even in the 21st century, France is still a top gold reserve country. The top gold reserve countries in Europe are Germany, France, and Italy. These countries do not believe in credit currency. Gold is much more valuable than printed paper. The gold reserves of the three countries combined are not less than that of the United States. This Anglo-German financial summit included all of the 5 major banks in the UK and representatives of German banks including Deutsche Bank. The main discussion was, as mentioned before, to maintain the stability of the Bretton Woods system and resolutely curb the French attempt to disrupt the international financial market. In fact, Alan Wilson did not expect to talk about anything. It was mainly for the Americans to see. At a critical moment, blood is thicker than water, which is more effective and allows Americans to fight in Southeast Asia with peace of mind. Both sides of the financial summit have people who can give him the latest progress. On the British side, there is Pamela Mountbatten representing the Sarawak Development Bank, and on the German side, there is Bockiner of the Deutsche Regionalbank. This can let Whitehall know the latest progress of this Anglo-German summit. Alan Wilson told Washington that it would be better to leave this matter to the UK, and the good days of the United States are still to come. The basic condition for Britain to win over Germany is that the German Federal Bank holds a large amount of US dollar reserves. Since the 1950s, it has been one of the world's largest gold reserve holders, second only to Britain and the United States. The Cold War alliance with the United States is the most important international relationship for the Federal Republic of Germany. The Federal Republic of Germany pays billions of marks every year to maintain US troops and military facilities. The core national interests determine that it is impossible for it to take any action to endanger the United States' dominance in the global monetary system. This is different from France. The Federal Republic of Germany is on the front line of confrontation. Once the United States itself encounters major problems, it will directly affect the national security of the Federal Republic of Germany. Of course, these reasons are not important. Once the Germans find the benefits of attacking the US dollar, they will naturally attack. The key is not to be the first bird. Alan Wilson actually feels that France's ally in attacking the US dollar should actually be the Soviet Union, not any of Britain and Germany. Being the first bird is obviously not a good way to deal with this Franco-American gold dispute. This Anglo-German financial summit lasted for 3 days, and finally the German banking industry agreed that the British made sense. Chapter 1325 Unfortunate news. Of course it makes sense. The Germans are not stupid. In this round of confrontation between the United States and France, a simple comparison is that the national strength of the United States far exceeds that of France. If a run on gold can bring down the United States, then the United States, the world hegemon, is too fragile. The Bretton Woods system does have weaknesses, but it is not a broken house. It will collapse with a French kick. The United Kingdom, France and Germany all played a role in ending the Bretton Woods system, but there is a trick to when to take action. The sharp increase in offshore US dollar funds in the euro-dollar market has made the increasingly turbulent situation with the US dollar worse. The sharp expansion of the number of eurodollars has greatly expanded the currency trading financial instruments of multinational companies and investment companies. Such offshore currency transactions are unregulated, which further worsens the fragility of US finance and makes the United States more vulnerable to international financial shocks. I understand the reason, but things cannot be judged so simply. France's total economic output is only 17% of that of the United States. Who would believe that France can win? The size of the British economy is 26% of that of the United States. Isn't Britain now consolidating its imperial preferential system honestly? The total economic output of Britain is almost the population ratio of Britain and the United States. In the past 20 years, Alan Wilson has made a small contribution to the country. He dare not say that he has made much contribution, but at least he is better than the former British Prime Minister Churchill who died last year. Holding a newspaper about the unfortunate traffic accident of Churchill's son, Conservative MP Randolph Churchill, Alan Wilson walked to the window, looked at the busy traffic outside and said, "All the colleagues in the cabinet and Whitehall are very sad about the unfortunate death of Congressman Churchill. Yes, it is unfortunate news." Grace took a puff of cigar and said with a relaxed face, "We all understand that in fact, there is a blessing in disguise. Drunk driving is not a good idea. Yes, so citizens should take it as a warning. The definition of drunk driving should be a serious issue." Alan Wilson nodded with a smile. In this way, Congressman Churchill will not die in vain. His death is very valuable. But then again, what is the penalty standard for drunk driving in the UK? Don't make my people too uncomfortable. Grace still has to protect his subordinates. It's okay to be a white glove, but he can't be abandoned. You can rest assured about this. Alan Wilson promised that he would not turn against his long-term partner. Revoke your driver's license for 1 year. After all, no one wants such an unfortunate incident to happen. By the way, how is Rhodesia recently? Not very good. The South is very chaotic now. The railway line that we use to transport copper ore is always affected. Now we have to export it through Mozambique. We also want to build a dock on the Zambezi River bordering Mozambique to go out to sea. Grace said with a serious face, "Like I said at that time, the blacks will make trouble sooner or later. Isn't it the case in southern Rhodesia now? It's sooner or later in South Africa too. Don't think that there are more white people in South Africa. There are more blacks there. Well, you people from the Boer can still understand." Alan Wilson admired the other party's foresight and then said, "Maybe in a few years, there will be a railway in your territory and near Ear's territory. Is there such a plan in the local area?" Grace said with some surprise. I know Nehru has this idea and has asked for help from many countries, but it seems that they were all rejected. Someone will take action, but in this case, it is inevitable that you will have to establish certain economic ties with the newly independent black countries. I thought you would object. Alan Wilson laughed. What Grace said just now, Southern Rhodesia and South Africa will be finished sooner or later. There are no black people in our oil territory. As long as they don't come over, it's not impossible to contact them. I remember you said that distance creates beauty. Grace said nonchalantly. After independence, stay in your own country. Honestly, there is nothing that can't be peaceful. We don't want to kill all the black people in Africa. The current land is enough for us to live. Alan Wilson still inevitably reminded that it was not your land, but the British Royal Territory. It is better not to have illusions about this. Southern Rhodesia eventually inevitably went down the old path of history and began the struggle between whites and blacks for the dominance of Rhodesia. However, for now, whites still have the upper hand. Many of the white armed forces in Rhodesia, like Ian Smith, had served in the British Army and participated in World War II. The most famous of them were the Rhodesian Special Air Service Regiment Squadron and the Sulawesi Reconnaissance Force. Most of these troops not only participated in World War II and many post-war combat operations, but also had extremely rich special operations experience and mastered complete military training methods, which could provide training for other troops without military experience, and their combat effectiveness far exceeded that of the black armed forces who resisted. Moreover, South Rhodesia is to the south of South Africa, to the east of Mozambique controlled by Portugal, and to the north is the Rhodesian Royal Territory, where Grace is located. The black armed forces in South Rhodesia are isolated on all sides, and they cannot do anything to the white people in South Rhodesia by themselves. However, sporadic armed conflicts inevitably affected Grace and others, because the minerals exported by North Rhodesia were exported through South Africa, and had to pass through South Rhodesia. Now that South Rhodesia is unstable, it will definitely affect the interests of these Balkan remnants. By the way, I didn't see the lady this time. Is she still in Perth? Grace asked. Shouldn't Pamela Mountbatten be in London at this time? Why didn't he see her? This is too much. So he helped kill Churchill's son. She's busy lately. She's not in London. Alan Wilson quickly spoke to comfort her. She's on a trip to the European continent. She won't be back until a few days. The French have already responded to the Anglo-German financial summit a week ago. The Bank of France announced that it intends to convert all new inflows of US dollar reserves and part of the existing US dollar reserves into gold. In order to strengthen his harsh criticism of the laissez-faire US fiscal policy, President Charles de Gaulle proposed 2 global currency reform plans. His grand goal is to strengthen the role of gold in the global monetary system, eliminate the international reserve currency status of the US dollar and the British pound. Gold has no nationality and is eternally and universally accepted. Finance Minister Giscard d'Estaing reiterated France's claim. D'Estaing condemned the United States for enjoying the superhegemony of the US dollar. The United States has issued unlimited and appreciating US dollar bills and has made huge profits from its large-scale overseas investment this time. The so-called Anglo-German financial summit has not frightened the French at all. The French still believe that in the choice between the US dollar and gold, France will never lose. The financial center of the European continent is in Switzerland. Pamela Mountbatten went to Zurich, preparing to get what she deserved under the cover of the French. As for the main source of funds, it was operated through HSBC in Hong Kong and the Sarawak Development Bank in Malaya. It would be better for Grace not to know about this matter. Alan Wilson was also doing it for the good of the Rhodesian governor. Of course, Grace did not come in vain this time. He and 3 people representing different forces came to receive the honors, to commend their outstanding contributions to the Rhodesian Royal Territory. The honors were of a very high standard and were held at Buckingham Palace. Alan Wilson also went there to take advantage of the popularity. His sister-in-law also came specially to add color to this honor. Everything seemed to be in a happy mood, except for Congressman Churchill, who unfortunately died due to drunk driving. Of course, the frightened perpetrator could not leave immediately and had to wait until the storm passed. What is Mr. Turing busy with recently? Alan Wilson asked Her Royal Highness, the greatest scientist in modern Britain, about his recent schedule and abusiness-like tone. Isn't it because I'm stuck with the work you arranged for me, the Royal Semiconductor Research Institute? Princess Margaret rolled her eyes at the supreme authority. In the eyes of others, this might be to protect her husband. But both parties understood that the princess was secretly implying that the supreme authority had a bad conscience. She arranged so many jobs for the princess husband and replaced the most important job of others. The semiconductor industry is extremely important to the UK and involves economic development, Alan Wilson said righteously. He was thinking about the future of the UK. Recently, Europe has been mainly running around the war of words between Britain and France. Britain criticized France for destroying the financial order of the free world and said it would not stand idly by. France accused Britain of being a Trojan horse within Europe. France won over Belgium and Italy, and Britain won over Germany and Sweden, and spitted freely within Europe. Britain patted its chest and assured the United States that it would never let the French jump too high when the United States was busy with the war. This made the United States feel a little relieved and began to concentrate on dealing with the Vietnam issue. At the same time, new changes occurred on the battlefield in Vietnam. The United States reorganized the South Vietnamese and South Korean armies and began a mopping up mode in areas close to North Vietnam. The United Kingdom strived to wipe out the infiltrating troops in North Vietnam. Although the United Kingdom did not participate in the war, it secretly sent military advisors to observe and accumulate combat experience to see if it could be used on Indonesia one day. In addition to the nominal military advisors, the British Intelligence Department also entered South Vietnam. In addition to highlighting the special relationship between Britain and the United States, some individuals were secretly investigating the issue of war crimes. Britain and the United States have such a good relationship that of course they cannot investigate the atrocities of the US military, but are looking to see if the Korean devils are letting themselves go. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.